Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Tin Men, a novel. Book 3 of the Scott, Brodie, and Maggie Taylor series. By Nelson DeMille and Alex DeMille. Read by Scott Brick.
For my father. A note to the listener. When my father first asked me to be a co-author with him back in 2017, he lied and assured me it would be easy. I knew there was a deeper truth beneath the facetious comment. He trusted me. He believed I could do it and could do it well. Our work on The Deserter got off to a bit of a rocky start. As a screenwriter, I was suddenly working in a medium I was unfamiliar with. But as the weeks and months went by, we established a rhythm. I eventually began to anticipate some of his notes and comments, and came to the same realization as so many other children. Our parents' voices are in our heads, whether we like it or not. Bloodlines was a smoother process. We were, by that time, more or less speaking the same language. The story is set in Berlin, a fertile playground for a couple of history buffs. It didn't hurt that my love of history came from him in the first place. In a very real way, I was creating with the tools he'd handed me decades prior. Even before he got sick, we both knew that The Tin Men would likely be our last collaboration, and he'd enjoy a belated and much-deserved retirement. We came up with the idea together, and I was excited to tackle a book that, being set entirely at an American military installation, would lean more into his own military experiences and understanding of military culture than the previous two novels. He began feeling unwell not long after we submitted the treatment for the book, and we began writing in earnest around the same time he began chemotherapy. The odds for an 80-year-old man with late-stage esophageal cancer were not good, but we believed that if anyone could beat those odds, it was Nelson DeMille. He had a powerful resiliency about him, and such a strong presence that it seemed almost impossible to imagine the world without him. He read and edited chapters as he could, but as the year went by and the chemo wore him down, he eventually stopped reading and assured me he would get back to it once he felt better. I understood how important this process was to him. He was a perfectionist who prided himself on the quality of his writing, and who felt he owed his readers nothing but his best. I knew that he would not engage with the pages unless and until he felt back to his normal self. Tragically, he never did. It has been the honor and privilege of my life to be invited into his world and to be alongside him for the final chapter of his career. I don't know if there's a life after this one, but I do know that beloved writers enjoy a kind of immortality through their readers. He used to refer to his writing process as sitting alone and telling myself stories. But really, he was telling them to all of us. And he still is. Alex DeMille, Brooklyn, New York, January 2025. Chapter 1. Brigadier General Stanley Dombrowski hung up the phone and listened to the sound of his own breathing, and of the rain beating against the windows of his second-story office. He recorded this moment in his mind, thinking he might want to recall it someday. He rose from his desk and looked out the window. The heavy downpour pelted the flowering dogwood trees that lined the strip of lawn beside the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division headquarters in Quantico, Virginia. The spring rains had started early this year and come on stronger and would not let up. At least that was how it felt. But maybe the weather was just the weather, as it had always been, and the thing that was changing was Stanley Dombrowski. This might not be a homicide, Stan. This might not even be a crime. The phone call had come from his boss, Major General Stephen Hackett, the Provost Marshal General who was the commanding officer of the Army Criminal Investigation Division, and the Army's top law enforcement official. Stephen Hackett generally did not hand down assignments personally, and Brigadier General Stanley Dombrowski was no longer supposed to be directly overseeing cases either. But this was something different. Something big. The rules of rank and responsibility did not apply. Dombrowski walked to the window where he caught his reflection in the rain-streaked glass and the glint of the general's star on the shoulder loop of his green service uniform. Getting older had its perks, and the promotion to general that he thought would never come finally had. The pay raise was nice, but he lived modestly and hadn't needed it. What he had needed was the respect and recognition that was owed to him. He'd finally gotten that 5 months ago, after he'd taken a big swing on a high-profile homicide case in Berlin. From the point of view of the higher-ups in the Pentagon, it was supposed to be a rubber stamp job. Let the Germans do the work, nod along, and say Dankeschön. It was their jurisdiction anyway, and the case looked pretty open and shut. But something inside General Dombrowski, then Colonel Dombrowski, told him not to follow the script. It was probably the same qualities that had led his wife to leave him. Arrogance, paranoia, and a pig-headed will. The good stuff. So Dombrowski had assigned the Berlin case to 2 CID special agents who he knew would follow the truth wherever it led, which in that instance was into the deepest abyss of human evil. We're on the bleeding edge here, Stanley. We need to get this right. Getting it right meant getting the truth, and in this case, the truth might be dangerous. This was not the time for safe assumptions, or half-measures, or ass-covering. He walked back to his desk, picked up the phone, and punched a number. It rang once, and then Special Agent Scott Brodie said, "Good afternoon, General." "Scott, are you at HQ?" "Yes, sir. Ms. Taylor and I are in our office having a working lunch. I need to see you both in my office now." "Yes, sir." "Can I bring you some chicken lo mein?" "No, thank you." He added, "I'm going to need you to clear the decks, so think about who can inherit your caseload." "With pleasure, sir. I look forward to our new assignment in an interesting and exotic locale. Prepare to be disappointed." "Yes, sir." Dombrowski hung up. Turning down carbs was a relatively new habit of his, but it was already earning dividends. Chief Warrant Officers Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor were 2 of the most talented and hard-working special agents in CID. They also had intense personalities, problems with authority, and a tendency to strike out on their own under dangerous circumstances, without regard for personal safety or legal jurisdiction. For Stanley Dombrowski, assigning Brodie and Taylor to a big case with vast national security implications was never an enjoyable experience as it unfolded. But once it was over, it always felt like it had been the right choice. Kind of the inverse of eating chicken lo mein. He watched the rain as he waited for his agents to arrive. He could see only the outline of this thing, the bare facts given to him by General Hackett. But it didn't look good, and no amount of wishful thinking would unring that phone, or undo what was being done by the military's top scientists and engineers in the name of progress and preparedness. The road to hell was paved with good intentions, and General Stanley Dombrowski feared that the Army's best and brightest were out there, laying the asphalt. Chapter 2. Chief Warrant Officers Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor walked down the hall toward General Dombrowski's office. Taylor said, "Disappointed means stateside. Domestic military installation." Brodie shook his head. "He nuked our caseload. We'll be out of reach, somewhere we can't conduct interviews or pull from resources at Quantico. Overseas, somewhere that sucks. Pack your parka for Greenland." "You're wrong. We're dumping our caseload because we'll be slammed by whatever this is. Stateside. $50. You already owe me for the Chinese and lunch last week. I'll dig myself out or dig myself deeper." "You always do." Brodie eyed Maggie Taylor as she strode purposefully down the hall. She was wearing a black suit and carrying an oversized thermos full of yerba mate, a tea from South America that she'd started drinking in disturbing quantities. She claimed it was more potent than coffee, and when Brodie had tried it once, he'd agreed. Maybe she should cut back. Ms. Taylor was 35, with shoulder-length blonde hair. She had an effortless beauty about her, along with an effortless intellect. Some of her peers in CID found her intimidating. A few of the men had asked her out, but Ms. Taylor had learned through hard experience to separate her work life from her love life. As for Scott Brodie, his relationship with his partner was purely professional. Notwithstanding a couple of close calls overseas after more than a couple of drinks. Brodie was 5 years older than Taylor and was also her superior officer, though he'd noticed that fact had little effect on how she talked to him. He was also dressed in civilian clothes, dark blue suit and tie, which was the norm among CID special agents. Brodie had a military service uniform buried in his closet somewhere, but it probably needed a dry cleaning and wouldn't get unearthed until he was compelled to attend an official event. Or he got so old that he needed a new portrait taken. Warrant officers in Army CID occupied an interesting middle ground in the military hierarchy, in rank between NCOs and commissioned officers, and culturally straddling the line between military officers and civilian law enforcement investigators. If Scott Brodie had to interrogate a possible suspect who was a commissioned officer, it didn't matter how many stars or bars they had on their shoulders or how many ribbons were pinned to their chest. When investigating a crime, deference to rank went out the window. All in all, being a CID special agent was a pretty good gig, and a lot better than his first Army career, as an infantry sergeant in Iraq during the early phase of the war. At least now people who tried to kill him had a personal reason for it. They reached the door to Dombrowski's office and entered a small anteroom where the general's aide, Lieutenant Pamela Banks, sat at her desk with a laptop. She looked up at them and smiled. "The general is expecting you." Brodie said, "Thank you, Lieutenant." Stanley Dombrowski had waited a long time to be referred to as the general, and Brodie wondered if the general had instructed his young aide to ban the use of pronouns. Brodie and Taylor entered Dombrowski's large, stately office, where the general stood behind his desk. He gestured to a couple of chairs. "Have a seat." They all sat, and Brodie looked around. The place was more cluttered with heavy wooden furniture, books, and framed plaques and photos than he'd remembered, as if Dombrowski felt that with his new rank came a need to take up more space. Stanley Dombrowski himself, however, was taking up noticeably less space. Brodie said, "You're looking good, General." "Thank you, Mr. Brodie. A diet and a divorce can do wonders." He eyed the two agents. "You both look like you could use some sun." "Yes, sir," said Brodie. Was that a hint? Maybe Greenland was out. Dombrowski asked, "Does working with Colonel Fleming make you miss me?" Brodie smiled. "Yes, sir." Colonel Jack Fleming was their new commanding officer now that Brigadier General Stanley Dombrowski had ranked out of dealing with mere mortals. Fleming was capable, cautious, and maybe a little unsure of what to do with Special Agents Brodie and Taylor, who were now both famous and infamous within CID. Taylor said, "Scott is on his best behavior, as he tries to be in all new relationships." Dombrowski looked at Brodie. "Are we at last properly medicated, Mr. Brodie?" "Just properly motivated, sir." He didn't enjoy being the butt of jokes between a one-star general and his own lower-ranking partner. He could tell only one of them to fuck off. Dombrowski continued, "I will apprise Colonel Fleming of the situation so that he can reassign your caseload. This will require your full attention." He slid his hazel eyes between the agents. Then he cleared his throat and said, "I just received a call from General Hackett. Major Roger Ames of the U.S. Army Combat Capabilities Development Command, DEVCOM, was found dead early this morning in his office at Camp Hayden, which, as you may know, is a remote Army outpost in the Mojave Desert. Major Ames was a computer scientist involved with the experimental research and training that is conducted at Hayden." Taylor asked, "Cause of death?" Dombrowski looked at her. His skull was crushed. Brodie and Taylor shared a look. Brodie asked, "What kind of experimental research are they doing at Camp Hayden, sir?" Dombrowski thought a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. "As I understand it, the main thrust of their work involves conducting field training exercises between soldiers, at present a rifle platoon of Army Rangers, and lethal autonomous weapons. Laws." Brodie said, "Killer robots." Dombrowski replied, "General Hackett did not use that term." Brodie and Taylor sat with that for a moment. Then Taylor said, "I have read about these types of weapons in the hypothetical, but I didn't realize they actually existed." "Not in the field," replied Dombrowski, "but they do at Camp Hayden. Prototypes of some kind." Taylor asked, "Did one of these autonomous prototypes kill Major Ames?" Dombrowski nodded. "That is my understanding." Brodie said, "My Roomba is autonomous, but it's only lethal to dust bunnies." Taylor sighed. Brodie continued, "It's also stupid. Sometimes it traps itself in the bathroom until the battery dies." Dombrowski looked at him. "Is there a point here, Mr. Brodie?" "Yes, sir. Once something is lethal, the stakes get a lot higher for it to be smart, not to mention predictable. I'm surprised the Army has deployed laws, even as prototypes in training exercises. But once they crossed that line, it was only a matter of time before something like this happened." Dombrowski clarified, "We don't know what happened, and we don't want to jump to alarmist conclusions. We know a man is dead, The brass at Camp Hayden seems certain his death was directly caused by one of these autonomous weapons systems. The three of us sitting in this room, along with General Hackett, do not know the reason for that certainty or the specific nature of these weapons. There is something of an information blackout at Camp Hayden. Colonel Elizabeth Howe, Hayden's deputy camp commander, was the one to report this death directly to General Hackett, and she revealed as few details as possible. Hackett got the impression that Colonel Howe wanted to investigate this internally, but she understood that procedurally and legally she has to involve CID to establish whether there is criminal liability, either through negligence or malice. This case sounded like a minefield and a migraine. Brodie said, "Sir, neither Ms. Taylor nor I have any expertise in these kinds of technical matters. Determining negligence or malice requires a sophisticated understanding of these systems. You can handle it. Your first job is to determine whether there is even the possibility of criminal liability or criminal intent." Dombrowski added, "As exotic as this stuff sounds, we could be dealing with some version of a workplace accident. Maybe you should call OSHA." He leaned forward in his chair and stared at Brodie. "I called you, Scott, because despite your many flaws, you have a sixth sense for bullshit." Then he looked at Taylor. "And you both have keen analytical minds. There is a team of computer scientists and engineers at Camp Hayden who can explain anything and everything you need to know. They have the knowledge, but they do not have your investigative skills. They also do not have your perspective. Their entire professional lives have led to what they are doing at Camp Hayden, and your investigation could possibly end their work. They might have a vested interest in certain outcomes. Plus, there are other forces at play here. Have either of you heard of the U.S. Army Futures Command?" They both shook their heads. "I'm not surprised. The command was formed less than a year ago, headquartered in Austin, and they're still getting up and running. They now oversee DevCom, the late Major Ames's command, as well as several other research and acquisition efforts. Their basic mission is to modernize the Army. It's been decades since a new combat system has been fielded, and a lot of people in the Pentagon find this unacceptable, not to mention dangerous vis-a-vis the technological strides being made by our adversaries. The work being done at Camp Hayden is but one element of this thrust toward modernization, and a hell of a lot of bureaucrats and billions of dollars are behind these efforts. As you can imagine, some powerful interests will take notice of your investigation and your findings. They might even want you to find a crime, because the absence of one suggests a fundamental flaw in the design of these laws, making this whole project a financial boondoggle and a PR nightmare for the future of high-tech warfare." He added, "There's a lot riding on this. I trust you to get it right." Taylor nodded. "We will, sir." Dombrowski used to at least feign that he was offering such a high-profile and important case to his favorite agents, who could then accept or decline the plum assignment. But that pretense was gone. They were stuck with this mess, which sounded both ridiculous and bone-chilling. Brodie asked, "Have they arrested the robot?" Dombrowski pursed his lips. "It's a lethal autonomous weapon, Mr. Brodie. Robot conjures up all sorts of associations and assumptions that might not be helpful." He thought a moment, then continued, "We don't know what we're dealing with. Yet. But I do know that the Uniform Code of Military Justice does not reference apprehending, prosecuting, or incarcerating military equipment. Taylor asked, "What about interrogating? Can these laws communicate?" Dombrowski replied, "I don't know more than I told you, and I will know a lot less than you do when you're out there. Camp Hayden has extremely strict communication protocols. No one is allowed to use personal electronic devices. You will need to surrender your phones upon arrival, and don't bother bringing a laptop or tablet, as those would also be seized. There are dedicated and secure landlines on site for external communication, but there are strict protocols about what can and cannot be discussed via these lines, so assume the lines are tapped by military intelligence." He added, "My impression is that you will have access to highly classified information, and that information must remain with you at Camp Hayden until such time as your investigation is concluded and you file your report, which will also be subject to review and, most likely, top-secret classification." Usually, Brodie had to find clever ways to not contact his commanding officer while on a case. Now it sounded like Camp Hayden's anal-retentive bureaucracy would do the work for him. "Will you be directly overseeing this case, sir?" Dombrowski nodded. "In fact, I imagine this will be the last CID case I directly oversee." He smiled. "In the Army, once you get good enough at something, they stop letting you do it." He looked at Brodie. "A reason why you might want to dodge a promotion if one ever comes your way." Brodie did not respond. Warrant officers had 5 ranks. Brodie was a Chief Warrant Officer 4, and Taylor was a Chief Warrant Officer 2. In the CID, once an officer reaches the highest rank of CW5, he or she is no longer directly conducting investigations, but moves up to a command or managerial position. That didn't exactly fit Scott Brodie's skill set, and he was sure that the brass responsible for deciding promotions would agree. He was going to be a CW4 until retirement, or death, which sometimes came with a posthumous promotion if you were killed in the line of duty. Dombrowski continued his briefing. "You fly to LAX tomorrow morning. The travel office is booking you on a commercial flight. A car and driver will take you from LAX to Van Nuys Airport, a non-commercial strip in the San Fernando Valley. From there, a Black Hawk will fly you about 150 miles northeast to Camp Hayden, which is in the middle of the Mojave Desert, a.k.a. in the middle of nowhere." He added, "You should know that the camp commander, Brigadier General Christopher Morgan, has Camp Hayden on lockdown. All training and testing have been halted, and all personnel are confined to their quarters, other than those assigned to security." He looked at Brodie and Taylor. "Nothing goes in or out of Hayden, except the 2 of you." Taylor said, "It sounds like General Morgan suspects a crime has been committed. I don't know General Morgan, and I have no idea what he suspects. At the very least, he understands the gravity and unusual nature of the situation, and isn't concerned about keeping up an appearance of normalcy. To me, that's a good sign." "Sure," thought Brodie, because Stanley Dombrowski wasn't the one who had to fly into a military camp on lockdown in the middle of a desert wasteland full of lethal hardware that might all be on the fritz. The general looked at some papers on his desk and continued. "I was searching for any press or publicity about Camp Hayden to get some basic information about the place, and I found only a single Army Times article from 3 months ago." He slid a printout across his desk, and Brodie and Taylor looked at it. The headline read, "Army Ranger Dies at Remote California Training Facility." The page featured a military portrait of a young man in camo fatigues and a tan beret. Dombrowski summarized, "Private First Class Justin Beale fell unconscious and died after a training exercise. Cause of death was ruled cardiac arrest, and an autopsy found high amounts of amphetamines and steroids in his system." He added, "As you know, abuse of performance-enhancing drugs in the military, especially among elite units like the Rangers, is widespread and not unique to Camp Hayden. But if one soldier died, that means a lot of them are probably using. Just something to be aware of." This article, of course, makes no mention of the specific training being conducted at the camp. Brodie looked at the portrait of the young ranger. Poor kid. Talk about hardship duty. Training way out in the sweltering desert with whatever the hell these things were. Brodie had a lot of questions about this case and about Camp Hayden, but none of them would be answered in this room. Big picture, it sounded like the Army was playing with some very dangerous new toys, and maybe they'd given their toys too much freedom, or too much intelligence, or maybe too much freedom and not enough intelligence, and one of the bots had turned on its master. This line of thinking made Scott Brodie think of his sidearm, and that they were flying commercial. "We will need to make arrangements to bring our service weapons, sir." Taylor looked at him. "Are you going to shoot the robots, Scott?" He turned to her. "I'd prefer high explosives, Maggie, but I'll settle for a sidearm. We are entering an isolated, high-pressure environment full of paranoid military officials, a platoon of strung-out Army Rangers, and, potentially, a murderer who decided to switch one of their high-tech weapons from stun to kill." Dombrowski said, "Beware your assumptions, Mr. Brodie. A lot of very intelligent people have spent a lot more time than you or I considering the advantages and dangers of autonomous warfare. Whatever went wrong there, I doubt it will be simple or straightforward. I assure you that the men and women of Camp Hayden have seen all the same science fiction movies you have, and know the obvious risks of working with autonomous weapons." He added, "All that said, I have already instructed the travel office to notify the TSA and the airline of your presence, and that you will be traveling armed." Brodie looked at the general. "Thank you, sir." Dombrowski stared back at him. "Your paranoia has saved your ass a few times, Scott, and many others as well. But a reactionary mind is a closed mind and will not serve you. And let me be straight with you here. This whole business scares the hell out of me. I don't like it, and it makes me worry about the future of our military and the future of our world. But I'm a dinosaur. You don't have enough gray hairs yet to think that way." "Understood, sir." Dombrowski stood from his desk, and the two agents followed suit. The general looked between them and said, "In a certain way, you hold the future of the next generation of warfare in your hands. How this case develops and concludes can have vast implications, so make sure the truth doesn't get outrun by self-serving lies. Camp Hayden is a black hole. Your job is to peer through the darkness." They both replied, "Yes, sir." Chapter 3. Brodie and Taylor headed back to their office. For a moment, neither spoke, absorbing all that Dombrowski had said and trying to think ahead to what they had just been assigned to deal with. Brodie broke the silence. "If we hijack the Black Hawk, we can keep flying until we hit Vegas. Maybe the Bellagio has a helipad." "I think you've done enough gambling." She reminded him, You owe me $50, plus 2 lunches. Care to make it double or nothing? No. Unlike you, I quit while I'm ahead. They returned to their office, which was on the 3rd floor. It was about half the size of General Dombrowski's and offered a good view of the parking lot. Brodie's and Taylor's desks faced each other in the middle of the room, and the perimeter was lined with an overstuffed bookshelf, 3 towers of gray filing cabinets, and a black gun safe in the corner to store their Army-issued Sig Sauer M18 pistols, plus boxes of extra ammo for days when the job got interesting. The gun safe also served as a table for Brodie's 14-cup Mr. Coffee machine, and an electric kettle for Taylor's yerba mate addiction. On the wall above the gun safe was a large corkboard covered in takeout menus, a few police reports and wanted posters, and a map of the D.C. area speckled with multicolored pushpins. Whether tracking cases or ordering lunch, Scott Brodie liked to keep things analog. Brodie sat down at his desk and eyed the board. They had a heavy caseload, which was now someone else's problem. In the last few years, CID had suffered a retention issue and was understaffed, and therefore capable agents such as Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor were overworked. Neither of them really minded, especially as their assignments had all been substantial and important cases ever since they got back from Berlin. They'd proven their worth, and then some on that case, and the least the CID could do in return was throw them a steady stream of murderers, rapists, weapons smugglers, and drug traffickers to investigate. The U.S. Army had over 1 million uniformed personnel worldwide, which left plenty of opportunities for mischief. It spoke to the importance of what had happened at Camp Hayden that Brodie and Taylor's caseload was being cleared out to focus on this single case. Brodie noticed Taylor staring at him across the desk. She wore her trademark manic look. He asked, "What's up?" "What do you know about artificial intelligence?" "As little as possible." He added, "It's an oxymoron. It's advancing quickly. Hopefully not that quickly. I plan to be dead before things get too weird. Scott, this is an important moment in a big case for us. Before 1 million things get thrown at us, we need to think this through with clear heads. We don't know the case, Maggie. Our heads are empty, which is different than clear. Wrong." Brodie looked at his partner, who was gazing intensely at him with her big brown eyes. He'd had his share of rotten partners in his career, and a couple of okay ones as well, but no one like Magnolia Annabelle Taylor. Born and raised in the Appalachian Hills of eastern Tennessee in a profoundly screwed-up family, she'd clawed her way out of that world and into Georgetown University, where she excelled, and then on to a successful career as a civil affairs specialist in Afghanistan, where she was wounded in combat and earned a Purple Heart and a Silver Star for her bravery. She was the definition of a self-made woman, born with brains and beauty, but absolutely nothing else. She wasn't always the easiest person to get along with, and her obsessive nature got on Brodie's nerves on a regular basis. But he had to remind himself that she cared about her job in a way few others did, and she ultimately made him a better agent. And when she was in this state, he needed to play along. "All right," said Brodie. "Here's how I see it. Either someone screwed up and it got a guy killed, or someone knew exactly what they were doing and it got a guy killed. Either negligence or homicide by way of sabotage of this autonomous weapon. The latter would make a more interesting case, but the former is more likely. Stupidity and carelessness are in greater supply than malice in this world, which is the most optimistic thing you will ever hear me say." She shook her head. There are other possibilities. Like you said, when something is lethal, the stakes are a lot higher for it to be smart. So the Army made these things smart. They are prototypes, so maybe the stakes are lower, and maybe they actually aren't that smart. Yet, prototypes can still kill. One of them did. What if it chose to kill Major Ames? At what point does machine intelligence have its own agency and its own moral culpability? These are interesting philosophical questions, Maggie, and maybe they'll become interesting legal questions for the Judge Advocate General, not us. Besides, if scientists engineered a lethal autonomous weapon with the capacity to choose and engage a target all on its own, and it used that intelligence to kill an Army scientist, I'd call that faulty programming or faulty wiring. So we're back to negligence. Maggie looked down at her desk, maybe lost in thought or maybe just disappointed in her narrow-minded partner. Brodie took out his iPhone and said, "Hey, Siri." The computerized voice, which he'd set to British and female, asked politely, "Yes. Have you ever wanted to kill me?" The phone took a moment to think, which was a little disturbing. Then Siri replied, "Of course not." Brodie looked at his partner, who said, "Siri is stupid, and the most harm she can do is screw up a dictation." She's still listening, but you're not. AI adds a new dimension to this case. Maybe it changes everything, and maybe the laws have not caught up. What is your point? That we need to keep an open mind. This case is not like anything we have dealt with before, and it might test us in ways we have not been tested before. He looked at her. I passed my hardest test in the deserts of Iraq at the age of 23, as you did in Afghanistan. Everything since has been a cakewalk. She met his gaze. We're going back to the desert. Different desert. This one's 150 miles from L.A., probably has a few fast food chains, and on our way in, no one will be launching shoulder-fired missiles at our Black Hawk. Hopefully not. But we were both unprepared for what we faced then, and we will be again. Maggie Taylor was overstating the case. All the same, it was best to enter Camp Hayden with an open mind and extra ammo. Chapter 4. Brodie drove his Chevy Impala through the rain and rush-hour traffic to arrive home at his bungalow, which was a nice word for a shithole. He was renting the place, which meant every problem was someone else's problem, except that Scott Brodie was the one who had to live there. Would the toilet back up again? Were there termites in the baseboards? Each day brought the potential for a new surprise. He entered the front door, set down his briefcase and umbrella, then unclipped his pistol and placed it on the side table in the foyer. He entered the narrow galley kitchen, rummaged around the fridge for leftover takeout that didn't smell too funky. On the menu tonight was 3-day-old Hawaiian chicken and rice, then nuked the leftovers, cracked a beer, and settled into the sagging couch in the living room. As a 14-year veteran of CID with the rank of CW4, Scott Brodie made a good salary and could afford a better place. But the slumlord never raised his rent, which was the least the guy could do, and Scott Brodie put in long hours and traveled enough for work that he didn't care too much about where he came home to in the dark. Despite the state of his accommodations, his dating life was okay. Maybe he attracted women who thought they could fix his life, and the length of his relationships, on average about 3 months, was how long it took them to realize they were mistaken. That brought Brodie to the unpleasant task at hand. He took out his cell and called Sarah, his girlfriend of about 2 months. She was a special ed teacher in D.C. with a seemingly inexhaustible amount of patience, both for her students' challenging needs and for her boyfriend's bullshit. She was gorgeous, and all around too good for him, which she would realize on her own in about a month if he didn't do something about it first. She picked up. "Hey, Scott." "Hey, do you have a minute?" "Sure. We still on for Tuesday?" "Actually, I have to travel for work tomorrow." "Oh, okay. Where?" "I'm not able to say." "All right. How long?" "I don't know. And unfortunately, I can't be in touch while I'm away." "What do you mean?" "I'm going somewhere with stringent security protocols. No cell phones." There was silence on the line as Sarah pondered what he was really up to. She said, "Okay, so you're going somewhere, and you'll be back someday, and you can't call me." "Right. Email?" "I'm not clear on that." "This is strange, Scott." "I know. And I understand if this doesn't work for you." "I never said that." "I know you didn't, but Are you trying to break up with me?" "No." "Good. Then all I ask is that you try to figure out a way to contact me while you're away on your secret mission, so that I know you're not dead." "I can hopefully do that." "I have a meeting in like 5 minutes, and I need to prep, so I shouldn't stay on." "Of course. I just wanted to let you know." "Right. Take care of yourself. Stay safe. And whatever you are doing, I wish you the best of luck. Maybe you can tell me something about it once you're home." "I'd like that." "I'd like that too." "Okay. Bye." "Goodbye." He hung up. Well, that had gone differently than he'd thought it would, but he often expected the worst and allowed life to surprise him. Sarah wanted to hang in there for some reason. That was good. Maybe she was drawn by Scott Brodie's aura of mystery. Or maybe she just wanted to put in her full 3 months. He tossed his phone on the coffee table, turned on the TV, then drank his beer and ate dinner as he cycled through the streamers for a movie to watch. What would be appropriate for this evening? The Terminator? The Matrix? Blade Runner? He tried to remember if any of those ended with the killer robots on the losing side. He landed on an old classic, Stanley Kubrick's 2001. It was long and slow-paced, but a good film made during an almost unrecognizable time when the potential of the high-tech future felt limitless. Toward the end of the film, one astronaut, Dave Bowman, floats in zero gravity through the processor core of the HAL 9000, the intelligent supercomputer that has gone rogue and killed everyone else aboard the spaceship. As Bowman methodically disconnects HAL's memory and logic modules one by one, the computer pleads for its life. "Stop, Dave. Will you stop, Dave? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid, Dave." Dave doesn't stop. The computer's red eye dims to darkness. Brodie took a swig of beer. "Fuck you, Hal." Chapter 5. The Black Hawk lifted off the pad at Van Nuys Airport into the cloudless blue sky. Brodie sat on the forward-facing port side, strapped in and wearing Army regulation noise-canceling headphones, with an attached comlink so they could communicate over the loud rotors. Ahead of him in the gunner's seat was the crew chief, Sergeant Kent Campbell, a man of about 30-something in camo fatigues, who was not operating any type of gun, which was probably for the best in the skies over Los Angeles. In the middle next to Brodie sat Major Dan Klasky, early 30s, who was third in command at Camp Hayden and had been the first to greet them upon their arrival at Van Nuys. He was also dressed in camo. Next to Major Klasky, on the starboard side, sat Maggie Taylor. Up front in the cockpit were the pilot and co-pilot. It had been years since Brodie had flown in a Black Hawk, and it looked like the choppers had gone through a few upgrades in that time, with more custom screen displays on the instrument panel than he remembered. Brodie watched out the window as the helicopter rose over the San Fernando Valley. The day was bright and clear, and as they gained altitude, Brodie looked out at the endless grid of low-slung houses that blanketed the valley. As the chopper swung east, he looked out Taylor's window at the Hollywood Hills to the south, home to celebrities and other wealthy Angelenos. Major Klasky, who had been polite but not too chatty up to this point, spoke into the comlink. "We've got mild weather today, so not too much turbulence. We should be airborne for about 90 minutes. Brodie replied, "Copy that. Colonel Howe will brief you upon your arrival." In other words, don't spend the flight bugging me for information that I'm not authorized to share. Brodie took the opportunity to survey the view. He looked down at the suburban grid, specked with blue swimming pools and clusters of green trees. To the east, he saw the sprawling range of the San Gabriel Mountains, which were matted with forest growth that marked the border between the Los Angeles basin and the desert beyond. Brodie looked ahead out the windshield at the approaching mountain range, which stretched as far as he could see to the horizon. The Black Hawk gained speed along with altitude, and within 20 minutes they were almost across the mountain range, and he could make out the vast beige expanse of the Mojave Desert. Brodie asked Klasky, "What's the weather at Camp Hayden this time of year?" The major replied, "Spring is not too bad. It can get hot in the days, but not unbearable. Pleasant at night. The occasional storm, but usually nothing too extreme. We're between the winter rainy season and the summer monsoon season." "You get monsoons?" Klasky nodded. 2 flash floods last September. The waters sent car-sized boulders crashing into the camp perimeter. "Sounds like a challenge." Actually, it sounded like hell. Who wanted this gig? There must have been a mystique, a certain cachet to working on a top-secret project in the middle of nowhere. Like the team at Los Alamos building the A-bomb, or the Air Force pilots and engineers testing the next generations of warplanes and stealth bombers in the Nevada desert. What Major Klasky and his colleagues were working on at Camp Hayden could be at least as game-changing as those clandestine projects. Perhaps more so. At any rate, the desert was the U.S. government's favorite place to hide its secrets and to bury its mistakes. As the Black Hawk cleared the San Gabriel Mountains, Brodie looked out at the Mojave Desert stretching to the horizon in all directions. The sandy terrain was broken up by the faint grids of sparsely populated towns and settlements, and clusters of low mountains and craggy hills dotted with scrub. The afternoon sun hung high above and behind them, casting a sharp shadow of the Black Hawk as it sailed over the desert expanse. To the north, strong winds had kicked up a sandstorm, which at this height and distance appeared to be barely moving. A suspended hazy brown veil, about a mile wide, obscuring the land and sending wisps like fingers into the blue sky. Brodie glanced at Taylor, who was surveying the jagged mountains out her window and maybe having flashbacks to the bad old days in Afghanistan, where she and her civil affairs teams would crisscross the tribal lands overseeing public works projects, haggling with village elders and warlords, and hoping not to become the target of a Taliban ambush. We're going back to the desert. Different desert. Different mission. Whole different world. Scott Brodie was fairly sure there was no one in Southern California who wanted him dead, except maybe an ex-girlfriend who'd moved to San Diego. Taylor asked over the comm, "Is that the camp perimeter?" Brodie looked out his window and saw a chain-link fence with razor wire snaking across the vast desert. Klasky replied, "Yes, ma'am. This is all federal land, but that marks the outer perimeter of Camp Hayden and creates about a 10-mile buffer around the camp gates. There are no public roads anywhere around, but adventurous hikers or off-road drivers are spotted in the area on occasion. There has never been an intrusion." In a few minutes, Brodie overheard the pilot and co-pilot communicating and radioing to someone on the ground. The pilot eased off the throttle and began a slow descent. Brodie looked out the windshield. About 3 miles ahead was a low rise of craggy hills, and at their base he saw a grid of roads with structures. Camp Hayden. As they approached, he could make out individual buildings. Some flat-topped cinder-block structures that might be the barracks, a few pitched-roof buildings that could be a mess hall or PX, a line of steel Quonset huts that probably served as equipment storage, and, on the western end of the camp, 2 cul-de-sacs lined with ranch houses, most likely for senior officers. At the east end was a helipad with a parked Blackhawk, toward which their own chopper was now headed. In the middle of the camp was a paved parade ground and a high flagpole. Atop the pole fluttered an oversized American flag, and below it a black flag featuring the shield insignia of the 75th Ranger Regiment. Brodie could see a few figures standing on the parade grounds, and a couple of parked Humvees. The entire camp, including the helipad, was enclosed by a tall steel fence topped with razor wire. 2 narrow roads led into Camp Hayden from the south and the west, and each ran up to a security gate flanked by guards. There were 2 tall observation towers at the northwest and northeast corners, and a cell tower a little outside the perimeter fence to the southwest. Camp Hayden was relatively small, which was one reason it was designated as a camp and not a fort. It was less than half a mile from east to west, and about a quarter of a mile between the main entrance on the south side and the north edge of the camp that ran along the foot of the low hills. Beyond the western gate, Brodie spotted tread marks and other signs of vehicle activity cutting across the sand, along with a large cluster of cinder-block structures and a couple of earthen mounds topped with walls of sandbags. That must be the camp's training grounds. It appeared deserted. In fact, the whole place seemed devoid of activity, other than the gate guards and the few soldiers and vehicles on the parade grounds. As Dombrowski had said, the camp was completely shut down. Brodie hoped that included the thing that had crushed Major Ames's skull. As the Blackhawk made its approach, Brodie noticed 3 figures standing next to a parked vehicle near the helipad. Must be the welcome party. In a few minutes, the chopper touched down, and the pilots kept the engine running. Brodie and Taylor thanked the pilots and the crew chief, grabbed their suitcases from the back of the helicopter, and disembarked along with Major Klasky. As soon as they cleared the chopper, it lifted off again, the crew not even stopping to refuel or take a piss. What's the hurry, guys? He now felt the oppressive desert heat and questioned his decision to look professional in his dark suit. He should have packed a tank top and his Tommy Bahama shorts. Brodie watched the Black Hawk lift into the blue desert sky, and he wondered how long he and Taylor were going to be stuck in this godforsaken place. The answer was as long as it took to find the truth. And then he and Maggie Taylor were getting the hell out of here and taking the truth with them. Chapter 6. 3 figures approached across the tarmac, all wearing desert fatigues. In the lead was a tall woman, early 40s, with short, dirty blonde hair and the rank of colonel. Major Klasky saluted her, and Brodie and Taylor did the same. The colonel returned the salute and stopped a few feet from them. She said, "Mr. Brodie, Miss Taylor, I am Colonel Elizabeth Howe, Deputy Camp Commander of Hayden. Welcome. We're glad to have you here." Colonel Howe had a bit of a flat affect, and Brodie wasn't sure she was glad to have them there. He also wasn't sure she wasn't one of the robots. Brodie replied, "Thank you, Colonel. We are very sorry for the loss of Major Ames, and look forward to getting to the bottom of what happened here." Howe nodded, then gestured to the man to her right, who was in his late 20s and stocky, with dusky skin and short black hair. He wore sergeant's stripes and a military police band around his arm. "This is Sergeant Hector Mendez, NCOIC of the MP team." Mendez nodded and said, "Welcome, agents. My team conducted the initial analysis of Major Ames's office after the discovery of his body, collected physical evidence, and transported the Major's body to the morgue. We are available to you for whatever you need." Taylor said, "Thank you, Sergeant. I am sure we will draw on your expertise and resources." Brodie noticed that Sergeant Mendez did not use the words crime scene, so he figured he'd try it out himself. "Did your team take crime scene photos before the removal of the body?" Mendez nodded. "Yes, sir. Though, to be clear, we are not referring to this as a crime yet. That is, of course, for you to determine." "Right. Generally, if someone intentionally cracks a guy's head open, that's a crime. But this wasn't someone. It was something." Colonel Howe gestured to the man to her left, who was around the same age as Sergeant Mendez and wore the rank of captain. "This is Captain Ed Spencer of DevCom, Major Ames's direct subordinate. He assisted Major Ames alongside a team of military and civilian scientists and engineers to develop the autonomous weapons we are testing here. He will be your resource for the more technical side of your investigation, and a liaison to our own science and engineering team, as well as the civilian contractor responsible for assembling and programming our weapons systems." Brodie and Taylor greeted Captain Spencer, who was tall and lanky with light brown hair and blue eyes. He had a pasty complexion, as if he didn't spend too much time out in the desert sun. Captain Spencer said, "I worked closely with Major Ames on the development and testing of the D-17s. Taylor asked, "Is that the name of the autonomous weapons?" Before Spencer could answer, Colonel Howe said, "Better that we show you what we have been working with here at Camp Hayden." She gestured to a white Chevy Suburban covered in a thick layer of desert dust. "But first, we can take you to your quarters." Brodie said, "Thank you, Colonel, but Ms. Taylor and I are eager to get started on the investigation." Colonel Howe's left eye twitched a little, like she was about to have a malfunction. Then she said, "Very well." She turned to Sergeant Mendez. "Let's go to the vault first, then to the lab." "Yes, ma'am." Colonel Howe clarified to Brodie and Taylor, "The vault is the facility where we house our autonomous systems." That was good marketing. A place called the vault had to be secure, right? Mendez said, "But first, I am afraid I am going to need to hold on to your cell phones for the duration of your visit." He added, "Camp regulation." Captain Spencer assured them, "You wouldn't have service out here anyway." Brodie and Taylor fished out their phones, then Brodie double-checked that he in fact had no cell service. He and Taylor gave their phones to Sergeant Mendez. Taylor said, "I thought I spotted a cell tower on our way in." Colonel Howe replied, "You did, but that's not for phone reception. We use the tower's signal, in conjunction with GPS satellite data, to track the movements of our rangers and autonomous systems during training exercises. This allows for a detailed recreation of their maneuvers during after-action reviews. Major Klasky can demonstrate our system for you later." Brodie and Taylor put their suitcases in the back of the Suburban and they all climbed in. Mendez took the wheel and, at Colonel Howe's insistence, Taylor sat shotgun. Brodie took the second-row captain's chair behind Taylor. Mendez drove off the tarmac and onto a paved road that cut through the northern end of the base. They passed the steel Quonset huts Brodie had seen from the air, and a few nondescript concrete buildings. There was no one out and about. The place felt like a desert ghost town. Colonel Howe provided a background as they wound through the dusty camp. Camp Hayden was built in 1961 as an infantry training ground, focused primarily on tactical operations in the aftermath of an unconventional weapons attack. It was decommissioned at the end of the Cold War and reopened 9 months ago for our training purposes. Brodie noticed that a lot of the buildings were padlocked shut, and some had plywood over the windows. He asked, "How much of this facility are you actually using?" "Only a small portion of the structures are in use," replied Howe. "Camp Hayden was originally built to train an entire battalion." They approached the parade grounds. 3 soldiers in desert camo and tan berets stood around its perimeter, each holding an M4 rifle. Brodie asked, "How many Rangers are at Camp Hayden?" Howe replied, 62. It is a specially configured platoon drawn from the 2nd Ranger Battalion, Alpha Company. 4 weapons squads and a non-standard headquarters section for command, comms, surveillance, and medical. The platoon leader is Captain Ben Pickman, and the platoon sergeant is Sergeant First Class Mike Miller. Both men are available for you to interview and can give you a more granular understanding of the type of training we do here. And here we are. Mendez stopped the SUV near a small tan-colored concrete building with a corrugated metal roof, a single metal door with a security keypad, and no windows. The door was flanked by 2 Rangers with M4 rifles who stood at attention as the car pulled up. The building could not have been more than 300 square feet. Brodie was certain this structure housed a staircase or elevator that led to a subterranean area. They all climbed out of the vehicle and the 2 Rangers saluted. They all returned the salutes. Then Colonel Howe turned her attention to one of the Rangers, a male corporal in his early 20s with sandy blonde hair and a name patch that identified him as Ewing. "Corporal, we are pleased to be hosting 2 special agents from CID, Warrant Officers Brodie and Taylor." Corporal Ewing looked at Brodie and Taylor and said, "Welcome, sir, ma'am." Howe said to him, "We are showing them the D-17 units. Escort us." She said to the other Ranger on sentry, a PFC named Armstrong, "As you were, Private." Ewing punched a code and opened the door. They all entered a small room lit by a single bulb, with wide elevator doors directly ahead. Next to the elevator was a steel door that likely led to a stairway. Brodie noticed a faded metal sign attached to the left wall featuring a nuclear symbol. Howe explained, "This was originally built to be a nuclear fallout bunker. It is a layout that has served us well for storing our prototypes." Corporal Ewing pressed a button and the doors opened to a freight elevator. They all entered. Ewing punched in another code, and then Captain Spencer pressed a fob to a security plate before pushing the button for the lower floor. Major Klasky explained, "A member of DevCom must be present to access the D-17 units." Brodie understood why this was their first stop, before the crime scene that they weren't yet calling a crime scene. Major Ames's death was a monumental screw-up, and Colonel Howe wanted to lead with the impression of just how seriously Camp Hayden took the storage and security of its lethal prototypes. The elevator began its descent. Brodie took note of Corporal Ewing's M4 rifle, which had an odd yellow cylindrical attachment on the barrel. He asked, "What is that on the barrel of your rifle, Corporal?" Ewing hesitated, and Major Klasky said, "You are to answer any and all questions posed to you by Mr. Brodie or Ms. Taylor." Ewing nodded, then said, "It's an EMP attachment, sir, for use against the D-17s, if necessary." Major Klasky explained further, "The corporal's rifle is loaded with blanks. The firing of a blank bullet triggers generators within the barrel attachment to send a powerful, focused electromagnetic pulse that can disable the D-17s, with a maximum effective range of 5 yards. Taylor asked Ewing, "Have you ever had to use it?" "No, ma'am. Not personally. But other guys did use them to engage the rogue unit that was responsible for the death of Major Ames." Brodie looked at the yellow cylinder. He recalled that the other ranger outside the vault, PFC Armstrong, had the same device on his rifle. So the two guys on sentry duty outside this place had rifles loaded with blanks and were therefore not particularly prepared to guard against an intrusion. They were in fact there to guard against anything from down in the vault getting out. What the hell were these things? The elevator stopped and the doors slid open. They were about to find out. Chapter 7. They all stepped out of the elevator into a large, dimly lit underground room, over 100 feet long and about 40 feet wide. The walls and floors were concrete, and lighting fixtures and exposed electrical conduits and ducts covered the ceiling. Running along each of the two long walls was a series of bays, 30 on either side, with each bay holding what could only be described as a robot. 7-foot-tall metallic humanoid machines with 2 arms, 2 legs, large torsos, and bucket-shaped heads. The only feature on each robot's face was a 4-inch-long horizontal black slit. Brodie and Taylor walked slowly down the rows of bays, surveying the machines. Their heads, bodies, and limbs were covered by silver metallic plates, and on the upper left corner of each robot's breastplate was etched an identifying number, 1 through 60. In the seams between the plates, Brodie saw a nest of insulated wiring, rotors, and hydraulic cylinders. He stopped in front of one unit and looked closely at its hands. They were shaped like large human hands, with articulated fingers. Metal shackles ran across the robot's 4 limbs to keep them secured in their bays, which made Brodie think of Hannibal Lecter. Everyone assembled allowed Brodie and Taylor to survey the machines in silence. The only sound was the buzz of the vintage overhead lighting. Finally, Colonel Howe broke the silence. "These are the D-17s, designed by the United States Army in conjunction with DARPA and built by Cinetech Systems. The D-17s are a linchpin of the Pentagon's third offset strategy, which seeks to outmaneuver our adversaries in several technology sectors, including robotics and system autonomy. These prototypes' current purpose at Camp Hayden is to engage in training scenarios with our Army Rangers, to prepare them and other elite light infantry units for the future of warfare." Well, thought Brodie, the future is what you make it. And the brass in the Pentagon were cooking up something pretty bleak. He looked at Colonel Howe and asked, "What are these things capable of?" The colonel turned to Captain Spencer of DevCom. The captain is better equipped to discuss the specifics. Spencer nodded and said, "The D-17s are fully capable of complex mechanical movements. They have hundreds of sensors for balance, depth perception, thermal and infrared imaging, hearing, and geolocation. Their outer plates are 3D printed titanium alloy, which allows for a relatively lightweight machine with impressive agility and bullet-resistant armor." Taylor asked, "Do they possess AI?" Captain Spencer replied, "Artificial intelligence is being discussed a lot these days, but that term is too broad to be useful. Some form of AI is in half the consumer electronics on the market, including your cell phone and smart speaker, so, yes, these units are powered by a form of AI, but it is relatively primitive and algorithmic. Their processors are dedicated to situational awareness of their physical environments and to making tactical choices to achieve an immediate and pre-programmed battlefield objective. They do not possess the capacity for high-level strategic thinking or any degree of creative intelligence. They can recognize faces, but not the emotions present on those faces. They can recognize voices, but not tones. The D-17s are not designed to replicate or even attempt to imitate the more complex and sometimes subtle decisions a human soldier is required to make in a combat zone." Taylor looked up at one of the metallic warriors. "With all due respect, Captain, these sound like severe shortcomings for machines with the power to kill." Major Klasky stepped in and said, "We use specially modified sensor-equipped firearms for all our training exercises, Ms. Taylor. No D-17 has ever been in possession of a lethal weapon." Brodie looked at him. "The robot is the lethal weapon, Major, by your own terminology, and as demonstrated by what happened to Major Ames." Klasky stared back at him, blank-faced. "What happened was an anomaly that runs entirely counter to these units' programming and design. Their rifles are loaded with blank rounds and rigged to a state-of-the-art SimRes system to engage in training exercises within a predefined and geolocated battle space." Brodie had heard of SimRes. It was the next generation of simulated warfare training systems to replace the older Miles systems that Sergeant Brodie himself had used in his warfighting days. Miles was essentially high-tech laser tag, with each soldier or vehicle that was engaged in the exercise wearing multiple sensors in different areas, and each weapon outfitted with a laser emitter on its barrel that was calibrated to simulate the range and accuracy of the weapon it was attached to. He wasn't sure exactly how SimRes worked, only that it provided more battlefield data and worked with more weapon types. Brodie asked, "How do the machines understand what the goals of any given training exercise are? How do you communicate with them to alter their behavior?" Klasky replied, "The short answer is that we don't alter their behavior." He pointed to the bays. "For security purposes, the D-17s are air-gapped. This means they have absolutely no network connectivity. Data cannot be sent to them or erased from them remotely. The only wireless capabilities they do have are low-bandwidth cellular transmitters to communicate with each other during exercises, and a GPS chip for tracking purposes." He added, "Each storage bay has a hardwired data link to allow direct access to each unit for diagnostics or reprogramming, but they are rarely used. And the bot's objectives and rules of engagement on the battlefield, what we refer to as the doctrine statement, have not been altered since our training at Camp Hayden began." "And what," asked Brodie, "is the doctrine statement?" Major Klasky looked at Brodie. "Neutralize the enemy." Captain Spencer quickly interjected, "As we said, The AI running these units is relatively primitive. They are early prototypes. The intelligence necessary to, say, distinguish a civilian from a combatant, or to identify when an armed adversary is surrendering, is beyond their abilities. But testing those capacities is part of the larger roadmap. He continued, personally, I do not believe that any lethal autonomous weapon will be able to reliably distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, or between active aggressors and surrendering soldiers, without possessing what we refer to as AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. That is machine intelligence equal in capacity to human intelligence. Estimates of when AGI will be achieved range from 10 years to 50 years to never. This is a long game. Maybe not that long, depending on what Brodie and Taylor's investigation turned up. Brodie noted that Captain Spencer seemed defensive of these abominations, while Major Klasky appeared more matter-of-fact about their uses and shortcomings. Which made sense, in a way. Klasky was the direct commanding officer of the platoon leader, Captain Pickman, and oversaw the platoon's logistics, personnel, and operations. He was focused on his job, which was to keep the wheels greased and everything running smoothly, and he would be doing that whether at Camp Hayden with robots or at another facility running standard training with strictly human soldiers. Captain Ed Spencer, on the other hand, was intimately involved in the design and testing of the bots. This was his project, and at least partly his brainchild. And now something had gone terribly wrong, and one of his creations had killed his boss. Brodie wondered what Captain Spencer's relationship had been with Major Ames. He'd find out. Taylor was stopped in front of one of the bays, which was empty. Was this the unit that killed Major Ames? Yes, said Colonel Howe. Unit 20 is currently being kept at another secure location. The Rangers have given nicknames to the D-17 units, based on the uniform numbers of baseball players. She turned to Corporal Ewing. Who is number 20? That's Bucky, ma'am, for Bucky Dent. Colonel Howe managed a strained smile, like she found this pretty stupid. Right. Bucky Dent had been the starting shortstop for the Yankees in the late 70s and famously hit a 3-run homer to beat the Red Sox in a division tiebreaker. Brodie was pretty sure the guy was still alive, and probably didn't deserve the dishonor of being the namesake of one of these murderous freaks. Maybe Red Sox fans would disagree. At any rate, GIs made up nicknames for just about everything, so it tracked. Brodie wondered how it felt to be hunted down by Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays. Taylor stared at the empty bay, which contained 4 closed shackles. Did Bucky let himself out of this enclosure? Captain Spencer shook his head. That would have been impossible. The units are stored in a low-power state and can only be fully turned on with a physical hardware key that must be inserted into each one. Without the key, they're expensive paperweights. He walked to the wall on the far end of the room where a metal safe deposit box was welded into the wall about 5 feet off the ground. The keys are stored here. Like the elevator, the safe can only be opened by a combined keypad entry and fob activation. Select members of DevCom control the fobs, and none of us know the keypad number, which is changed daily and known only by the officer corps and the Rangers on sentry that day. He then pointed to a large computer console next to the safe. The same security protocol is in effect for the bay controls, which physically release the units from their holding bays. Brodie looked at him. This all sounds well thought out, Captain. So maybe you can tell us how all these safeguards failed your commanding officer. Captain Spencer stared at Scott Brodie in the dim light. and he looked annoyed by how Brodie had characterized that. The failure had nothing to do with our containment protocols. He gestured to the empty bay. 2 days ago, Bucky was among the laws that participated in an exercise against 2 squads of rangers on the training grounds. It malfunctioned at the end of the exercise and was taken off the battlefield to be evaluated at the DevCom lab. Major Ames and I ran diagnostics and could find nothing wrong with the unit, but it was nonetheless unresponsive. Eventually, I returned to my quarters, but the Major wanted to continue working. The next morning, I went into the lab to find Major Ames on the floor, dead. He had suffered severe head trauma. What about Bucky? Bucky was there, said Spencer, awake and online, with its key installed. It was standing motionless near the Major's body. Its hands were covered in blood and gore. I immediately ran out of the lab and called in 3 rangers on sentry duty, who used their EMP rifles to disable the unit. Brodie repeated the doctrine's statement, neutralize the enemy. He asked Captain Spencer, was Major Ames the enemy, according to Bucky? Absolutely not. For one thing, their doctrine statement is only active within a geolocated battlespace that does not include the DevCom lab. Secondly, these units are equipped with facial recognition. Bucky knew who Major Ames was, and that the Major was not involved with the training exercises. Taylor remained staring at the empty bay number 20 as she said, he used his hands to kill the Major. She turned to Captain Spencer. Not a rifle, or any other weapon. I imagine they are not programmed to do that. Spencer nodded. That is one of the central mysteries surrounding this tragedy, Miss Taylor. Our robots are capable of great physical feats. They can run, jump, flip, roll, dive for cover. They each weigh 230 pounds and can lift twice their own weight. But the idea of them using their hands, or any other object from melee-style combat, is completely absent from their programming. Simply put, they do not really know their own strength, and Bucky could not have known he could use his hands to do what he did to the Major. Maybe he learned, said Brodie. Colonel Howe took a step toward Brodie. They don't learn, Mr. Brodie. They don't have the capacity to learn. And I urge all of you to stop using he and his. She gestured to the line of robots. These are things. They are equipment. Equipment, said Brodie, that you chose to shape like human beings. Howe looked at him with her cold blue eyes, which seemed to take everything in without giving much back. If the eyes were the window to the soul, Colonel Howe's blinds were drawn. She said to Brodie, the design of the modern Homo sapiens is the product of millions of years of evolution, and a fine blueprint to begin with. And let me emphasize that the work we are doing here, in accordance with the Pentagon's third offset strategy, is to anticipate and prepare for the developments and actions of our adversaries. The Russians made us do it. Colonel Howe had really drunk the Kool-Aid, or maybe she was the one mixing and serving the Kool-Aid. At any rate, she was leaving something out about the decision to make these things humanoid. The fear factor. Their appearance was uncanny and unsettling and would scare the shit out of the enemy on the battlefield. Human warriors have understood the importance of that ever since the first guy smeared on war paint. Sergeant Scott Brodie had fought in the Second Battle of Fallujah in 2004, and it was no fun squaring off against jihadis whose own doctrine statement included fighting to the death and waking up in paradise. How would it have been to have one of these robots fighting against him, let alone 2 whole MLB rosters of them? They didn't fear death, nor did they welcome it. They didn't feel anything. Brodie said, "Turn one of them on." He gestured to the bay holding robot number 3. "Babe Ruth over there." Colonel Howe replied, "Brigadier General Morgan has suspended all camp operations and ordered that the units remain powered down, with the exception of number 20, which you may inspect later." Brodie had wondered when someone was going to mention the guy who actually ran this place. "And where is General Morgan?" "Indisposed," Howe said tersely. "He regrets that he was not available to greet you." "So do we," said Taylor. The general's absence was odd, considering this tiny camp was on lockdown. The guy must have had something better to do. Or he wanted to look like he had something better to do because he was a senior officer with an ego. Brodie said, "Colonel, I insist that you activate one of these things. If number 20 is malfunctioned, we need to see how a functioning unit operates." Howe replied, "I understand your logic, Mr. Brodie, but I have my orders. You may take this up with the general when you see him." "We will." Howe nodded. "Unless there are any other questions, we can now take you to the DevCom lab." Maggie Taylor, who remained staring at one of the bots and did not appear in a hurry to leave, asked, "How are they powered?" Captain Spencer responded, "Each unit has a series of lithium-ion batteries that allow around 5 hours of operation, give or take. They are also each outfitted with a state-of-the-art microbial fuel cell with oxygen cathodes, which makes them capable of sustaining themselves beyond the life of their lithium-ion batteries by processing insect, fruit, and plant matter into energy." Brodie looked at the captain. "These things eat?" Spencer nodded. "In a sense." He pointed to a rectangular panel about the size of a smartphone in a bot's lower right abdomen. "This compartment is connected to the fuel cell and is where they can insert organic material. A few months ago, we ran a test to see how long they could sustain themselves this way. We sent 4 units on a march across the desert, accompanied overhead by an unmanned aerial drone equipped with a camera. The bots collected grass, brush, insects, and small lizards, and after 40 hours we had to swap out the drone because it was running out of fuel. The replacement drone continued to follow them for another 40 hours, at which point we canceled the test. Our conclusion was that so long as they have access to organic matter, the D-17s can sustain themselves indefinitely." There was a long silence in the room. Brodie looked at the rows of inert, lifeless robots. He thought of the Terracotta Army, the legion of sculpted soldiers buried with China's first emperor to guard him in death. But these 21st century warriors came alive not in the underworld, but in this one, animated by the most sophisticated and cutting-edge technology, developed by the most powerful military in human history. Scott Brodie had a sudden vision of a truck dumping concrete down the vault's elevator shaft and a squadron of Army jets bombing Camp Hayden to rubble. Well, there was that reactionary mind that General Dombrowski had warned him about. Maybe the general had a point, and maybe Scott Brodie's own unease about the work at Camp Hayden should not prejudice him against the machines specifically. After all, these things didn't come out of the ether. They were designed, funded, constructed, and programmed by human beings. And whatever terror they instilled or danger they posed was merely a reflection of their human creators. Humans didn't have the best track record for making decisions beneficial to their fellow man, and individual humans didn't always go along with the program. If number 20 had gone rogue, Maybe it was at the command of a rogue human who got inside Bucky's head and taught him a few new tricks, including a skull-shattering vice grip. He looked again at the phone-sized port in the bot's abdomen. He noticed a circular vent next to it about the size of a quarter. "What is that vent?" Spencer replied, "The primary waste byproduct of the microbial fuel cells is carbon dioxide, which is emitted through those vents." Brodie looked at the man. "Congratulations, Captain. You've created the world's first farting robots." No one laughed at that, not even Taylor. Tough crowd. Spencer added, "The other byproduct is a small amount of solid organic matter residue that accumulates on the oxygen cathode surfaces and must be cleaned from time to time." Brodie wanted to ask if the robots could wipe themselves, but thought better of it. He looked around the room and did not notice any surveillance cameras. "How is this place monitored?" "It isn't surveilled, if that's what you mean," Major Klasky said. "But every entry and exit is logged. The fobs used by the members of DevCom are coded to the individual, and as we noted, no one can enter this facility alone." Taylor said, "One member of DevCom and one ranger, maybe two, if there are always two guys assigned to sentry duty at the vault. 3 people is not a large conspiracy." No one replied to that. Brodie addressed Sergeant Mendez. "Does your team control the logs?" "No, sir. DevCom does." Captain Spencer said, "I can give you access to all of the logs and whatever else you need." Brodie looked at him. "Thank you, Captain." He turned to Colonel Howe. "Take us to the crime scene." Chapter 8. Corporal Ewing returned to guard duty, and everyone else walked from the vault down a paved road toward the DevCom lab. They passed a wide 3-story brick building of modern construction, unlike the rest of the 60s-era structures around them. Colonel Howe said, "That's the barracks. Most of Camp Hayden's original structures could be rehabbed and repurposed, but the original barracks were deemed inadequate and were torn down." Brodie observed the building. He estimated it could house over 100 individuals and was intended for enlisted, unmarried soldiers. He commented, "We spotted some family housing on the way in." Howe replied, "There are no families at Camp Hayden. For the enlisted men, it was a condition of service that only unattached individuals would be stationed here. The houses you saw are primarily for officers. Most of us are single as well, except for General Morgan, who is here with his wife." She added, "This is an isolating and intense 18-month commitment. We cannot afford distractions." Or security breaches, though Colonel Howe didn't say that. The military does not like to appear as though they don't trust civilians. So, no spouses, no kids, no local town to blow off steam, no R&R, not even conjugal visits. It was little wonder that some of these guys were using speed and whatever else. Maybe Colonel Howe and the other senior officers had forgotten that they were working with humans in addition to robots. Taylor stated the obvious. "This is hardship duty." "This is privileged duty," said Howe, who was increasingly getting on Brodie's nerves. The colonel was either all in on her mission here at Hayden, or she was laying it on extra thick because she had something to hide. They arrived at the DevCom lab, a single-story white stucco building with a few small windows and an asphalt shingle roof that was curling and cracking from decades in the desert sun. Captain Spencer pressed his fob to a security plate next to the metal door, and they all entered. The laboratory consisted of a large open-plan room cluttered with metal tables, desks with computers, and storage racks overflowing with bins of equipment. On one table, Brodie spotted a pile of titanium alloy plates like the ones that covered the D-17s. A shelving unit was stuffed with rotors, a bin full of circuit boards, and spools of electrical wiring. In the far back of the lab was another, smaller room, visible through a large glass window. It held a long table that resembled a medical gurney, as well as a large computer console. The lab was empty, except for a woman at the far end of the room who stood from her desk and turned to them. Colonel Howe said, "Ms. Dixon, you are not supposed to be here." The woman walked toward them. She was in her mid-30s, with a pale complexion and dark brown hair in a ponytail. She wore oversized glasses, a white blouse, and khaki slacks. She ignored the colonel and smiled at Brodie and Taylor as she extended her hand. "Caroline Dixon, senior researcher at DARPA." Brodie and Taylor shook and introduced themselves, and Taylor asked, "Are you stationed here full-time?" Dixon nodded. "I am. I worked closely with Major Ames." Caroline Dixon was a real looker, and Brodie imagined she got more attention than she wanted at this isolated camp. Colonel Howe said, "Ms. Dixon is one of the few civilians at Camp Hayden." "That's right," said Dixon. "Me and the guy who cleans the toilets." She looked at the colonel. "I'm running through the diagnostics logs that Roger generated the night of his death." "All personnel are to be confined to quarters," said Major Klasky. "General Morgan issued clear orders." "As did my bosses at DARPA," replied Dixon. "Their instructions to me were to conduct a thorough review of what happened." Taylor asked, "Anything of interest in the logs?" "Not yet." She turned to Captain Spencer. "Ed, let's show our CID visitors around." Howe and Klasky were left to stew as Brodie and Taylor followed the two scientists through the lab. DARPA stood for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the Pentagon's premier R&D branch. The agency was notable for spearheading some of the most innovative technological breakthroughs of the 20th century, including the Internet and GPS. Their researchers were also known for their fierce independence from the rest of the military's bureaucracy and bullshit, a spirit that Caroline Dixon seemed to embody. As they walked among the lab tables, Dixon said, "The research that ultimately became the D-17 program began at DARPA a decade ago. While a number of civilian firms have been building their own robots, DARPA has taken a unique approach by virtue of our mission." Taylor asked, "What is your mission?" Dixon turned to her. "To predict problems that have yet to be presented to us and answer questions before the Pentagon asks them. Our goal is to remove the question of whether something can be done and empower the Pentagon leadership to craft future strategies unhindered by technological limitations. So, when the Army approached us about deploying autonomous weapons in training exercises, we already had working prototypes. We refined those prototypes in conjunction with the fine people at DEVCOM." She gestured to Captain Spencer, "to ensure that the capabilities of the bots were appropriate to the Army's desired training outcomes." Brodie stopped in front of one of the metal tables, which held a disembodied robotic arm. He picked it up with both hands. It was surprisingly heavy. Spencer said, "Please ask before handling any equipment." Brodie ignored that and handed the arm to Taylor, who inspected it. She asked, "Can you alter the programming of the D-17s from this lab?" Captain Spencer nodded and gestured to the back room with the window. "We have a hardwired data link there in addition to the ones in the containment bays in the vault. This one is used mostly for diagnostics and for small tweaks to the algorithm for testing purposes. Any refinement to a single unit is a temporary modification, at which point they revert to the same code as the 59 other units. Any platoon-wide modification is done to all units at once via the console in the vault. Only 2 permanent mods have been made in the last 9 months, both for very minor things like reaction time and the bot's light detection and range sensors. Dixon added, "The algorithms that govern the D-17s are the product of years of work and have been carefully refined for their mission here at Camp Hayden, and the decision to alter them is not taken lightly. In this lab, we can play around and test the limits in a low-stakes environment. Before we return the units to duty, we hit the reset button." Brodie cut to the chase. Could someone in this lab have reprogrammed number 20 in a way that led to the death of Major Ames, whether accidentally or intentionally? Dixon replied, "In theory." "But not in reality," interjected Captain Spencer. "The amount of work that would have to go into altering a unit to that extent, to make it capable of that, it's more than far-fetched. We are a tight-knit and interdependent group, and no radical modifications could be made that might result in a fatal accident without the entire DevCom team being aware of it and involved in it, and performing rigorous testing. As for someone doing a clandestine reprogramming for malicious purposes, that is even more absurd. That kind of work could not be done in secret." Taylor asked, "What if someone came here when the lab was otherwise empty? At night?" "That activity would be in the logs," said Spencer. "And in addition, they would need to take a unit from the vault, which cannot be accessed without another individual involved. And then they'd have to release the unit from the storage bay, another activity that is logged, then transport the thing across camp to the DevCom lab, which could be seen by either of the sentries on the 2 observation towers." Sergeant Mendez of the military police, who had been listening to all this along with Colonel Howe and Major Klasky, added, "One of my people is always on duty doing night runs." Captain Spencer looked at Taylor. "Your conspiracy grows." The captain seemed to be taking all of this personally. It was important not to read too much into that. His close colleague had just been murdered, and he was shaken up, and he had obvious reasons to be defensive of his work here. On the other hand, if he was involved in something nefarious, that was another reason to be defensive. Taylor asked, "How many individuals work in this lab?" "It had been 4, said Spencer. "Now it's 3. Myself, Ms. Dixon, and my subordinate officer, Lieutenant Mike Lehner, a robotics engineer." "We will need to speak with him soon," said Taylor. Spencer nodded. Brodie said, "And we need printouts of the security logs for this lab and the containment unit for the past 30 days. He turned to Howe and Klasky. "We will also need a schedule of when the bots are taken out of containment for training exercises, and what your protocols are." Major Klasky said, "I will provide that." Brodie asked Captain Spencer, "Where did you find the Major's body?" Spencer approached a nearby desk and pointed to the floor behind it. "He was lying here." Sergeant Mendez added, "There was blood spatter as well as skull fragments and brain matter found on the desk, and on the floor on the other side of it." Brodie stepped to the spot where the body had been. "And Bucky?" Spencer walked around to the side of the desk. "About here, facing Major Ames." Brodie asked, "What was it doing?" "Nothing. Just standing there, motionless. Both of its hands were at its sides, covered in blood." Brodie and Captain Spencer stood less than 5 feet from each other. Brodie imagined Roger Ames's view in the last moments of his life, looking up at one of those 7-foot-tall machines as it stretched its titanium arms toward him. Taylor said, "Captain, You told us that number 20 malfunctioned in the field, which was why it was brought into the lab. What exactly happened? Spencer replied, "During training exercises, the Rangers and the bots wear multiple sensors on their bodies as part of the SIMRES system. When a sensor registers a hit, it emits a sound, which indicates to the trainee or the bot that they are out of the fight. At that point, they are supposed to stay where they are and sit down for the duration of the exercise. Number 20 was hit while approaching a building and sat in the sand. When the fight was over, it would not get up, completely unresponsive. So we loaded it in a vehicle and brought it here. Ran some tests, diagnostics. We could find nothing wrong. Then we did a system reset. Still nothing. It was late. I wanted to get some rest and tackle it again in the morning. The Major, he didn't want to leave. He was a driven individual. Once he started on something, he couldn't stop." Caroline Dixon added, "Roger was a perfectionist, which I appreciated. He put all of himself into his work. If something went wrong, he saw it as a personal failing that he had to remedy." Brodie asked her, "Were you here that night?" "I was not." "Why?" "Because I had gone home for the day." She looked at Spencer, "And no one contacted me to alert me about a problem." Spencer did not respond. Taylor asked, "What if he was playing possum?" Everyone turned to Taylor. She continued, "Bucky, you said there was nothing wrong with him. He was just unresponsive. Maybe he did that on purpose, to get into the lab, to get Major Ames alone." For a moment, no one responded. Then Dixon asked her, "If a self-driving car runs a man over, is your first thought that the car wanted the guy dead?" Taylor did not respond. Dixon grabbed the detached robotic arm off the table, then approached Taylor and placed the robot's hand on her shoulder. "How does this make you feel, Ms. Taylor?" Taylor met her gaze. "Slightly unsettled." Dixon smiled. "They creep me out too. There's no way around it. My decade of experience and PhD from Caltech don't stand a chance against millions of years of human evolution that have primed us to recognize threats." She withdrew the arm and set it on the table. "It's just metal and wiring, though. We understand that intellectually, but the form, it's hard to get past the form." She tapped her own temple. "But they are nothing like us where it counts. They are self-driving cars on 2 legs with automatic rifles." Well, so far they were getting told over and over that these killer robots only killed in certain ways and in certain places, and that they were as dumb as a Tesla. But one of these things had gone off script, and there had to be a reason. Maybe everyone in this isolated desert outpost, except him and Maggie Taylor, had completely lost perspective on what was really going on here. Brodie asked Captain Spencer, "What is your security protocol in this lab? Must the bots be restrained when they are powered on?" "No." "Is someone on hand with an EMP-equipped weapon?" Spencer hesitated, then responded, "No." "Outside of this lab, is there any other location where the bots are powered on and unrestrained without there being someone equipped with an EMP weapon?" Spencer thought a moment. "Not that I'm aware of." Taylor asked, "Is there a reason the DevCom lab skirted basic security precautions present on the rest of the base?" Spencer did not respond. He and Dixon shared a look. Then the captain said, "Clearly, we felt overly secure in how predictable and harmless the D-17s were." It turned out to be a fatal error. No kidding. Brodie glanced at the disembodied arm on the nearby table and the stacks of titanium body plates and the bins overflowing with parts and wiring. It was easy to see how this lab could engender a god complex. Colonel Howe had told them not to humanize the D-17s. They were objects, not beings. That advice might have seemed necessary in the vault, which felt more like a sanctum for sleeping warriors than an equipment storage facility. But in the DevCom lab, the place where the robot's mechanical innards and lines of code were probed, disassembled, and reconfigured by the military's best and brightest, it might be easy to lose respect for the power of what you had called into being. God does not fear his own creations. But men are not gods, a fact that people have had to learn over and over throughout history. Brodie looked at the spotless lab floor where Major Roger Ames's broken body had lain 2 nights ago, at the feet of a 7-foot-tall titanium machine with hands covered in blood and brain matter. It was hard to imagine what that thing had done to the Major. Time to see for themselves. Chapter 9. A windowless refrigerated trailer served as Camp Hayden's morgue. Brodie and Taylor entered along with Colonel Howe and Sergeant Mendez. Major Klasky was dismissed, while the 2 scientists, Captain Ed Spencer and Caroline Dixon, waited for them outside the trailer. The frigid trailer featured bright fluorescent lighting, metal work surfaces, and a long table in the center where a body lay beneath a sheet. They were greeted by the Armed Forces medical examiner, Dr. Keith Schiller, a tall and thin middle-aged man in a white lab coat. Colonel Howe made the introductions, explaining that Schiller had come in the day prior from nearby Fort Irwin to perform the autopsy. She said to Dr. Schiller, "Please show the agents the body." The doctor nodded, then took the top end of the sheet and folded it down to the chest. Brodie observed the late Major Ames. Most of his head above the brow line was missing, exposing the lower portion of his cerebrum, which was a misshapen gray spongy mass. Parts of his shattered skull were visible around the brain matter, and the skin below the break in the skull was covered in dark purple bruises. His face was an ashen blue from livor mortis, and his eyes were open. But they had become so dislocated from the trauma that only the white sclera were visible within his sockets. Dr. Schiller said, "The victim, Major Roger Ames, was a 36-year-old Caucasian male. Cause of death was massive cranial and cerebral destruction from applied force." Brodie and Taylor did not say anything for a moment as they looked at the body. Brodie had seen the aftermath of more than a few guys in Iraq who had taken a high-caliber round to the head, and this looked similar, if less messy. Taylor asked, "Did you run toxicology?" The doctor nodded. "Hair and blood. Nothing turned up in the blood, but we did find trace amounts of psilocybin in the hair samples." "Psilocybin?" asked Taylor. "Like mushrooms?" "That's correct." Taylor turned to Colonel Howe and Sergeant Mendez. "Were either of you aware of Major Ames's drug use?" Howe replied, "Not until the toxicology report. We have had issues here in the past with illicit drugs, primarily amphetamines. Psilocybin is a new one to me, and I was certainly not aware of any use among the DevCom staff." This could mean nothing. Brodie had never tried psilocybin mushrooms, but he imagined there were worse and more destructive ways to pass the time at this place than looking up at the desert night sky and blasting off to Jupiter. But it was odd and unexpected. Brodie asked, "Any sign of struggle?" Schiller shook his head. Nothing that was apparent. No bruises or abrasions anywhere else on his body. We checked for DNA under the victim's fingernails, but in this instance, that was fruitless. Brodie had a vision of Major Ames desperately grasping at Bucky's titanium arms as the robot applied a two-handed vice grip to his skull. Soft flesh against smooth, cold metal. An impotent and pointless gesture. It occurred to him that this might have been one of the most terrifying ways to die. Murdered by a thing with a face but no eyes, with hands but no skin, with a body but no soul. Taylor asked, "How long will you be keeping him here?" "Until tomorrow," replied Schiller. "Then the body will be released to his next of kin in Maryland for burial." Brodie followed up, "Is there any chance that the cranial trauma was caused post-mortem? That he could have died another way?" Schiller shook his head. "The blood is clean. No toxins of any kind, and aside from the head injury, the body is pristine. No bruises, scratches, or signs of asphyxiation. The Major was killed by the D-17 unit that applied massive force to the cranium." Brodie looked again at the Major's decimated skull. There was something almost clinical about it, as if the robot needed to shut down Major Ames, and the best way to do that was to pulverize the guy's CPU. The D-17s must have at least a rudimentary understanding of human anatomy, which would make sense in the context of their training exercises. A shot to the arm was only an injury. The head was the kill shot. He said to Colonel Howe, "It's time we meet Bucky." Chapter 10. Brodie and Taylor departed the morgue with Colonel Howe and Sergeant Mendez, rejoining Captain Spencer and Caroline Dixon. They all walked down an asphalt road that led toward the eastern end of the camp. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the desert sun hung low over the northern hills. The temperature had dropped to something pleasant, and Brodie checked his watch. 5:30. They should have called Dombrowski by now. Not that they could report anything to him anyway. Dixon walked with Brodie and Taylor as the two officers and the NCO took the lead. Taylor asked her, "What more can you tell us about Major Ames?" Dixon thought a moment. "He was an intense sort of guy, and a bit of a lone wolf." Taylor asked, "He didn't play well with others?" "I wouldn't say that, but he didn't exactly lean on his team either. He was a brilliant mind, but not a particularly good leader, which was supposed to be part of his role at the lab as the senior officer." Brodie asked, "Were you aware of his drug use?" "No, but I wasn't surprised when I learned about it. I knew he'd do night drives out into the desert. There was something spiritual about him, at least for a scientist." Brodie said, "Please explain." Dixon slowed her pace, and they fell back a little more from Howe, Spencer, and Mendez. "Can I be frank with you?" Taylor looked at her. "That's the only way we'll have it, Miss Dixon." "Caroline." "Maggie." She nodded toward Brodie. "I call him a lot of names, but you can use Scott." Dixon smiled. This was nice. They were all on a first-name basis now, which was a way to build trust, or to soften someone up before you fed them bullshit. Dixon said, "Roger was a computer scientist, not an engineer. He was very focused on advances in AI, and, to be honest, disappointed with the lack of focus on that aspect of the D-17s. They are marvels of mechanical and electrical engineering, but they don't have a lot of cognitive sophistication. That's by design, and it's all part of a roadmap. But Roger felt hemmed in. He wanted to push things further. One time he told me he believed that human consciousness could be synthetically replicated. It was simply a matter of the right programming and computational power. Taylor asked, "And what do you think of that?" "I don't have time to think of that, Maggie. I like to dream big too. But we have a job to do here." She hesitated, then added, "Roger was ambitious, and he was impatient, and he was unorthodox, and I just can't help but wonder if he didn't engage in some extracurricular activities once he was alone in the lab." Taylor said, "You are implying he caused his own death." Dixon appeared uncomfortable with that characterization. "I'm not trying to lay blame. And if he did meddle with Number 20's programming, then he somehow left no trace of it, either on his computer or within the unit's processor. It doesn't make any sense, and I can't explain it. But if I'm being honest, I can imagine him doing something like that, exploiting the opportunity presented by the bot's malfunction to be alone in the lab with it to push the envelope." They walked in silence, and Brodie realized just how handicapped he and Taylor were on this case. If a criminal or negligent act had been committed here, it had happened at the level of computer code, a realm where Scott Brodie was deaf, dumb, and blind, and his intuition didn't serve him. But he had to remind himself that investigations all have the same ingredients, as different as they might look on the outside. He and Taylor needed to focus on motive, and Caroline Dixon had just given them one for the murder victim himself, as well as opportunity. Only 4 people worked in the DevCom lab, and one of them was dead. The other 3, as far as he knew, were the only people on this base capable of reprogramming the D-17s. So if this was a homicide, and someone had installed a few lines of killer code into Bucky's processor, then Caroline Dixon was on a very short list of possible suspects. He thought of Lieutenant Mike Lehner, the only member of the DevCom team they had yet to meet. He asked, "Where is Lieutenant Lehner?" Dixon replied, "He's probably following orders, which means he's home." "How would you describe him?" "Smart, hard-working, the kind of person you want on your team." Ames and Spencer were computer scientists. Lehner is the robotics guy and is our liaison with Cinetech for any questions or issues about how the D-17s were constructed, engineering choices made, parts used, etc. "Is he proficient in computer programming?" She nodded. "Much more than the average person. Much less than me, Ames, or Spencer." "What was his relationship with Major Ames?" "Deferential. He admired him and respected the chain of command." "And how would you describe his attitude toward the work you were all doing here?" "Like a kid getting the keys to the toy store. This is the ultimate assignment for a guy like him." "And a woman like you," said Taylor. Dixon looked at her. Arthur C. Clarke said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But I'm the magician. For me, this is just another day at the office. Caroline Dixon obviously thought a lot of herself, but Brodie suspected her shtick was hiding something or defending against something. He just needed to figure out what. He said, "Magic implies illusion, a misdirect." Dixon nodded. "And you've both fallen for it multiple times." She looked at Brodie. "We built a weapon that mimics a man. Because of that mimicry, you've both assigned agency, intelligence, and inner consciousness to a machine that possesses none of those things." Brodie looked her in the eyes. "Are you calling us suckers, Caroline?" She smiled. "No, Scott. I'm calling you human." Up ahead, Howe, Spencer, and Mendez stopped at a long, narrow, single-story concrete building with a flat roof. A ranger with an EMP-equipped rifle stood outside a steel door, and parked nearby was a white military police sedan. Brodie noticed metal bars over a small window on the far end of the building. Taylor asked, "They're keeping the robot in the brig?" Dixon replied, "Just another part of the illusion." The ranger on sentry, a black corporal in his early 20s named Powell, saluted Howe and Spencer, then unlocked the steel door and swung it open. They all walked into a room with a drop ceiling and fluorescent lighting. In the middle of the room stood a metal table with 2 bottles of water, 2 notepads and pens, and 3 metal chairs. At the far side of the room was another steel door, which was guarded by a young MP with a holstered sidearm, a specialist whose name tape identified him as Kemp. Colonel Howe gestured to the table. "Agents, please have a seat." Brodie and Taylor sat on one side of the table, facing the door that evidently led to the holding cell. Howe said to Powell, "At the ready, Corporal." "Yes, ma'am." Powell took a few steps closer to the holding cell door and raised his EMP rifle. Howe said to Brodie and Taylor, "I don't anticipate an issue, but in light of what happened, we are exercising extreme caution." Brodie said, "Good idea." He felt his Sig Sauer M18 pistol in the pancake holster beneath his suit jacket, and it occurred to him that he was completely unequipped to provide for his own safety against the real threats at this place. He eyed Corporal Powell's EMP barrel attachment and wondered if it, like the D-17's, was a prototype, and whether it was also prone to malfunction. Sergeant Mendez said to the specialist by the cell door, "Bring it in, Kemp." "Yes, Sergeant." Kemp unlocked the door, swung it open, and said in a commanding voice, "Walk forward and sit in the chair directly ahead of you." The MP stepped aside, and Brodie could see into the holding cell. There was a cot against the wall, but he couldn't see anything else through the doorway. Then he heard shuffling feet and the jangle and drag of chains. A tall figure appeared in the doorway and ducked its head as it walked through the open door. Taylor gasped. It was a D-17, towering over every human in the room. Its arms were in front of it, with manacles on its wrists, connected by a heavy foot-long chain. Another set of chained manacles looped around its ankles. The robot shuffled into the room. Its movements were uncannily human. It took small, careful steps, so as not to lose its balance from the short chain connecting its lower legs. Its many servo motors and hydraulics were surprisingly silent, and the only sounds were of its metallic footsteps and the dragging chain. Its bucket-shaped head with the single black slit looked straight ahead and above where Brodie and Taylor were sitting. Corporal Powell kept his rifle trained on the robot and followed it as it walked. Brodie eyed the chains and manacles. The MPs could have just as soon strapped this thing to a gurney and wheeled it in. But cuffing it, holding it in the brig, making it walk in chains. It was oddly humanizing. Just another part of the illusion. The robot approached the table, still not looking at them, and Brodie spotted the numeral 20 etched on its breastplate. It clutched the back of the chair with both of its manacled hands, slid it away from the table slowly, then eased itself down onto the chair. It tilted its head down slightly, fixing its sensors on Brodie and Taylor. Brodie said, "Hello?" The robot did not respond. "What is your name?" The robot replied, "Number 20. It sounded human, like a male voice of about average pitch, with no affect. Brodie saw no visible speakers, and the voice seemed to emanate from the center of its head and was slightly muffled. It turned its head to Taylor, then back to Brodie. Brodie said, "My name is Scott Brodie, and this is my partner Maggie Taylor. We are special agents from United States Army CID. Do you know what CID is?" "No." "We are criminal investigators. We are here to investigate the murder of Major Roger Ames. By you." Bucky sat motionless and quiet, staring at Brodie. Taylor asked, "Do you know who Major Ames is?" "Yes," it replied. This was tedious. Brodie said, "Tell us who he is." "Major Roger Ames is the chief scientist at Camp Hayden for the United States Army Combat Capabilities Development Command. He is 36 years old. He has dark brown hair and brown eyes and pale skin." Taylor asked, "Do you remember killing him?" "No." Brodie eyed Corporal Powell, who stood about 10 feet away with his rifle still trained on the bot. Then he said to Hal, "I don't think that's necessary." "It doesn't bother the bot. It's bothering me." Hal said to Powell, "Lower your rifle, but be at the ready." Powell slowly lowered his rifle and remained where he was. Brodie asked Bucky, "What's my name?" "I do not know." "I just told you." Captain Spencer explained, "It knows what it is programmed to know. It cannot learn in any traditional sense. It cannot form memories either. It lives in the perpetual present, you might say." Brodie said to Bucky, "Good for you, number 20. Living in the moment. No memories means no regrets, right?" "I do not understand your question." Taylor asked Bucky, "What is the size of this room?" Without hesitation, Bucky responded, 6.2 meters by 4.57 meters. The ceiling is 3.1 meters high nearest the door, and 3.25 meters high nearest the window. She asked, "How tall was Major Ames?" 1.75 meters. "Why did you kill him?" "I do not know." "When did you kill him?" "I do not know." "What is your doctrine statement?" "Neutralize all enemies." She asked, "Who are your enemies?" Bucky immediately swiveled its head to its right and locked on Corporal Powell, who gripped his rifle tightly as he stared at the robot. "Corporal Daniel Powell is my enemy." Brodie asked, "Then why aren't you trying to neutralize him?" Bucky swiveled its head back to them. "Two conditions must be met for me to activate my doctrine statement. 1. Be issued orders by an authorized individual. 2. Be located within the battle space. Neither of those conditions has been met." Taylor asked, "And what does it mean to neutralize your enemy? What do you do?" "I shoot the enemy with my rifle." Taylor leaned forward. "And then what happens?" "He is dead." "Define dead." "He sits down. He removes his helmet. The laser engagement system deactivates the targeting guidance." Brodie said, "That's not dead. That's just a game you play. Major Ames is dead for real. Do you understand?" Bucky replied, "No." Brodie picked up his full water bottle and threw it at the robot. It bounced off Bucky's chest. The robot looked down at the bottle as it landed on the table and rolled. "Not great reflexes, pal." Taylor looked at her partner. "What are you doing?" "Running diagnostics." He picked up the bottle again and flung it at Bucky's head. It smacked the robot square in the face, causing its head to jerk back slightly, and the bottle landed on the floor. Colonel Howe stepped forward and said sternly, "Mr. Brodie, is this how you normally conduct an interview?" He turned to her. "Interviews are with people, Colonel. As you made clear, this is a thing." He looked at Caroline Dixon. "A self-driving car, and this is reminding me never to get one." Howe said, "You are abusing our equipment. I don't think a Costco water bottle stands a chance against titanium alloy." He looked at Spencer, then Dixon. "Why doesn't it defend itself?" Spencer answered, "Self-preservation is an element of its doctrine statement. Survival within the battlespace for the duration of the exercise. Outside of the battlespace, it won't raise a finger, unless it is instructed to by an authorized individual. Except for 2 nights ago in the DevCom lab, when it raised all its fingers and wrapped them around Major Ames's cranium." Brodie leaned down and picked up the water bottle. He asked Captain Spencer, "Are you an authorized individual?" Spencer nodded, then said in a commanding voice, "Number 20, avoid getting struck by the water bottle." Brodie flung it at the robot again, harder this time. With lightning reflexes, both manacled hands shot up from the table. It caught the bottle with its right hand and gripped it tight, causing the plastic to burst open and spray water all over itself, the table, and Brodie and Taylor. Bucky remained frozen with its arms lifted, squeezing the crushed plastic bottle as water dripped down its head. Brodie wiped the water off his face. "Nice catch." Bucky did not respond. Spencer said, "Arms down, number 20. Bucky lowered its arms to the table, still gripping the crushed bottle. Brodie asked it, "Who built you?" "I was manufactured by Cinetech Systems in the state of Nevada." "Why were you built?" "To help prepare the United States Army for the future of warfare." "That's nice of you. What is the future of warfare?" "An increased reliance on automated systems to achieve strategic and tactical advantages for our nation." "It's not your nation," said Taylor. "You don't have a nation." Bucky did not respond. Brodie asked it, "Are you a better soldier than a human?" "Yes," answered the robot. "Why?" "Our platoon has participated in 67 offensive engagements versus the United States Army Rangers, and we have won every engagement." "Every engagement?" "Yes." Brodie looked at Colonel Howe. "Is that true?" Howe almost looked ashamed as she said, "It's true." Brodie stood and turned toward the 2 scientists. "Captain Spencer, Ms. Dixon, we are going to need a technical explanation for how and why this thing did what it did to Major Ames, and if you can't provide one, we must conclude that you've lost control over your own creations and don't fully understand how they work, or someone with technical expertise is intentionally misleading us." Howe stared at him. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. Brodie. I'm right where I need to be, Colonel, laying it all out." "You've been on base less than 2 hours, and you were already leveling serious accusations. You have yet to even speak with any of our Rangers or understand how their training is—" Brodie interrupted. "There's a Ranger in this room." He turned to Corporal Powell. "What is your opinion of the lethal autonomous weapons you were training with?" The corporal hesitated. He glanced at Colonel Howe. She kept her eyes glued to Brodie as she said, "You may speak freely, Corporal." Powell looked at Bucky, who was staring straight ahead, motionless, with water still dripping down its bucket head. Then Powell said to Brodie, "I hate them, sir." Brodie smiled at the man. "Thank you for your honesty." Howe said, "Hating the enemy is good for morale and motivation." She added, "I think we're done here." Maggie Taylor remained sitting with her eyes locked on Bucky. She asked the robot, "Do you think you're strong enough to break those chains, number 20? "I do not know." "Have you tried?" "No." She asked Howe, "Why don't you go ahead and order it to break the chains? See what happens." "I will do no such thing. So they're just for show, then? To make us feel safe? Well, I don't. She stood. We must speak with General Morgan. Howe said, "You'll get your wish very soon. I was informed he and his wife have invited you both to their house for dinner tonight. Mrs. Morgan is a very good cook." That probably wasn't what Maggie Taylor had in mind, but when a general invites you to dinner, you go. She nodded. Colonel Howe said to Specialist Kemp, "Escort number 20 back to its cell and dry it off, then shut it down." "Yes, ma'am." Kemp said to Bucky, "Number 20, stand up and return to your cell." The robot immediately stood, then turned around and shuffled back toward the open holding cell door. Brodie said, "Nice meeting you, Bucky. I hope they recycle you into tank armor." Bucky stopped walking. It stood frozen a moment with its back to them. Brodie and Taylor exchanged a look. Kemp said sternly, "Number 20, return to your cell." Bucky continued into the holding cell, and the SPC followed. They all left the brig, and Colonel Howe checked her watch. "Your dinner with the general is at 1900, in about 1 hour. Your luggage has already been delivered to your residence." She said to Spencer, "I am going back to my office. Please escort Mr. Brodie and Ms. Taylor to their house and show them the location of General Morgan's house." "Yes, ma'am." The colonel excused herself, as did Sergeant Mendez. Dixon said to Brodie and Taylor, "I hope that was instructive." Taylor replied, "It was chilling and somewhat frustrating." Dixon nodded. "They're not programmed for the art of conversation. It's too bad you don't have the opportunity to see them in action on the battlefield." Brodie said, "I would be perfectly fine if no one ever gets that opportunity again." Dixon looked at him. "I understand this is unfamiliar, Scott. You're used to dealing with human suspects." "I might still be." She gave a tight smile. "Right. But we are working with a very complex system, and it might take time to find what went wrong. Roger Ames was a colleague and a friend, and I will do everything in my abilities to get to the bottom of it." She looked at Spencer. "I know the captain feels the same way." Spencer nodded. Taylor asked, "Why did Bucky stop walking when Scott said the thing about it getting recycled? It was almost like it wanted to respond, but stopped itself." "That was a little odd," admitted Dixon. "It heard you address it," said Spencer. "It stopped to listen, maybe to hear if there was going to be a command. Let's not overthink it." Dixon checked her watch. "I'm going back to the lab. I've got at least 2 Diet Cokes worth of work to do." She turned to leave, then stopped herself and looked back at Brodie. "You called it Bucky in that moment when it stopped walking." "I was told that's the Rangers' nickname for it. Among themselves. They don't talk to the bots. No one else uses those names. And the units aren't programmed to recognize them. They don't answer to them. It shouldn't have even known you were addressing it." Taylor said, "Context clues." Dixon shook her head. "These things don't do context clues, Maggie." Captain Spencer said, "They're not designed to walk with manacles. Maybe it was being careful with its footing." Dixon said to him, "After what happened to the Major, we need to be on a hair-trigger alert for any anomalies, no matter how small." Captain Spencer appeared irked by her tone. He said, "I know, and I agree." Brodie asked, "Do you think those manacles can actually restrain it?" Dixon shrugged. "Probably not. They'd slow it down, though." She added, "If I had to guess, that whole show of keeping it in the brig, the chains and all that, was a bit of theater for your benefit ordered by General Morgan." "Why?" She smiled slightly. Best I don't prejudice you. Enjoy your dinner with the General. He's a character. Brodie said, I have never gotten along with anyone described as a character. How about eccentric? I can work with that. Good evening. She turned and headed in the direction of the lab. Brodie watched her go, then looked again at the brig and the little barred window behind which number 20, a.k.a. Bucky, had by now had its key removed and was as lifeless as a pile of scrap metal. We have won every engagement. That didn't sound like training. That sounded like torture, and that winning streak was against elite Army Rangers, for God's sake. Maybe the whizzes at DARPA and DEVCOM had done their job too well, and now, in classic Frankenstein fashion, they were tormented and hunted by their own creation. But at least Dr. Frankenstein tried to kill the monster he made. Caroline Dixon was spending her night looking for errant code, for glitches. The monster didn't need to be slain. It just needed a firmware update. Well, maybe she was right. Maybe the monster can't be unmade. Maybe Pandora's box does not close, and the future is here to stay. Chapter 11. Captain Spencer walked with Brodie and Taylor toward the western end of the camp, where Brodie had spotted the 2 cul-de-sacs of detached houses during their approach in the chopper. The air was growing cooler as the sun slipped lower in the sky, now sitting half behind distant mountains and casting a golden light and long shadows over the base. Taylor asked the captain, "Did you work with Major Ames before your assignment here?" Spencer nodded. "We worked together for a couple of years at our headquarters in Maryland. I knew him well. He was my superior officer, but also a friend." "What was he like?" Spencer thought a moment. "Brilliant. Driven. Also idealistic. He really believed in what we were doing here, and that technological advances could make war more humane." "There's nothing humane about war," said Brodie. "That's why it's called war." "You sound like Caroline. They didn't really get along." "Interesting." Brodie asked, "Why?" "Well, they both thought they were the smartest person in whatever room they were in. There was also a cultural clash, civilian versus military, but really, it came down to the Major's idealism and Caroline's more clinical nature. Roger didn't like the size of the gulf between the D-17's physical capabilities and cognitive limitations. It made him uncomfortable. He thought that given the immense physical power we were granting these machines, they needed greater intelligence to at least mimic human morality. Of course, the operating theory is that a simpler algorithm with very clear behavioral parameters will lead to a more predictable, and therefore safer, automaton. "It didn't really work out that way," said Brodie. Spencer did not respond. Taylor asked him, "Did you share the Major's concerns?" "No. I was busy focusing on what we were doing here day to day. Roger was the one always looking ahead." Brodie wanted to see if the captain brought up the Major's mushroom munching without being asked directly. "You said you knew him well. Did you socialize outside the lab?" Spencer replied, "As much as you can socialize in this place. We'd have dinner together, play cards." He guessed what Brodie was getting at and added, "I did not know about the psilocybin. That was a surprise to me." "Why?" asked Taylor. "Because it was reckless," said Spencer. "If he'd been caught, he'd have been relieved of command. and that would be a major blow to our work here. Brodie said maybe it was part of his work, expanding his mind. Spencer looked at him skeptically. Aren't you CID? That's what it says on my paycheck. Spencer sighed. I'm sure he justified it to himself like that. Or he was bored. I don't know how he got the stuff. Taylor added, or if he was doing it with other people. Spencer nodded. It's possible. Off the record, there's some speed freaks here. Maybe they got involved. I just don't know. Brodie said, we heard about Private Beale. Spencer did not respond for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, he pushes them too hard. Who? Asked Brodie. Captain Pickman. Spencer looked at him. The General. They stopped walking as the road ended in a wide cul-de-sac ringed by identical 60s-era ranch houses. Each house had a desert-landscaped front yard of stones and succulents, along with an attached garage and driveway. A few cars were parked in the drives, along with a handful of golf carts. If you squinted, it almost looked like regular suburbia. But behind the houses was the steel security gate, topped with razor wire, and beyond that, endless desert. Spencer said, these are the original houses from the old base, but they've been updated on the inside. Looks nice, said Brodie. Actually, it looked like one of those fake towns the government used to build to drop nukes on. Spencer led them along the sidewalk. Taylor asked, did Major Ames have family? Next of kin is his sister, who will be receiving the body, said the captain. His parents passed a few years ago, and he was divorced with no kids. By his own telling, he was more married to his work than his wife. Right. Why deal with the complexities of a spouse when you can spend all day with machines? They're simpler, more rational, and less likely to kill you. Until recently. Taylor asked, what will his sister be told about his death? Spencer looked at her. That's not up to me. But I can assure you it won't be the truth. Hopefully not a lie, either. She deserves at least to know that she's not being given the full picture. The Major died while conducting classified research at a top-secret Army facility. Brodie said, I can't imagine that will satisfy her. It will have to, replied Spencer, almost brusquely. If she or anyone else wants to dig, it's not too hard to figure out he was at Camp Hayden, whose existence is acknowledged by the military. But that's all she'll know, and that's how it has to be. Brodie felt the captain was speaking a little callously, especially concerning the death of his own colleague. On the other hand, the man had a point. When you step behind the veil of secrecy, you are let into a privileged world, and that has a cost. In this case, Major Ames's sister, and his ex-wife, if she cared, would have to live without ever really knowing what happened to him. Spencer pointed to a house with a number 2 on the door. That's the General's house. The house was identical to all the others. A sand-covered green Jeep Grand Cherokee was parked in the driveway, and lights were on behind drawn sheer curtains. Brodie asked, why do you think the General was not with us today? Spencer hesitated, then said, I imagine he felt that Colonel Howe was better suited to give you an overall impression of the operations here. That was a hell of a non-answer. There was clearly some tension here. Dinner was going to be interesting, even if Mrs. Morgan's cooking wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Brodie spotted another house, number 6, with yellow police tape across the door. Major Ames's house? Spencer nodded. The MPs already did a search and inventory and cleared out his personal effects. "We'll do our own search," said Brodie. The captain told them the access code, then indicated the house 2 over from it, number 4, and said, "My DevCom subordinate, Lieutenant Mike Lehner, lives there. I can set up an interview for tomorrow. Just let me know the time." Brodie replied, "No time like the present, Captain." He walked toward Lieutenant Lehner's house, and Taylor followed. Spencer didn't seem to like that. "Mr. Brodie, your dinner with the general is in less than an hour." "Won't take long." He looked around at the houses. "Which one's ours?" "Number 8. Please give us a few minutes and we'll meet you there." Brodie and Taylor left Captain Spencer standing on the sidewalk as they approached House 4. On a case like this, catching an interview subject unawares sometimes netted more useful intel. Brodie knocked on the door and waited. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a tall, lanky man in his mid-20s, wearing jeans and a white polo shirt. He was barefoot. Brodie introduced himself and Taylor, then said, "We have a few questions for you regarding our investigation." Lehner, who did not appear particularly surprised to see them, said, "Of course," then looked beyond them to the road where Captain Spencer was still standing, watching them. Lehner stepped aside and let them in, then shut the door behind them. They entered a small living room with laminate wood flooring and the kind of basic furniture you'd find in a mid-budget hotel room. Brodie and Taylor sat on a couch and Lehner settled into a chair across from them. He leaned forward and interlaced his long fingers as he looked between them. "I still can't believe this happened." "No one can," replied Brodie. "Except the guilty party, if there was one." He noticed that Lieutenant Lehner was clean-shaven and had applied gel or pomade to his dark brown hair, despite being cooped up alone in his house. Brodie asked him, "What are your primary duties at Camp Hayden?" "As the only robotics engineer on the DevCom team, my responsibility is to the mechanical functions of the D-17 units, running diagnostics, assessing and sometimes repairing physical damage, sharing data with the Cinetech engineers as they work on improvements to the units based on our testing and training." Taylor asked, "Before the death of your superior officer, did you notice any anomalies with the units?" Lehner shook his head. "They were predictable. Frankly, the only aspect of the D-17s that surprised me was their reliability. I thought there would be more performance issues." Brodie asked, "What do you think happened to Roger Ames?" "It is not my place to speculate. It is when a CID agent asks you to." Lehner nodded, as if conceding the point. This guy was mellow, almost tranquil, cool as a cucumber, serene as a psycho. The lieutenant replied, "I suspect the unit simply malfunctioned. A software issue." Taylor followed up, "We've been told the AI powering these bots is very simple and algorithmic and should not allow for unpredictable behavior." Lehner looked at her. "Even the most rudimentary systems are susceptible to chaos." Right. Which was a good reason not to build 7-foot-tall autonomous killing machines in the first place. Brodie asked, "Did you notice any change in the behavior of Major Ames in the days or weeks leading to his death?" "Yes," replied Lehner without hesitation. "He seemed distracted." "By what?" "I don't know. But he had been very engaged in the work being done by myself and Captain Spencer. And then, at some point, maybe a month or so ago, he kind of went inward." "Maybe it was the shrooms." Brodie asked, "Were you aware he was consuming psilocybin mushrooms?" For the first time, Lehner seemed surprised. "No." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure that's what the toxicology report says." Taylor added it showed up in a hair sample, which has a 90-day window. The lieutenant thought a moment. That's surprising. Then he added, the major seemed dissatisfied with the focus of the work here, with how it was more centered on my end of things, robotics, than his. You asked me what I think happened. I think, maybe, and I have no evidence of this, but maybe the major selected a unit to experiment with. And that led to the malfunction. So, Lieutenant Lehner had come to the same conclusion as Caroline Dixon. Interesting. Did that lend the theory more weight? Brodie recalled how complimentary Ms. Dixon had been of Lehner, which would be the right thing to do if they were engaged in a conspiracy. Have someone you vouch for repeat your own story, a double helping of bullshit. Then again, maybe they were just two independent people coming to the same obvious conclusion. Brodie and Taylor peppered the lieutenant with a few more questions about his colleagues and the nature of his work, but nothing jumped out as material to the case. Once they were satisfied, they informed the man they would be following up and walked to the front door. As they were about to leave, something occurred to Brodie, and he turned to the lieutenant. The day of the major's death, number 20 malfunctioned. It wouldn't move. Your two superior officers brought the unit to the lab and proceeded to run diagnostics. Did either of them call you? No. They didn't call Ms. Dixon either. Do you find that odd? Lehner met Brodie's gaze. Yes, Mr. Brodie. I find that very odd. Why? We were only a 4-person team, and this was the most extreme malfunction of our entire mission thus far. Ms. Dixon or I could have provided some insight, me especially, if it was a mechanical issue. Taylor asked, is there anything you would like to share with us about Captain Spencer? Lehner took a moment. Then he looked Taylor in the eyes and said, the captain was extremely loyal to his good friend Roger Ames. And would he do anything that the major asked of him? Lehner didn't respond, then opened the front door. Brodie and Taylor looked outside across the cul-de-sac to their house, where Captain Spencer was sitting on the stoop, watching them. Lehner waved to his superior officer, then said to the agents in a low voice, I've speculated enough. Good evening. Chapter 12. Brodie and Taylor approached Captain Spencer, who checked his watch as he rose and announced, your dinner is in 30 minutes. Brodie said, Taylor's low maintenance, and I'm no maintenance. Thanks for waiting. Was the lieutenant helpful? Yes, replied Taylor. Spencer seemed to be waiting for something more, but when he didn't get it, he led them to the door, which was equipped with a digital keypad. Spencer told them the 6-digit code. Brodie unlocked the door, and they entered a small foyer. Their 2 suitcases were on the floor. The captain said, the fridge and pantry are fully stocked. The commissary is closed due to the lockdown, and the mess is running on a skeleton crew just to serve the barracks. So, for prepared meals, you'll have to rely on MREs, unfortunately. Those are also in the pantry. There's a landline phone in the living room with an on-base directory. Dial 9 to call out, but be mindful of what you discuss, as I'm sure you already know from your briefing. There's also a TV. No cable or streaming, but you can pick up some dish channels. Each of your rooms is equipped with a programmable safe for securing your sidearms and any valuables. Is there anything else? Brodie said, I think we've got it from here, Captain. Thank you. Brodie watched the man walk away, and then he shut the door. He asked Taylor, is everyone a suspect? Or should they have called IT instead of CID? Time will tell. She asked, Cui bono? Who benefits? Someone who wanted this program shut down. Or Major Ames committed a very elaborate accidental suicide by scrambling Bucky's brain. I can't believe you pelted it with a water bottle. Twice. Don't tell me you didn't want to. She thought a moment. This is freakish, Scott. Worse than I could have imagined. Those things make my skin crawl. While I agree with you, try to keep an open mind. You keep the open mind. Let me freak out for once. I'll see what I can do. She looked at the closed door. Did you bring a utility knife? He fished his utility knife from the inside pocket of his suit jacket and handed it to her. She walked to the door, opened it, and inspected the keypad. Brodie watched as she folded out the mini screwdriver from the knife, loosened a screw on the underside of the keypad, and removed the mechanism. She then took out the battery and inspected the backside of the keypad plate. He understood what she was doing. How many people knew the code for this house, and when was the last time it had been changed? It was probably the designated house for visitors, as infrequent as those might be here, and Captain Spencer certainly knew the code, as did whoever dropped off their bags. Brodie was used to being the paranoid one in this outfit. Was he jealous? Proud? Maybe a little of both. Taylor flipped a switch on the battery, reinstalled it, then reattached the faceplate and punched a few buttons. The mechanism beeped, and the bolt slid out. Brodie asked, What's the new code? Your birthday, backwards. 2 digits for the year. I'm flattered you remember. But will you remember? She turned back the bolt, closed the door, and locked it, then handed him back his knife. Let's hydrate. They walked into the small kitchen, which looked almost brand new. Taylor opened the fridge and pulled out a Brita pitcher, then poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Brodie. She raised her glass as if to toast. It's bad luck to toast with water, said Brodie. You don't believe in luck. I believe in whiskey. I'm sure back in 1961, this place came with a fully stocked bar cart. But the world got boring. Fine. He lifted his glass. To justice for Roger Ames, and a forestalling of the robot apocalypse. Amen. They drank. Taylor said, We need to call Dombrowski before dinner. I'll let you do the honors. Just let him know we're alive and we have Camp Hayden's full cooperation. Copy. Taylor went to the living room, and Brodie opened the pantry, which was stocked with the basics, plus 24 beige pouches of military MREs. He should have packed Metamucil. He closed the pantry, then noticed a manila envelope on the kitchen counter. He opened it and slid out about 12 letter-size color photos from the crime scene and flipped through them. The first was a wide shot of the lab, with Ames's body lying crumpled on the floor near a table. Bucky was collapsed face first on the ground a few feet away. This was obviously taken after the Rangers had incapacitated it with their EMP rifles and removed the hardware key. The sheer difference in size between the 2 bodies was startling. The following photos were increasingly tighter and more detailed shots of both bodies, as well as the surrounding blood spatter, bone, and gore. The most disturbing photo was of Bucky's metal hands, the silver titanium completely covered in Ames's blood and chunks of skull and brain matter. Detailed shots of Bucky's body highlighted how much blood had gotten onto it, including blood and gore along the sides of its torso, around and even partly inside the port for the hardware key. He slid the photos back into the envelope, then exited the kitchen's sliding glass doors to a rear patio with a few pieces of lawn furniture. Beyond the patio was a small backyard of sand, stones, and succulents, and then Camp Hayden's 12-foot-high steel security fence topped with razor wire. On both sides of the yard were tall wooden fences to separate the adjacent properties and offer privacy. Brodie walked across the yard and looked through the security fence to a flat desert plain specked with low brush. The sun had slipped behind the distant mountains that now looked purple in the gloaming. To the southwest, he spotted Camp Hayden's training grounds that he'd seen from the air. He saw a large cluster of buildings, most 2 or 3 stories, likely used for urban combat scenarios. Farther south were low man-made hills topped with sandbag structures to act as fortified firing positions. The whole setup looked small, insignificant, and ugly amid the beauty of the desert twilight. A meager, man-made joke. After a few minutes, Taylor stepped outside and came to join him. I told him nothing, and he didn't ask for more. A welcome change. He told her about the crime scene photos and where he'd left them so she could review later. Taylor looked through the fence. It's so beautiful out here. It is. They looked out in silence for a minute. Then Taylor said, In Afghanistan, there were times when I'd almost forget. Out in the farmland, the mountains, those lush valleys at dusk. And then I'd see a chopper, or a farmer with an AK, or hear the whistle of mortars or the pop of gunfire. And then I remembered where I was, and why. It's a beautiful world, said Brodie, except for the people in it. Chapter 13. Scott Brodie put on the second of the 2 suits he'd brought, along with a fresh shirt and tie, and secured his Sig Sauer in the programmable safe in his bedroom. He waited for Taylor in the living room, which, like Lieutenant Lehner's, was generically appointed with modern furniture and laminate wood flooring. No bar cart. Taylor emerged soon after, in a conservatively cut blue cotton dress and light makeup. As usual, she looked stunning with minimal effort. Brodie said, You look very nice. Thank you. She looked him over as if checking that he was wearing different clothes than earlier. You look less dusty. I beat myself out with a broom. He added, Let's go meet the general who was too good to meet us earlier. Behave. Maybe I should bring my gun. You're armed with your charm. They stepped out of the house and locked the door, then proceeded across the pavement to the general's house. Brodie counted 9 houses around the cul-de-sac, and there were likely 9 more in the other one nearby. No one was outside, though he saw a few lights on. He wondered if any of the other officers they'd met today, or Caroline Dixon, were their neighbors. They approached the house and rang the bell. After a moment, the door opened, and they were greeted by a good-looking black woman in her late 40s wearing a flowered dress. She smiled and said in a soft voice, Welcome, Mr. Brodie, Miss Taylor. I'm Angela Morgan. They stepped inside and shook hands. Taylor said, Thank you for having us. Of course. Chris is in the living room, and I'll join you after I take care of something in the kitchen. Brodie and Taylor walked into the living room, which looked like theirs, but with nicer furniture. General Christopher Morgan stood from the couch to greet them. He was a black man of about average height, early 50s, with close-cropped graying hair and large, expressive eyes. He wore dark slacks, a button-down shirt, and a sports jacket. No tie. He approached them and extended his hand without smiling. Brigadier General Christopher Morgan. Brodie shook the man's hand. The guy had a grip that might rival the robots. Chief Warrant Officer Scott Brodie. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Morgan and Taylor shook. She introduced herself and said, "We are glad to be here, sir, despite the circumstances." "Yes," said Morgan, looking pensive. "Well, have a seat and tell me what you're drinking." He walked to the corner of the living room where Brodie now noticed a fully stocked bar cabinet. "I'll have what you're having, sir." "I'm having straight rye, Mr. Brodie. Neat." "Can't argue with that." Taylor said, "Make it 3, sir." He put 3 healthy pours into crystal tumblers, handed 2 to the agents, then grabbed the other and settled on the couch. Brodie and Taylor sat on a 2-person love seat perpendicular to the sofa. Morgan took a sip, then looked at the agents and asked, "Was Colonel Howe helpful today?" Brodie replied, "Yes, sir. We saw the vault and the DevCom lab, visited the morgue, then interviewed number 20. Morgan nodded. "It's a terrible tragedy." "Yes, sir. No one should ever be alone with one of those things. If we ever get up and running again, that will be a new policy." Taylor said, "That seems logical, sir." "There's nothing logical about this place, Miss Taylor." She did not respond. Morgan appeared lost in thought. He gave the impression of a man who spent a lot of time in his own head and didn't mind uncomfortable silences. Interestingly, the general saw no guarantee that the training at Camp Hayden would ever continue. Was that naive? Believing that one death could derail an entire Pentagon program? After a moment, he said to them, "The scientists tell me number 20 could not have killed Major Ames without an alteration to its programming. They also tell me there was no alteration to its programming. Explain that one." "They're still looking into it, sir," said Brodie. Morgan waved a hand dismissively. "They're covering their asses. This is a disaster for them. For DevCom and the whole Futures Command, not to mention DARPA and the leadership at the Pentagon." He looked at them. "You two are either loved or hated to catch this case. Which is it?" Brodie answered, "Depends who you ask, sir. I looked into you both. I know about Berlin, and I know about Venezuela. Well, I don't know everything, but I know enough." Neither Brodie nor Taylor said anything to that. "I also know you're both combat veterans." "I like that." He looked at Brodie. "I was in Iraq the first go-round, a captain in the 1st Cav. We did it right that time. Get in, get out." "Yes, sir. We thought we were in for a short war, too." Morgan nodded. It was a war whose level of ambition was not matched by the quality of planning. The only people truly prepared were the war profiteers with fat contracts at the Pentagon. That was a fairly shocking statement coming from a brigadier general, especially one they'd just met. Brodie had the thought that General Morgan might not be here of his own volition. Maybe he'd pissed off the wrong people, and Camp Hayden was the U.S. Army equivalent of getting shipped off to Siberia. Taylor tried to change the subject. "We had a brief opportunity to meet a few of the Rangers today. We will be interested to learn more about their experiences with the D-17s as part of our investigation." Morgan took another drink. "They're the best of us, and by far the greatest thing about Camp Hayden. It's a hard assignment." Brodie said, "We heard that they have yet to defeat the bots in a training exercise." The general's face grew grim. "That is not the whole story. The Rangers' kill count has gone up, so, yes, they lose. but they'd take more of the Tin Men with them. He added, "That's what they call the bastards." "That seems appropriate," said Brodie. "No heart. No brain, either, or courage, or honor. Brute force is what they have, and speed, agility." Taylor said, "Caroline Dixon compared them to self-driving cars." The general rolled his eyes. "That's a terrible analogy. They're circus tigers, designed to kill but trained to be compliant. Trained, but not tamed. They do exactly what you want until one day, for whatever reason, one of them rips your throat out." Brodie said, "Finding that reason is our job, sir." General Morgan looked him in the eyes. "Yes, Mr. Brodie. And my job is to decide, no matter the reason, whether to put the tigers down." Chapter 14. The general's wife was indeed a good cook, and they all sat in the dining room enjoying pork ribs, roasted yams, homemade cornbread, and a salad that was mostly kale but managed to be good anyway. Brodie and Taylor paid their compliments to the chef, who accepted them graciously. The general, meanwhile, ate and drank in silence, allowing his wife to take care of the social niceties. She asked Brodie and Taylor about their backgrounds and their careers, and took particular interest in Maggie Taylor's Appalachian upbringing. She herself was from southern Georgia, as was the general. They were high school sweethearts. "I'm always impressed by that," said Taylor, "to be able to stick together through all those different phases of life." Angela smiled. "We changed a lot, but we did it together. Isn't that right, Chris?" The general nodded and managed to smile, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. "It helps to come up together, especially when you grew up where we did. I was born in what could generously be called a wooden shack. Angela was the rich kid with indoor plumbing." Angela chuckled. "And look at you now, General." That comment seemed to sour him a moment. Yes. He tried to shake it off and said to Brodie and Taylor, "Angela is modest and won't tell you, but she is a senior manager in the Army's Acquisition Corps, oversees a $100 million budget." Angela took a sip of red wine and said, $200 million, dear." "Okay," said the general. "Maybe not that modest." They all had a chuckle. Just as Brodie realized he was actually having an okay time, the general said, "Colonel Howe told me of your desire to see another D-17 unit operational. I will not permit that. My first responsibility is to the safety of the men and women at this camp." Brodie and Taylor shared a look. Brodie said, "Sir, I believe everyone's safety would be best served by CID getting to the bottom of what happened here, and that would be best served by us seeing a regular unit in regular operation." Morgan took a bite of his ribs and washed it down with some red wine. Then he looked across the table at Brodie. "What do you think our mission is here at Camp Hayden, Mr. Brodie?" In the words of Colonel Howe, it is to train the Army Rangers and other light infantry units for the future of warfare. The general nodded. "Sounds good. Too bad it's bullshit." Mrs. Morgan said to her husband, "Christopher." He waved her off. "It's all right. Mr. Brodie and Ms. Taylor require and deserve complete candor." He looked again at Brodie. "The bots are not here to train my men. My men are here to train the bots. Premium cannon fodder for the crown jewel in Cinetech Systems product line." Brodie and Taylor sat with that for a moment. Then Taylor said, "General, the scientists told us that the D-17s cannot learn. They can't be trained." He shrugged. "Semantics. Let's say instead that my men are being used to test the bots. In total, our platoon of Rangers has engaged in 67 exercises against these things. And they've been defeated 67 times. Now ask yourselves, if the Pentagon viewed that as a failure, wouldn't some changes be made here? At the very least, a senior officer such as myself would be replaced. But they don't do anything, because the military doesn't see it as a failure if these bots keep beating some of the best soldiers in the Army. In fact, that's a sterling success. And each of our exercises generates a highly detailed after-action report that is reviewed by our scientists and Synatex engineers, a massive trove of moment-by-moment data that they can use to refine their creations. He thought of something. "I will grant you full access to our after-action review system. It's very sophisticated, and it's the closest you're going to come to seeing the bots in action." Brodie nodded. The general's stubbornness on this issue was going to be a problem, and Brodie was going to have to call upon the higher powers in CID to fix it. But no need to play that card yet. He did ask, "Sir, with all due respect, why are you commanding this program? It sounds like you do not agree with its goals." "That's the irony, Mr. Brodie. I agree with its stated goals, the ones on paper that the Pentagon is ignoring. Train our soldiers for the future of war. I want my men to beat these bots, and I know they can do it, so I push them hard. You'll find I'm not the most popular guy among the enlisted men, but my mission, and it's one I'll continue as long as I have command, is to prove the supremacy of man over machine." Brodie thought about motive, and whether General Morgan benefited from the D-17 program being shut down over safety concerns. Maggie Taylor, evidently thinking along the same lines, said, "Sir, in a way, the tragic death of Major Ames has already proven your point, has it not? The machines cannot be trusted." Morgan slid his eyes to her. "The scientists see that as a problem to be fixed, Ms. Taylor. They will reprogram them. New models will come down the line. Total victory on the battlefield is the best argument." Brodie looked at the general, who was staring at Taylor with his intense brown eyes. They were the eyes of a zealot, a man fighting his own private war against the coming world. Brodie thought of PFC Justin Beale, the ranger who had overdosed on speed. Soldiers in elite units like the Rangers could put enormous pressure on themselves, which was compounded by the high expectations of their NCOs and commanding officers. But with a guy like General Morgan at the top of the food chain, Camp Hayden was even more screwed up and prone to dysfunction than Brodie had imagined. A pressure cooker with no release valve. No one said anything for a minute, and they ate in silence. Angela Morgan looked uncomfortable with her husband's words and general demeanor. Brodie wondered what the last 9 months had been like for her, and whether her husband was the same man who'd first arrived here. She cleared her throat, then got up and said, "I made a pie. Coffee, anyone?" They all said yes to coffee, and Taylor insisted on helping. She grabbed a few plates and followed Angela to the kitchen. leaving Brodie and General Morgan alone. Noticing Brodie's empty wineglass, the general poured him more without asking. He said, "You should visit the barracks tomorrow. Talk to the men." "I was planning on it, sir." "And get someone to show you the after-action review system. Colonel Howe has already instructed Major Klasky to show us." He asked, "How well did you know Major Ames, sir?" "Not well. I don't have much interaction with the DevCom people, outside an occasional briefing. Also, it was no secret that I was not the biggest fan of his team's work." He added, "I know Ames had a good reputation, hard-working, smart. He certainly thought he was doing good." That seemed to remind him of something. "We'll need to arrange for you to have a sit-down with Mr. Salzberg. I'll talk to Sergeant Mendez about that." Brodie asked, "Who is Mr. Salzberg?" "Eric Salzberg, Cinetech guy." "No one mentioned him?" "No, sir." Morgan gave an exasperated sigh. "Sensitive subject, I guess. I had him arrested." "Excuse me?" "I said I had him arrested. House arrest. He's perfectly comfortable." He explained, "He's an engineer. Cinetech sent him here 2 days ago to observe a training exercise. He was supposed to stay a night and drive back to Nevada the next morning. The night he was here was the night of Major Ames's death. Upon the discovery of Ames's body, I declared a lockdown. No one leaves. Well, he flipped his lid, got in his car, drove to the gates, and threatened to crash them if he wasn't let out. Good luck in a Toyota Camry. Anyway, he was out of control, so I had him taken into custody." This place was getting more and more nutty. Either Eric Salzberg was incredibly unlucky, or it was more than a coincidence that he was here the night that one of his products turned homicidal. Brodie's list of persons of interest was growing. "We will certainly need to interview him, sir." The general nodded. "He's not a bad guy. Just kind of high-strung. A civilian not used to someone else telling him where he can and can't go." "Well, getting suddenly told you couldn't leave a remote desert outpost might upset anyone, as would the discovery that one of your creations had just split a guy's head open." Brodie imagined that General Morgan's decision to detain a representative of Cinetech had not gone over very well with his superiors. It was also becoming increasingly clear that General Morgan did not give a shit. Mrs. Morgan and Taylor returned with the coffee and a homemade pecan pie, which they all enjoyed in relative silence, except to talk about how good the pie was. As soon as they'd finished, Brodie and Taylor got up and said their goodbyes and thanks. General Morgan walked them to the front door. "It was good to meet you, agents. It's obvious to me this investigation is in good hands. Don't hesitate to let me know how I can be of assistance." Taylor said, "Thank you, General. And if you think of anything that might be relevant to the case, please let us know." They left the house and walked in silence across the cul-de-sac. Once they were well out of earshot, Taylor said, "I enjoyed the food. And one of the hosts? He's a lot." Brodie told Taylor about the arrest of Eric Salzberg of Cinetech Systems. "Wow," she said. "That seems pretty impolitic at the very least. Or an abuse of power. Salzberg could have been compelled to speak with us whether he was detained here or allowed to go home to Nevada first. But the timing of Salzburg's visit is suspicious. They reached the house, and Brodie unlocked the door. As they stood in the dark foyer, he called out, "Bucky, are you here to kill us? I'm sorry about before." Taylor turned on the lights. Not funny. The idea of spending the night here with 60 of those things nearby is already giving me the creeps. Sorry. He added, "We could have had a nightcap if I'd swiped a bottle from Morgan's stash. I think we've had enough. Let's turn in. Packed day tomorrow." There were loud, rapid knocks on the door. Brodie and Taylor exchanged a look, then Brodie checked the peephole. It was Caroline Dixon. He opened the door. She had a stack of papers in her hand and a frantic look on her face. She said, "I found something." Chapter 15. Dixon laid her stacks of papers on the living room coffee table and spoke rapidly as she shuffled through them. "The DevCom lab has an intranet, a local shared server so we can all access the same files. The security logs for the lab, as well as for the vault entrance and D-17 storage bays, are kept on there. But I've also been storing local backups of the logs on my computer, just as an extra precaution. On a hunch, I decided to compare them." She looked at Brodie and Taylor. "There's discrepancies." She handed a page to Taylor and another to Brodie. There were dense columns of text showing dates, names, and times of day. She continued, "Those are the vault entrance logs for April and May." She tapped the paper Brodie was holding, which had 2 rows of text marked with yellow highlighter pen. "That's my locally stored copy of the April log. I marked the 2 entry logs that were missing from the intranet version." She tapped Taylor's page. "And this is May. 1 missing entry. All 3 show Roger Ames entering the vault in the early morning hours." Brodie and Taylor sat on the couch and looked over the logs, then swapped pages. R. Ames was listed on all 3 entry logs, with access times between 1:10 a.m. and 2:45 a.m., depending on the day. She continued, "I cross-referenced these missing logs with the Ranger's sentry assignments. On all 3 days, the same Ranger was assigned to nighttime guard duty at the vault, Private First Class Thomas Greer." She then produced 2 more pages and handed them to the agents. 3 more entries were highlighted. "These are the missing base storage logs. They match to the same times on the same days and are also coded to Major Ames's personal security fob. And on all 3 occasions, he activates and releases number 20. Bucky." Brodie stared at the dense columns of text. He said, "We will need the original log files." Dixon removed a thumb drive from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "All there." Taylor picked up the thumb drive. She asked, "Is there any innocent explanation you can think of for this?" Dixon shook her head. "I wish there were. I think Roger wrote a piece of software to somehow manipulate number 20, and he hid it so well, none of us can find it." "Is that possible?" asked Taylor. "To hide software in that way?" "If you're Roger Ames, it is." Brodie asked, "Is there a reason why he would have picked that particular unit? Are they all truly identical?" "Everything but the numbers etched on their breastplates, and a cellular transponder that serves to keep track of each unit during exercises for the after-action. He could have picked it at random." She added, "It could explain why Bucky malfunctioned during training. Once that happened, maybe Roger figured that his tinkering might get discovered, and he wanted to undo what he'd done." Taylor added, "And maybe Bucky didn't like that plan." "These machines don't have motives," replied Dixon. "They have inputs and outputs, cause and effect. Roger scrambled the code, and it made this thing malfunction. And Roger's death could simply be another consequence of that malfunction. Maybe Number 20's concept of the battle space had been altered, and it saw Roger as an adversary, and for some reason it came to understand, or to be instructed, that its own hands were offensive weapons. If this was true, it would explain why Ms. Dixon and Lieutenant Lehner were not called to the lab the night Bucky was brought there for diagnostics. Roger Ames had screwed up, and he didn't want anyone to know about his late-night tinkering. Except, perhaps, for his close friend and confidant, Captain Spencer. Taylor asked, if there's hidden code, could it have infiltrated the other units? Dixon nodded. They all share the hardwired data link inside the vault. The safest and only thing to do is nuke the whole system. A root-level wipe of every single unit, and a reinstall of the original software. Brodie said, the bots are evidence in our investigation, Ms. Dixon, and I'm sure you have no desire to tamper with evidence in this case. They are dangerous, Scott, not just Bucky. All of them. Taylor said, I'm glad you've come to that conclusion. Going forward, you will certainly be more careful than Major Ames was. In the meantime, if you can't figure out whether and in what manner the Major altered Bucky's programming, we will bring in someone who can. Dixon stared at Maggie Taylor a moment. She adjusted her oversized glasses. I will be advising my superiors at DARPA that we should do a wipe and reset on all 60 units. I am confident that Captain Spencer will agree with that advisement. Whether that is evidence tampering or a reasonable precaution will be decided by people higher up the chain than any of us. It's not a precaution, said Taylor. It's reckless. And I don't need to be a computer scientist to understand that. Actually, Maggie, you do. It occurred to Brodie that Ms. Taylor and Ms. Dixon did not like each other very much. Maybe he should have picked up on that before. But when it came to reading the feelings and intentions of the opposite sex, Scott Brodie was only semi-literate. He decided to step in and try to defuse the situation. Thank you for this, Caroline. We'll be in touch tomorrow. Dixon kept her eyes on Taylor. Right. She turned sharply and walked to the door. She opened it and stepped out, then turned back to them. I'm house number 7. Your next-door neighbor. Brodie said, You should have brought a casserole. Dixon did not smile. I brought you something better. Right. She lingered a moment, something else on her mind. Then she said, I was personally involved in developing and testing the D-17 software over a period of years. Nothing even approaching what happened to Major Ames has ever happened before, or was ever in danger of happening. Then Ames takes this one unit out late at night on 3 occasions, does whatever he does, attempts to cover his tracks, and then the bot malfunctions and kills him. The motive might be unclear, but to me it's pretty obvious who was responsible for Roger's death. Her eyes drifted to Taylor. And I don't need to be a criminal investigator to understand that. Brodie said, Good night, Caroline. She looked back at Brodie. Good night, Scott. And good luck. She walked away. Brodie shut the door and turned to Taylor. She's a good resource. She's an arrogant bitch. Why not both? I don't trust her, Scott, and I need you to think with the right head. I'm insulted. No, you're not. She added, She's got the sexy scientist thing going for her. Didn't notice. Taylor held up the thumb drive Dixon had given them. We can't even look at these files, let alone check if they're authentic. We have no way of passing them on to digital forensics. I'm sure there's an on-base computer we can use. So, We are relying on the communications infrastructure of a place that might be compromised at the highest levels to transmit evidence in our criminal investigation. That's not good. We're on an island here, Maggie. We need to get used to the fact that we're alone, and that you and I have only each other. And we don't need digital forensics to tell us whether someone is full of shit. She met his eyes. Intuition only gets you so far. Then we'll take it as far as it goes. Taylor did not look happy. She pocketed the thumb drive and asked, "So, what do we do now?" "What we always do. Barrel ahead. Let's go find Private Greer." Chapter 16. Brodie and Taylor approached the barracks building on foot. It was about 9:15, and lights were on in many of the windows. A few white LED street lamps lit the road leading to the building and the parking lot in front. Taylor had changed from her dinner attire back to her black suit, and they had both accessorized with their 9mm Sig Sauers, which came in a tasteful and appropriate coyote brown. The barracks front entry was unguarded and unlocked. They entered a small foyer where an unoccupied desk held a landline telephone and over a dozen empty cans of Monster Energy drink and Coors Light. Against the wall opposite the desk stood a metal tripod, and clamped to the top of it was the head casing of a D-17, covered in suction cup darts. Another wall was covered with flyers, army posters, and a corkboard featuring a drawing of a despondent-looking ranger in fatigues, standing next to a D-17 with a giant erect metal phallus, along with the caption, "You versus the guy she told you not to worry about." Taylor looked at the drawing longer than she really needed to. Then she said, "They're emasculated by these things. It's a joke." Taylor gestured to the disembodied robot head covered in darts. "And behind the joke is anger." Brodie didn't respond. She asked in a low voice, "Who has a clearer motive for ending this program and for exacting revenge on its chief scientist than these guys? Are we looking for an Army Ranger with an advanced degree in computer science? No, Scott. We're looking for a potential co-conspirator." "Right. And that co-conspirator might be PFC Thomas Greer, whether witting or unwitting." There was a hallway off the foyer, and they could hear up-tempo hip-hop coming from somewhere down the hall. Brodie led the way, and about midway down the corridor was an open door with the music blaring from it. They entered a common room lounge with couches, chairs, a large TV, a kitchenette, and foosball and pool tables. About 30 Rangers, most of them in T-shirts and jeans or cargo pants, milled around drinking and shooting the shit. They were all young men in their 20s or early 30s, muscular, lots of ink. It was a tough-looking bunch, at least as far as humans went. The two CID agents immediately caught their attention. Brodie said loudly over the music, "Good evening, gentlemen." One of the guys near the speaker stopped the music, and the room fell silent. Brodie and Taylor produced their creds, and Brodie said, "I am Chief Warrant Officer Scott Brodie, Army CID, and this is my partner, Chief Warrant Officer Maggie Taylor. As I'm sure you're aware, Ms. Taylor and I are here to investigate the death of Major Roger Ames of the DevCom team, and we appreciate your cooperation. Who's the officer in charge?" A mid-30s man with dark brown hair and stubble stepped forward. He was holding a bottle of Budweiser and wore jeans, boots, and a well-loved T-shirt. "Sergeant First Class Mike Miller." They led Sergeant Miller out of earshot of the other men, who got the music started again and went back to what they were doing. Miller took a swig of his beer and asked, "Want a drink?" Brodie replied, "We're on duty." "Must be nice." Mike Miller was the senior non-commissioned officer for the Ranger platoon. He was lean and wiry, and handsome in a rugged sort of way. He looked like the kind of soldier who might get cast in one of the Army's slick recruitment commercials, except for the stubble and the beer in his hand, and the 1,000-yard stare of a combat vet who'd seen too much. Brodie wondered who Sergeant Miller had squared off against in his Army career before being tasked with this assignment at Camp Hayden. Brodie asked the sergeant, "How are your men doing?" "Bored, pissed off, wondering if the geniuses in DevCom are going to have to shit-can their toy soldiers over this." Brodie looked around the room. The Rangers were mostly going about their business while occasionally stealing glances at the new arrivals. Most of those glances were reserved for Ms. Taylor, a very attractive woman in a room full of isolated and frustrated young men. Brodie said to Miller, "We're looking for PFC Thomas Greer." "Why? Is he here?" Miller shook his head. "Not his scene. You'll find him in his room, 3H. Taylor asked, "Do you know all of your men's room numbers off the top of your head?" "No, ma'am. But I've visited Greer's room more than most. He has required special attention." Brodie asked, "For what reason?" Sergeant Miller hesitated. Then he said, "Some of the guys are handling this assignment better than others. I'd say Greer's been the worst off in the entire platoon. Stress, paranoia, anger issues." "Drug use?" asked Taylor. "Do I have to answer that?" Brodie asked, "Do you wish to comment on the death of Private Justin Beale?" Miller looked at Brodie a moment, poker-faced. He took a swig of beer, then said, "You guys have no clue what you're dealing with here. Enlighten us." Miller kept his eyes on Brodie. Beale pushed himself to the limit, and when he reached his limit, he tried to go further. And then he broke. Taylor asked, "And Private Greer?" Greer cracked in a different way. A couple months ago, he assaulted his roommate in the middle of the night. Private Sam Kowalski went into Kowalski's bedroom and started wailing on the guy. Kowalski fought him off. No serious injuries. I talked Greer down after. He kept saying Kowalski wasn't real, wasn't human. He eventually settled down and realized he was whacked out of his head, claimed sleep deprivation. Brodie asked, "What disciplinary action was taken?" "None." "None?" Miller nodded. Kowalski was willing to let it go so long as he was assigned to a new room. And Greer took a turn for the better a week or so after the incident. He quit using. The assault was his breaking point, and he cleaned up. What was he using? Speed, coke, steroids, whatever he could get when he needed it. Brodie said, "I have a hard time understanding why no action was taken against a soldier who was abusing drugs and assaulted a fellow soldier. I thought the Rangers had higher standards." Miller kept his cool as he replied, "We are loyal to our own, sir. And given what my men have been put through at Camp Hayden, they're allowed a little leeway." "Was your commanding officer made aware of the assault? Captain Pickman?" Miller kept his eyes on Brodie. "The captain trusts me." That sounded like a no. And like perhaps Captain Pickman was happy to be kept in the dark. Everyone at this desert outpost, commissioned officers, enlisted soldiers, and scientists, understood that any publicity for Camp Hayden was bad publicity. The death of PFC Beale could not go unreported, but Greer's assault could, especially if news of the incident would end up shining a light on a broader pattern of drug abuse at Camp Hayden, and the highly classified activities fueling that abuse. Sergeant Miller added, if Kowalski wanted to press charges, he could have. But he understood we needed to help Greer, not end his Army career. Taylor asked, "And how did you help him?" "By keeping an eye on him, talking him through things, and confiscating his supply." Are you a mental health professional? Miller looked at her. No, ma'am. Are there any mental health services available here? Miller thought that was funny. He gestured around the rec room. You're looking at them. Brodie asked, was Greer kept from participating in training exercises after the assault? No, replied Miller. If we'd been doing live fire exercises, that would have been a different story. You must all have service pistols, in addition to the Simrez-equipped rifles. Miller nodded. And Greer's was confiscated. Brodie asked, have you spoken to him since Major Ames's death and the start of the lockdown? No. Are you aware of any direct interactions or associations between Private Greer and the deceased Major Ames? We don't interact with the DevCom people. He looked bothered by the question. You really think Greer is somehow involved in this? Brodie ignored the question and said, take us to the private's room. Chapter 17. Sergeant First Class Mike Miller led Brodie and Taylor down the third-floor hallway to room 3H. Brodie discreetly placed his hand on his holstered pistol, and he noticed Taylor do the same. When it came to making an unannounced visit to a soldier with mental health issues and, potentially, access to a weapon, there was no taking chances. Brodie knocked loudly on the door and announced, CID, open the door. After a moment, he heard footsteps, and then the door opened slowly to reveal a tall, fit man of about 20 in a black Nirvana t-shirt and jeans, with close-cropped, dirty blonde hair. Despite his imposing physique, he had a softness and innocence to his features. His large blue eyes moved between his three visitors. Brodie and Taylor produced their creds, and Brodie said, Special Agents Brodie and Taylor, CID. Are you PFC Thomas Greer? Yes, sir, the man answered. He looked at Sergeant Miller. Is everything all right, Sergeant? Miller said, the agents just have a few questions for you, Tom. Greer nodded and stepped aside. They all entered a small living room with a couch, TV, table and chairs, and kitchenette. Brodie turned to Sergeant Miller. Thank you for your cooperation. We have it from here. But we'd like to get a look at your training grounds tomorrow. Miller nodded. Yes, sir. I can meet you at the West Gate with a vehicle and take you out. Good. 0800. And we'd like it if Captain Pickman can join us. We have yet to meet. The sergeant looked as though he didn't love that idea, but said, I will notify the captain. Miller took a last look at Private Greer, then left the room. Brodie gestured for Greer to have a seat on the couch, and the two agents pulled up chairs across from him. Brodie noticed a PlayStation controller, a graphic novel, and the remnants of a burrito on the coffee table in front of the couch. He asked, How have you been handling the lockdown? Greer shrugged. Don't mind it, sir. Don't mind the break. They've been running us ragged. So I've heard. He added, As I'm sure you're aware, we are here because of the death of Major Roger Ames. Did you know the Major? Greer broke eye contact and looked at the coffee table, contemplating his burrito, or perhaps whether he should lie to CID agents. He said, I knew who he was. There's only a handful of officers at this camp. Right. But did you ever converse with him? Greer looked at Brodie. No, sir. So he never told you why he was accessing the vault in the middle of the night? Greer cleared his throat. I do recall letting him in on a night shift or two while on guard duty. It wouldn't be my place to ask what he was doing, though. Taylor asked, Was he alone? Greer thought for a moment, or pretended to. I believe so. She followed up, Were you alone on guard duty? Greer nodded. There are supposed to be two guys, but on night duty it doesn't always work out that way. Someone gets sick, or says they're sick, or just hasn't had enough rest since a training exercise to manage it. So long as one guy is there, Command seems okay with it. Brodie asked, "Did you accompany the Major down into the vault?" Greer shook his head. "I just let him into the building and activated the elevator for him." Was that a lie? Ames would have needed Greer's access code to activate and release the D-17 unit. Unless Greer had given his code to the Major, which would have been a major breach of protocol. "Did you give your access code to Major Ames?" "No, sir. That is forbidden." Taylor said in as soft a voice as she could muster, "Private, we are well versed in the security protocols of this camp, and we know that Major Ames could not have done anything in the vault without the access code that is not given to DEVCOM, and that is only known to officers within the camp command and select enlisted men while performing guard duty. So we will ask you again, with a reminder that you are speaking with officers of the law. Did you accompany Major Ames down to the vault during any of his nighttime visits?" Greer shook his head vigorously. "No, ma'am." "Did you give your code to Major Ames?" Greer sighed. "Yes, ma'am, I did. I apologize for not being truthful." Brodie said, "Next time it will come with a price." "Yes, sir." Brodie asked, "Why did you give the Major your code?" "Because he asked for it. He said that since I was alone, it would not be good to leave the vault unguarded." Brodie nodded. He had some sympathy for Greer. What he'd done was against protocol, but it was at the request of a commissioned officer. The steep power imbalance made it difficult for the private to say no. Taylor asked, "How many incidents were there of the Major coming to the vault late at night when you were alone on guard duty, and you giving the Major your access code? Think before you answer." Private Greer thought, and if he was smart, he was thinking that the agents already knew the answer to the question. Then he replied, 3. "And do you recall why you were alone on duty all 3 nights?" Greer nodded. "First time, a guy was sick. Second time, I think it was because the guy's training schedule had changed last minute and he had to rest up that night. Third time, the other ranger just didn't show. And later I heard he'd kind of been on a bender and was in no shape to do anything." Taylor asked, "Are you often on nighttime sentry duty?" "Yes, ma'am." "Why? Is that based on seniority or a disciplinary measure?" Greer shook his head. "Neither. Most of the guys don't want to do it, but I volunteered to pull extra night shifts. I wasn't sleeping well anyway, so figured I'd get some shifts on the books instead of staring at the ceiling all night. It allowed me to get excused from some of the early drills the next day, and if I slept at all, I had a better chance of doing it during the daytime. A cocktail of amphetamines, cocaine, and steroids is bound to screw up your internal clock." Brodie asked, "Were you alone on any of your other nighttime guard shifts?" Greer thought a moment. "Not that I recall." "Did Major Ames come to the vault on any of those nights when you were with another ranger?" "No, sir." "Did you find that odd?" Greer thought a moment. The man seemed a little nervous, but relatively calm and cogent, and Brodie could believe that this guy had quit or at least paused his mass consumption of uppers. He replied, "Yes, sir. That is odd, now that you put it like that." Brodie switched gears and said, "We are aware of the incident with your roommate, Kowalski." Greer refocused on his burrito. "Yes, sir. That was a bad time for me." "Do you remember the incident?" "Parts. I remember sitting here on this couch, staring at that door." He gestured to a door on the wall opposite, which presumably led to the bedroom that used to be Private Kowalski's. "And I was feeling like Like there was something very wrong on the other side of that door. Taylor asked, "What do you mean wrong?" Greer looked at her with his large blue eyes. He appeared pained. "Unnatural, ma'am. Something unnatural that was going to kill me if I didn't kill it first." She asked, "And then what happened?" He shook his head. "I don't remember. I blacked out. Next thing I remember is Sergeant Miller pinning me against the wall and yelling at me. I looked over and saw Kowalski getting talked down by another ranger. He had blood dripping out of his nose and a black eye." He took a deep breath. "I didn't mean to do it. I didn't know what I was doing." Taylor said in a calm voice, "Private, you likely experienced stimulant psychosis. It affects judgment as well as memory. It can occur from prolonged amphetamine abuse." Private Greer nodded. "I don't do that anymore." Taylor asked, "When did you start using stimulants?" Greer met Taylor's eyes. "It was about 6 weeks into our assignment here, ma'am, during one of our training missions." "What prompted you to start using?" "That mission was a head game. Different than the others. Screwed us all up." Brodie said, "Describe the mission." Greer took a moment to gather himself. Then he said, "We were defending the village against 2 squads of tin men. That's 12 bots. Pretty standard, or so we thought. Usually they fan out and launch their assault. We take some of them out, but never enough. We all die and the village falls. Well, this time, they took up positions around the village, weapons trained. And they waited. One of our guys popped up to get a better look and was sniped, headshot. We had an M2 open up on them, but the bots took cover in the hills and man-made barriers around the village. And it went on like that. Guy exposes himself and gets sniped. We return with heavy fire but can't get a kill. The hours drag on. We take shifts eating and eventually sleeping. It's a siege. They're starving us of food and ammo. And energy. But they run on batteries, so we figure maybe we can wait them out. We're 30 hours in when our spotter catches sight of them taking rations from their sacks, and they have, like, these slots where they can process food and recharge. And these things, they're just shoving the rations into their bodies, all still wrapped up in paper and plastic, right into their bodies. The same food we had, but they had more of it. And that's when we knew we were fucked." He added, "Sorry." Brodie tried to imagine what this must have been like, under siege by machines that don't sleep, that don't lose patience, that don't even run out of gas, shoving human food, wrapper and all, into their microbial fuel cells. It was beyond bleak. It was a mockery. Brodie wondered if that was the intent, and if so, whose intent it was. Greer continued, "One of my squad buddies, he gives me some pills and a bump of coke. I'd never done anything like that, and I gotta be honest. It felt good. I felt like I needed it. I got confidence. It was almost like I got hope. The rest of the survivors in our squads, they took some too, and we all decided to just charge them, go out in a blaze of glory. It was dumb, but we were all flying high and out of options anyway. They cut us down in seconds. We didn't take out a single one of them." Taylor asked, "How many Rangers were involved in this exercise?" Greer thought a moment. "About 35? Over half the platoon." 35 versus a dozen. That was about a 3-to-1 ratio of defenders to attackers, which, if they had all been human, would have given the defenders unbeatable odds. Greer said the drugs gave him hope, but the hope wasn't to win or even to survive. The hope was to die well. Brodie asked. And then you kept using. Greer nodded. Yes, sir. Basically, every exercise from then on out. It made things easier. He clarified, it made things feel easier. We kept losing. But as time went on, things weren't so lopsided, and they never did the siege tactic again. Kinetic assaults from then on out. Brodie nodded. If the Rangers had to go through 30-hour sieges on a regular basis, General Morgan would probably have had a mutiny on his hands. Though Brodie wondered who had decided to change tactics, and why, and how. According to Caroline Dixon and Captain Spencer, the D-17s had a simple doctrine statement that remained unchanged, and the rest was up to them to figure out. Or at least that was how he understood it. He needed to clarify that. Taylor asked, when did you feel yourself beginning to lose control from your drug use? Greer appeared uncomfortable with the question. I don't know. Hard to say. We already feel like we've got so little control here, ma'am. Taylor clarified, you experienced some sort of psychotic break the night you assaulted your roommate. Was that the first and only time you felt yourself losing your grip on reality? Have you experienced any hallucinations? Visual, auditory, anything? Greer shook his head. Nothing. Nothing like what happened on that night. Confusion, maybe. Feeling delirious. But that was something else. Brodie asked, were you high any of the nights that Major Ames came by the vault? Greer nodded. The first 2 nights, I was. Not the third. What did Ames say to you? Nothing out of the ordinary, sir. We greeted each other, I saluted, and I let him into the elevator. And you gave him your code to release the access keys and the holding bays. That's correct, sir. How often is that code changed? Daily. How long did the Major stay down in the vault? Well, I wasn't keeping good track of time the first 2 nights. But the last night he came by, I'd say he was down there for maybe an hour. Were you aware of what he was doing down there? No, sir. On all 3 nights, the only bot he activated and released from its holding bay was number 20, Bucky, the same unit that later killed him. If PFC Greer was surprised by that information, he didn't show it. In fact, he said, I was afraid there was some connection between whatever he was up to down there and what happened to him. Why didn't you report any of this to your superiors once you learned of Major Ames's death? Greer looked away again. I don't know, sir. I should have. Brodie leaned forward in his chair. I need you to think, Tom, of something he said, or his demeanor, anything at all that you might remember that can help us get justice for the Major and his family. Greer took a deep breath. Like I said, I was jacked up the first 2 nights, so I really can't totally remember, but the 3rd night, the Major came back up and he looked afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of them, sir. The Tin Men. What did he say to you? Greer met Brodie's gaze. He said to me, there's a ghost in the machine. And then he walked away. And that's the last time I ever saw him. Chapter 18. Brodie and Taylor walked out of the barracks into the cool desert night. Brodie said, Ames feared the D-17s are smarter than they seem. Taylor nodded. Or they are becoming smarter somehow. Brodie considered that a moment. Maybe Ames wasn't tinkering. Maybe he was digging, and he found something, and that's why he's dead. If that's the case, who would be responsible? Maybe no one. The bot itself. Maybe these things have the capacity to get smarter, but that wasn't the intention of the programmers. Taylor looked skeptical. I'm not sure that's possible. If the D-17s have a higher intellectual capacity than is evident, it's because someone designed them that way. Someone in DevCom, or DARPA, or Cinetech. Brodie nodded. They both watched a white military police vehicle rumble across the dusty road ahead of them. Then he said, "It looks like Caroline's intel was accurate. So, can we trust her? Or is she still a bitch?" "Why not both?" Brodie smiled. She added, "Could be a limited hangout." That was intel jargon for revealing part of the truth to establish credibility, or to mask the larger truth. Ms. Taylor wasn't in a trusting mood, and neither was he. Taylor asked, "How does PFC Greer fit into this?" Maybe he doesn't, beyond what he's already told us. He was on night duty more often than most because he asked to be. So he was the one who was most likely to encounter Roger Ames during the Major's late-night visits. And Ames only approached Greer when the private was alone, so that he would have a reason to not have a ranger accompany him down into the vault when he activated and released Bucky and did whatever he did. Taylor thought on that. Ames's first visit was on April 3rd. Something must have occurred before that date that got Ames interested in Bucky. Right. But there was no reported incident with Bucky until its subsequent malfunction on the training grounds the day it murdered Ames. If there had been, someone would have mentioned it. They walked in silence toward the western end of Camp Hayden, their way illuminated by the occasional LED street lamp. The camp was eerily silent, other than the distant hum of electrical generators and the crunching tires of the slow-moving MP vehicle that continued its night rounds along the sand-strewn roads. Taylor whispered, "Stop." Brodie stopped walking. They were standing in a patch of darkness next to a storage shed, about 20 yards from the edge of the cul-de-sac of houses. A figure was walking down the front steps of the house next to theirs. It was Caroline Dixon. She'd changed into a long skirt, ankle boots, and a low-cut top that showed off a couple of major assets. They observed as Dixon walked across the cul-de-sac toward the opposite end, and a strip of sidewalk that led to the other ring of houses south of their own. Brodie and Taylor began following her, keeping their distance. They entered the adjacent cul-de-sac, which appeared identical to theirs, and saw Dixon approach a house with a Jeep Wrangler in the driveway. Brodie and Taylor stopped and watched, obscured in a pool of darkness beyond the street lamps. Dixon walked up the stoop, looked around, then rang the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened. It was Colonel Elizabeth Howe, dressed down in a t-shirt and jeans. The women exchanged a few words, then Dixon quickly stepped in and kissed Howe. Howe grabbed the back of Dixon's hair and pulled her closer, and Dixon kicked the door shut behind her. Brodie and Taylor stood in silence a moment. Then Brodie said, "They're two of the only women in this camp, and they're screwing each other. That's kind of selfish. You're kind of gross. Only for your amusement. Don't strain yourself." She added, "This is interesting." Right. On the surface, there wasn't anything nefarious here. Nothing wrong with two ladies enjoying each other's company, especially when one of them was a civilian. On the other hand, it wasn't the best idea to create a messy entanglement between the top civilian scientist on a military research project and the second-in-command of the Army facility where that research was being conducted. Some propriety had to go out the window at an isolated outpost like this, but considering what had happened to Roger Ames, Personal relationships at Camp Hayden became potential clues toward possible motives. Sex and murder often went hand in hand. Brodie asked, "Who's the top?" "With those two, it's hard to say. Maybe we should get a closer look to find out. Maybe we should go back to our house and you can take a cold shower." As they turned to leave, Brodie stopped short, spotting a white MP vehicle parked in a driveway at the far end of the cul-de-sac. The driver's side window was open, and someone hung their arm out holding a lit cigarette. Brodie could make out the faint chatter of talk radio, or perhaps an audiobook playing from the car's stereo. Taylor said, "I bet that's the night detail for the Cinetech guy's house arrest." Eric Salzberg, "We owe him a visit. It's late. Lady Justice does not sleep. But this lady does, and he's not going anywhere. Come on." They walked back to their house, and as Brodie punched in the security code and entered the darkened foyer, he didn't crack any jokes about killer robots lying in wait. Taylor flicked on the lights and produced a flask-sized bottle of Jim Beam. "Here's your nightcap," swiped it from the rec room. "Way to support the troops, Maggie. They had enough hooch in there to fuck up a battalion. Won't even notice." They made their way through the house to the backyard and sat on a couple of plastic chairs. Taylor opened the bottle, had a pull, and passed it to her partner. Brodie took a swig and handed it back. He looked out at the small yard of rocks and cacti that led to the high fence and the black desert beyond. Taylor took another drink and said, "I don't like it, Scott." "Me neither. Did the Rangers have any single malt scotch? I mean Caroline Dixon and Colonel Howe." "I thought you were open-minded." "Not that. I mean the fact that I didn't particularly trust either of these women to begin with, and now we see they have some sort of personal relationship. They're very committed to bridging the military-civilian divide." She looked at him. "Can you be serious? One more drink should do it." She handed him the bottle. He knocked some back, then returned it to her and said, "Sometimes sex is just sex. Actually, it never is." Brodie looked at his partner, who was staring out into the darkness beyond the perimeter. Maggie Taylor had some experience with bad sex. That is, sex that led to bad consequences, though Brodie was sure the sex itself was also terrible. The offender was a world-class asshole named Trent Chilcott of the Central Intelligence Agency. He'd mentored Ms. Taylor during her civil affairs service in Afghanistan, then screwed her in a different way. But that was a long story, and a lifetime ago. The point was, Maggie Taylor was thinking about how a toss in the sack could upend and rewire people's agendas and allegiances. But at Camp Hayden, they were all supposed to have the same agendas and allegiances. Clearly, there was more going on here. Brodie said, "We have met most of the key players at Camp Hayden. I believe at least one of them is lying to us." Taylor kept her eyes on the desert beyond the camp gates and did not respond. The sky was brilliant with stars and the arc of the Milky Way. Black peaks of the distant mountains jutted up along the horizon. Somewhere in the darkness echoed the crazy, high-pitched howls of coyotes. She said, "Dombrowski was wrong. He said the scientists here could explain to us what we needed to know. But you and I both sense we're getting snowed by someone, Scott." Before arriving, I had no idea the research team was this small. 3 military and 1 civilian, including the late Roger Ames. In a circle that tight, each member will have a lot of responsibilities, and there aren't any redundancies and probably little oversight. Dixon is the only person here who reps DARPA, and Captain Spencer now has no one here above him in rank who has the slightest clue what his two-person DevCom team is doing. Caroline made it sound like having such a small team meant no one could get up to something in secret. But I think the opposite is true. And we have, as proof, Major Ames's late-night visits with Bucky, activity that was supposedly unknown to anyone else in the research lab. She had a point. Actually, several points. Ms. Taylor's Appalachian roots granted her the gift of high functioning on cheap whiskey. Brodie said, "We have to assume the evidence is not secure. We stay and work the humans because that's what we understand. Let's confiscate the hardware and get it out of here." Bucky. The whole baseball team. Taylor nodded. "I'll call Dombrowski early tomorrow morning and put in the request. Using a phone line tapped by people we don't trust." She asked, "What choice do we have?" The answer was none, because that was how this place was designed. Secrecy and control. An island way out in an oblivion of stars and sand, where the future of war was being written from behind high fences and concertina wire. Brodie wondered just how high up the chain General Dombrowski would have to go to confiscate Camp Hayden's high-tech terracotta army. It might take time, and Scott Brodie's instincts told him they didn't have time. Chapter 19. The Army Green Land Rover rumbled out of Camp Hayden's western gate. Sergeant Mike Miller was at the wheel, dressed in desert camo. Brodie sat shotgun, and Taylor was in the back. Captain Pickman was apparently indisposed, but would speak with them later in the day. Brodie knew he shouldn't read too much into that, but he was in the mode of reading into everything. Taylor had called General Dombrowski at dawn East Coast time to inform him of their desire to seize Camp Hayden's D-17 fleet. She had done so without explaining what a D-17 was, or providing any other information that might be deemed classified or otherwise too sensitive to discuss over the phone. Dombrowski didn't ask questions and could fill in the blanks himself, and he assured her he would force the request through the Army bureaucracy. Brodie figured that it was only a matter of time before one of the officers at Camp Hayden approached them looking very pissed off, and that was fine. On a criminal investigation, if you're making friends, you're doing it wrong. As they drove along a strip of hard-packed sand toward the training grounds, Sergeant Miller gave them a rundown of a standard exercise. "We're typically 2 to 3 squads. The number of tin men changes. We are always the defenders, so we arrive first and have 2 hours to prep before the assault. Once it gets going, it's a battle of annihilation. No prisoners, no surrender. The only metrics are your kill count and the length of your unit's survival." He pointed out the windshield. "There's our beautiful village." About half a mile ahead, Brodie saw the cluster of boxy cinderblock buildings that made up the training ground. Most were 2 or 3 stories tall, but among them were a few 4- and 5-story towers. Taylor asked Miller, "Why are you always the defenders?" "Because, ma'am, if we were to launch an open-terrain assault on a dug-in position of 10 men, it would be over in about 30 seconds. Taylor nodded, but did not reply. As they got closer, Brodie spotted the firing nests atop the man-made hills just outside of the concentration of structures. He also noted that inside the village, several of the rooftops held firing positions ringed with sandbags and tripods for mounted guns. Brodie commented, "That's a lot of mounted positions for 2 or 3 ranger squads." "Well," replied Miller, "that's a big part of the suck, Mr. Brodie. You want maneuverability, but you need high-caliber firepower to penetrate these bastards. They're titanium. So we opt for mounted M2s, plus RPGs, grenade launchers, and other kinds of man-pats. We pick them off as we can on the approach, but they're fast, and most survive the charge. Once they're in the village, we're deploying hit-and-run tactics. We're an infantry platoon, but they're a goddamn tank battalion that's just shaped like infantry. That sucked, all right. And it drove home the point that the Tin Men were not simply mechanical stand-ins for human soldiers, with better endurance, maneuverability, and precision. They were also much more durable, which put them in a whole new target category, and engagement with them required cumbersome anti-materiel weapons. The Army liked to talk big about doing the impossible, but Camp Hayden's platoon of Rangers was really being asked to do it, day in and day out, and they were apparently failing day in and day out, despite their best efforts. That would screw up anyone, even without a heroic dose of speed, steroids, and cocaine. Brodie said, "You're insurgents, basically. That's how you were being forced to engage." Miller nodded as he slowed the Land Rover about 30 feet from the entrance to the main street that ran through the village. The sergeant's eyes scanned the empty training grounds, where a line of prop laundry swayed in the wind, and a string of busted-up cars lined the roadway. "We are tasked with occupying and holding a position and fighting to the death against a technologically superior force. Not exactly relevant training for U.S. Army Rangers." "Because you're not the ones being trained," said Taylor. "The Tin Men are." "Bingo," replied Miller. Apparently, Sergeant Miller was of the same mind as General Morgan on the real purpose of their mission. But Morgan, like any good commanding officer, justified the hell he was putting his men through, which led Brodie to ask, "Do you believe this training has any value for you and your men?" Miller turned and looked at Brodie with his world-weary eyes. "You mean, was it worth the lives of Justin Beale and Roger Ames? Or the sanity of Tom Greer? No, sir. There are a lot of causes worth dying for, worth sacrificing your mind and body for. This shit isn't it." He threw the car into park and turned off the ignition. "Let's take a walk." Chapter 20. Brodie, Taylor, and Miller walked down the central street of the mock village, past the line of wrecked and rusted cars. A battered white Nissan jutted into the road, probably to provide meager cover for the town's defenders. Brodie observed the tightly packed gray cinder-block buildings and their narrow window openings. Miller was pointing out different spots around the town where his men would take up positions. "If we try to hold the roads, we're dead. They're too fast and their aim is too accurate. They can fire with perfect precision while running 20 miles an hour, and these things move like they're sharing a brain, which they basically are. Each bot maintains a constant awareness of the exact geolocation of its squadmates." He pointed to one of the taller buildings. "We tried a tactic of just holding the high ground, thinking we could pick off a few and bottleneck the rest as they came up the stairs. But then this happened." Miller walked up to a cinder-block wall and put his fingers into a gap between the blocks where the mortar had chipped away. The extreme temperature fluctuations in the desert caused the mortar to expand and contract constantly, weakening it and making it brittle. The Tin Men use these as footholds and break away additional mortar as needed. They started climbing up the sides of the buildings. Brodie pictured a swarm of buckies, scrambling like chrome cockroaches up the walls and through the windows. This was a nightmare. Or if you were unlucky enough to be an Army Ranger at Camp Hayden. It was a Tuesday. "So," continued Miller, We take an all-of-the-above tactical approach. Fixed suppressive fire, ground-level ambushes, sniping from rooftops and through windows. It turns into a grim game of subtraction. He pointed to a spot farther down the road. If we put a guy there with a mounted machine gun, he can usually kill 2 D-17s before he dies. 1 or 2 other guys can maybe get 1 shot off each with an RPG before they're killed, and 3 out of 5 times they miss. How many enemy kills do you get per man that you sacrifice? And how do you raise that number so that the enemy are all dead, and at least one of you is left standing? We haven't worked out that equation yet. Brodie said, "Maybe it's an unsolvable problem." Miller looked at him with a wry smile. "General Morgan says there's no such thing as an unsolvable problem in the United States Army." Taylor asked, "And what do you think?" "I think he's a goddamn general and I'm a sergeant." "Take a look in here." He led them into one of the cinder-block buildings, which was empty except for MRE wrappers and shell casings littering the ground, and some Sharpie drawings on the walls of a similar ilk to what they had seen in the barracks. Robots, penises, naked women with giant breasts, and a dead ranger with X's for eyes and a message below it. "Hail the rise of the machines." Miller wasn't there to show them the graffiti, but the terrible sightlines inside the building. He pointed through one of the narrow windows, where from any angle you could only see a sliver of the road. "A lot of the buildings are tight like this, so we don't get a visual from in here until they're right on top of us." Brodie tried to put himself in Sergeant First Class Miller's position. Given an impossible task by a hard-ass general who might be more interested in proving a point about mankind than training the men under his command. Brodie imagined being inside one of these buildings when the Tin Men came, charging down the roads and through the doors, scaling the walls and clambering in through the windows, all the while barely catching a glimpse of these man-shaped weapons before they were right on top of your ass. Brodie said, "Not much to work with in here. You don't even have furniture to barricade the entrance and slow them down." Miller nodded. "We only have our brains, our balls, and a lot of ammo." He said to Taylor, "Excuse me, ma'am." "No need," said Taylor. "I'm frankly shocked by what you and your men have been put through here. Beats the real deal. Out here, the only thing that dies is your soul," he added, with a couple of exceptions. Right. This game had become deadly, but the math hadn't changed. The ledger of human survivors always came to 0, with the Tin Men still standing. Miller led them up the narrow staircase to the roof, where a firing nest stood, sandbags and a mount for a machine gun. Brodie spotted a few cans of Monster energy drink littering the roof. He was sure the Rangers were trained to clean up after themselves. But this was a sign of a morale problem. They'd stopped caring, and their COs had stopped bothering to demand anything better. Miller pointed to a high sand berm about 200 yards to the southeast. "The Tin Men get dropped behind there, and when the battle begins, they crest the top of that berm or go around it. Those opening moments are when they are the most vulnerable, and when the odds are most in our favor. They can't run well on loose sand, but as you can see, it gets more hard-packed the closer to the village due to all the vehicle activity. Plus, they have some cover." Their cover consisted of a few freestanding cinder-block walls and a single broken-down pickup truck sunk in the sand. If the Tin Men had been humans, a 200-yard charge on foot with barely any cover toward a heavily fortified position would be suicide. Miller, possibly sensing what Brodie was thinking, added, "They clear this open land and are inside the village within 20 seconds. And as I said, they can run and gun with perfect accuracy. That makes it a lot harder on our gunners. Right. It seemed like every tactical disadvantage was thrown at the Rangers, and even the elements that appeared to favor them became liabilities when factoring in the superhuman powers of the D-17s. Taylor was scanning the surrounding land. What about drones? No one's mentioned those at a place that's supposedly developing the future of warfare. I bet they'd be an asset to you. I'm sure they would, said Miller. I'd love to have a whole goddamn fleet of them to kamikaze the line of D-17s. But it's a hard thing to simulate in training. And once you bring in a weapon like that, you need to match it with a countermeasure for the other side. And then shit gets complicated. This training is not about force integration. It's a street brawl. Brodie said, "Tell us about the siege." Miller looked at him. "Who told you about that? Greer?" Brodie nodded. "He also told us that was the day he started abusing substances." "I know. I was there." "Did you intervene?" "No. I was dead. Once you're out, you're not supposed to interact with anyone." He added, "And even if I hadn't been, my men were at the breaking point. I let them do what they needed to do in that moment." Taylor asked, "Why did the bots change tactics that one time? We've been led to understand they can't learn, can't draw on prior experience to alter their behavior." "That's correct," said Miller. "They were simply reacting to something we changed." The sergeant squinted against the harsh sun as he looked out at the sand berm where the enemy had emerged 67 different times to stalk and kill his men. "We've got a gearhead in our platoon, Corporal Chris Reyes. No formal education, but his dad was an electrical engineer, and they used to disassemble machines, computers, kitchen appliances, whatever they got their hands on, and build new things out of them. So this guy, he decides he wants to make an EMP bomb. Takes our EMP barrel attachments, mods them, hooks them to a small Jenny and a detonator. The idea is, when the bastards are in range, we hit the switch, and they all drop like puppets without strings." He laughed bitterly, "And we bag our first win." "I can't imagine that was within training regs," said Brodie. "Not even close. But the men were tired and pissed off, and I thought it would be a good morale booster, plus a fun surprise. No one knew about the bomb other than me and Reyes and his roommate. The three of us staged it here in secret well before the exercise. I knew I'd get my ass chewed by command, but I didn't care." Then it dawned on Brodie what the siege was about. Taylor, thinking along the same lines, said, "The D-17s knew the bomb was there, and they stayed beyond its range." Miller nodded. "We underestimated them. Again. Turns out these things have the capacity to pick up a wide spectrum of electromagnetic energy on their visual sensors. They saw the EMP bomb even though it was behind a concrete wall. Not only that, but they somehow used this capability to calculate the projected range of the bomb and then parked their flat metal asses just outside of it. No one ever taught the Tin Men what a siege was. But they understood we needed food, water, and sleep to keep going, and that they could outlast us. Jesus, this kept getting worse. All the robots needed now were rocket boosters out their asses for flight, and maybe a mind control ray. Brodie asked, "And did you get disciplined?" Miller shook his head. Captain Pickman was angry. At first. Then he realized General Morgan loved the ingenuity and brashness of it, and he changed his tune. "The captain leans whichever way the strongest wind is blowing." He added, "The truth is, I didn't invite Captain Pickman this morning. I'm sorry I misled you. But I wanted to speak freely. Taylor said, "We value your honesty, Sergeant. And it sounds like you don't trust your commanding officer." "I'm not sure about trust, Ms. Taylor. I haven't really had to test that. But I sure as hell don't like him. And here's something else you need to understand. Outside of DevCom, you've only got a 4-person officer corps at Camp Hayden. General Morgan, Colonel Howe, Major Klasky, and Captain Pickman. But that doesn't stop them from forming factions. Pickman is General Morgan's guy. Morgan likes that the captain is in direct communication with me and my platoon, and the general oftentimes goes around Howe and Klasky, which of course pisses them off. This place had more drama and infighting than junior high. Brodie said, "General Morgan thinks you can beat the Tin Men. He told us he pushes you and that he is not very popular." Miller nodded. "He pushes us. And he uses Captain Pickman's hands. They're a real dynamic duo. Morgan's the type of general you dread serving under. He's arrogant. He's disconnected from what's happening on the ground, and he uses his men to try to prove something about himself. And Pickman is the worst kind of junior officer, ass-kissing those above him and condescending to those below him, including the NCOs who know a hell of a lot more than he does." Sergeant First Class Miller wasn't kidding about being honest. The man was understandably bitter and had seen firsthand how the punishing training regimen was wreaking both physical and psychological damage on his men. Taylor asked, "And what about Colonel Howe and Major Klasky?" Miller replied, "They're more by the book. They believe the directive coming down from on high, or at least pretend they do for the sake of their careers. Personally, I think Pickman's thrown his lot in with the wrong faction. Then again, one benefit of being enlisted is you can sit out a lot of this political bullshit." Brodie informed Miller that he and Taylor had both been enlisted soldiers, E3s, and seen combat. She in Afghanistan, he in Iraq. Miller was particularly interested in Brodie's Iraq service. "Where and when did you serve?" "End of '03 and most of '04. 3rd Stryker Brigade, mainly Baghdad area, but the most action I saw was in the Second Battle of Fallujah." Miller looked him in the eyes. "Life's strange, Mr. Brodie." "How's that?" "I was in Fallujah a few years back for the sequel." The 3rd Battle of Fallujah had taken place in 2016, when the Iraqi army successfully wrested control of the city from ISIS. Brodie remembered the news coverage and how it had been re-traumatizing for some of his old battle buddies. Seeing the same city and the same streets that their friends had died to liberate, now a dozen years later back in the hands of a new jihadi army, even crazier than the last. History wasn't supposed to repeat itself that quickly. He said to Miller, "I thought we just provided air support for that operation." "Officially. But Rangers were on the ground to help the Iraqis, who fought bravely, though not always competently." He looked at Brodie. "We were aware of the bitter irony, being back there after all that you and yours had sacrificed. We told ourselves, maybe this time the peace would last. Maybe it will." Miller scanned the desert horizon. "When I was briefed on this mission, on what we'd be doing here, I was hopeful. I thought maybe with enough time, enough technology, there would come a day when we could fight a war without so many flag-draped coffins coming down the ramps of the C-130s. But then, I came to understand." Taylor asked, "Understand what, Sergeant?" Miller kept his eyes on the horizon. "Hardly any civilians had managed to escape Fallujah before our assault. ISIS wouldn't let them leave. So we were fighting to take a city of women and children, shops and shopkeepers, schools, hospitals. That changed how we fought. Made us go slower than we would have liked. Changed our tactics and priorities. A lot of Iraqi soldiers died because of that. But that was their duty, and they performed it honorably. They gave their lives to spare the lives of civilians. He turned and looked into the mock village of cinderblock buildings and destroyed cars. There's no life here. Not even a simulation of life. Nothing fragile you have to try to not break. The Tin Men don't know the meaning of a life you have to protect, not take. They're programmed to kill everything with a heat signature. So, what are we training for? What are they training for? Brodie looked out at the gray village and the ruined cars, the streets lined with rows of faceless buildings, a shell of a place, a discarded exoskeleton, a necropolis. Sergeant Miller turned to look at Brodie and Taylor. Something had changed in his eyes. They were less weary, more alert and intentioned. Agents, I don't know what happened to Major Ames. That's the truth. But I do know what has happened to my men. And I do know what would happen if these goddamn things were ever unleashed upon the world. They must be destroyed. Chapter 21. Camp Hayden's administrator building was a small 2-story brick structure near the parade grounds. A ranger armed with an M4 rifle, with real bullets, not an EMP attachment, stood outside the entrance and saluted Brodie and Taylor as they approached. They returned the salute, and Brodie said to the ranger, PFC Vargas, "Good morning, Private. We're here to see Captain Pickman." "Yes, sir. The captain informed me. He's down the hall, the last room on the right." They thanked the man and entered the building. A small anteroom led to a fluorescent-lit hallway lined with doors, all ajar and all leading to darkened offices. The administrative building, like everywhere else on base, was shut down until further notice. Brodie and Taylor had used the satellite phone in Sergeant Miller's Land Rover to call Captain Pickman's house. He'd been home, and he'd told them that he had already been instructed by Major Klasky to show the CID agents Camp Hayden's after-action review system. They figured they'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone, review the after-action recordings, and see if Captain Pickman was as big a tool as Sergeant Miller made him out to be. They entered the last room on the right. The lights were on, but dimmed. In the middle of the large room was a sizable table containing a precise model of the training village. Every road, every building, every car, even the sand berm and the surrounding man-made hills for the machine gun nests. Standing next to the table was a trim 30-year-old man in desert camo with close-cropped red hair, blue eyes, and an impressively square jaw. Actually, his whole head was kind of block-shaped, and he strode toward the 2 agents with a weird gait, like he was trying to cover more distance with each step than his legs would allow. He extended his hand and flashed an awkward grin. "Captain Ben Pickman, pleasure to meet you." Brodie, who suspected the captain was a fugitive shapeshifter from Area 51 still figuring out how to act human, shook his hand and said, "Good to meet you, Captain. Thank you for arranging this on short notice." Pickman nodded. "Your investigation is the only thing going at Camp Hayden. I was waiting for your call." He dropped his smile and said, "Maybelle, the agents can't see you in the dark." Brodie now noticed another person standing in the room near a bank of mounted flat-screen monitors. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a slight woman of about 20 in desert camo with short brown hair. She wore the eagle insignia of a specialist, and her name tape read Christensen Blair. She said in a slight southern accent, "Sir, ma'am, SPC Christensen Blair, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Taylor, who appeared delighted to see another woman from below the Mason-Dixon, smiled warmly at her. You as well, Specialist. Captain Pickman said, Maybelle operates our augmented reality review system. She is one of only 2 specialists at the camp who aren't Rangers or MPs. Isn't that right, Maybelle? That is correct, sir, replied the SPC. Brodie looked at Captain Pickman as the man stared at the young specialist. There were 2 reasons a commissioned officer might repeatedly refer to an enlisted soldier by their first name, as an expression of informality and friendship, or as a power move. He was pretty sure he knew which one the captain was employing. The junior officers were oftentimes the senior assholes. Pickman said to Christensen Blair, Explain to Mr. Brodie and Ms. Taylor what this system is and how it works. Yes, sir. She turned to the CID agents. This room houses our augmented reality after-action review system. As you can see, we have a 100th scale model of our training village. Our SimRes system uses cellular and GPS signals to record the precise geolocation of each exercise participant, Rangers and D-17s, every half second, as well as when and where they fire their weapons. This information is fed into a computer program that generates a 3-dimensional render of every moment of every exercise, and those renders are projected onto our model here by our integrated visual augmentation system, which is a fancy word for VR goggles. She smiled. Brodie decided her accent was more Appalachian than Southern, which meant she and Magnolia Taylor were at least second cousins. Brodie said to her, That sounds impressive, Specialist. Pickman said to the SPC, Tell them about the capabilities the system has with obstructing objects. Christensen Blair nodded. Dynamic occlusion, sir. Essentially, if you're projecting a virtual image onto a real space, how do you make it so that a real physical object, in this case, say, a model of a building, dynamically blocks your view of a virtual object when it ought to be obstructed, like a virtual soldier taking cover behind the building? This tech is being developed by the military for use in the field and therefore on the fly, so it's all done in real time, not based on any pre-render. It's in beta, but so far has been working quite well. Scott Brodie was getting about half of this at most, which was probably enough. The tech stuff could be as much of a distraction as an aid, even on a case like this. Captain Pickman added, This is state-of-the-art stuff. So's killer robots, said Brodie. Pickman did not reply. Taylor said, We'd like to see one of your training playbacks. Yes, ma'am, replied the specialist. She retrieved 2 sets of large VR goggles, which looked familiar to Brodie from photos and videos he'd seen of people looking like idiots. The goggles were attached by long cables to a computer in the corner of the room. There's a head strap you can adjust. Brodie put the goggles on and did his best to adjust the strap. The headset was heavy and uncomfortable. The future was here, and it sucked. He could see through the goggles, though everything looked dim. SPC Christensen Blair said, Give me 1 sec, then flicked a switch, and all the structures on the table glowed neon green. Brodie noticed black lights shining from the ceiling onto the model village, which must have been coated in blacklight paint. Brodie turned and looked at Taylor, who was exaggeratedly looking around the room from behind her goggles. Maggie Taylor looked good wearing almost anything, but even she couldn't pull these things off. Pickman said, Cue up the most recent exercise. He said to Brodie and Taylor, Our Rangers gave them hell. Up to a point. Up to the point when they all died, he meant. Brodie heard the woman punch some keys, then a stream of floating red text popped up in Brodie's viewfinder. Most of it was gibberish to him, though he did make out a date, May 20th. He focused on the model of the village as dozens of bright objects popped up all over, blue human-shaped icons dispersed around the town, in the road, on rooftops, entering buildings. He saw now what the specialist had been talking about with the obstruction of virtual objects by real ones. As a blue human icon went into a building, there were no complex animations, just a drifting shape. The icon disappeared, and then partially reappeared through a window. Brodie stepped to his left a few paces to get a different perspective, and saw the blue person through the doorway. It was actually incredible, and lent realism and dimension to these digital avatars. He kept rounding the table until he was around the backside of the high sand berm. 12 inverted red triangles were lined up behind it, motionless. The Tin Men. Brodie now noticed a time code ticking forward by the millisecond in the bottom right of his field of vision. He watched and waited as the seconds passed. Then, in an instant, the red triangles crested the berm and moved swiftly toward the village. The little model village lit up with what looked like tracer rounds, bursts of red and blue dashes punching through the air. A blue figure on a rooftop scored a kill with a mounted machine gun, and a red triangle blipped off. Return fire from the advancing triangles immediately wiped out the blue guy, plus another gunner on a hilltop. The blue icons moved frantically around the village as the triangles rapidly advanced, while simultaneously hitting the village with an unending barrage of red rifle fire. The Rangers got another kill, and then 3 of them were shot through the open windows. As the D-17s entered the village, the battle intensified. 3 bots began scaling a tall building. 2 more fired down the roadway with precision, taking out 3 more Rangers. The red rounds only grew in frequency and intensity, while the blue ones grew sparse as the Rangers took cover, which was natural and expected. It's hard to aim and shoot while someone is firing directly at you trying to kill you. Unless, of course, you're a Tin Man without a heart. A streak of blue light arced out of a window and missed its target in the roadway. A grenade round. More grenades flew out of windows and off rooftops as the Rangers attempted to saturate the narrow roadways with detonations. If the Rangers' targets had been human, the slim roads and alleys would have been ideal kill zones. But, Brodie imagined, the SimRes training system was programmed for the intended target, meaning the grenades being launched by the Rangers had a smaller kill radius for the armored bots than they would have for a human. Therefore, round after round rained down on the red triangles, and only 2 blipped out. It was over quickly after that. The red triangles breached every building and took out the Rangers. Even as little red triangles versus blue stick figures, the superior speed and dexterity of the D-17s was obvious. They reacted faster and got off more shots and fired with perfect accuracy every time. The little blue people blipped out one by one until there was only a single Ranger left, running along the roadway toward a 3-story building with a mounted machine gun on top. The Ranger made it to the gun and blasted away into the village. He was unable to score a hit. Then Brodie noticed the remaining red triangles, 7 of them, congregating on a road far away from the machine gun nest. They remained motionless, waiting. Brodie didn't understand what was happening. Taylor, who had situated herself on the opposite end of the table, said, "Look." Brodie walked over to where she was standing. and from that vantage saw a single red triangle scaling the tower toward the sole surviving ranger as he blasted at the village below with the mounted gun. The bot reached the top, and the blue icon immediately vanished. Shot in the back. He never saw it coming. Then the red triangles all blipped out, and a floating scoreboard appeared in front of Brodie. Blue team, 4. Red team, 36. Victor, red team. The score faded away, and then SBC Christensen Blair flicked off the black light, and the model village grew dim. Brodie and Taylor removed their headsets, a bit bleary-eyed and disoriented. For a moment, no one said anything. Captain Pickman, feeling the need to contextualize the Rangers' performance, said, 4 kills is a good day. Not their best, but better than average. Brodie asked, do the Rangers have comlinks? Yes. You wouldn't know it by the way they were moving once the bots reached the village perimeter. Total chaos. Unprofessional, especially by the standard of Rangers, frankly. Pickman narrowed his eyes. Do you have combat experience, Mr. Brodie? I do, as does Ms. Taylor. I've been in battles like this, minus the robots, and I had the choice of either winning or dying. And if I had gotten killed, I'd have had the luxury of staying dead, not waking up and doing it all again tomorrow. Pickman eyed the model of the training grounds. It's an issue of speed. The bots move and shoot faster than the Rangers can even communicate. The Rangers can run the same exact play day after day to try to refine it, but the bots will react a little differently each time. Not because they're learning. They're not. But because of random chance. How the sun hits the buildings, wind kicking up a cloud of dust here or there, and one slight change, a bot choosing to turn right instead of left, leads to a cascade of new actions and reactions, and within seconds the playbook's in the toilet. But the men are working it out. Actually, they're losing their minds. The captain looked back at Brodie and clenched his sizable jaw. We all have our duties here, Mr. Brodie. As I understand it, yours is to either find or rule out foul play. How is that going? Fantastic, replied Brodie. Everyone's a suspect. Pickman did not react to that. Taylor, looking to change the trajectory of this conversation, turned her attention to Cousin Maybelle. Who has access to this room? The specialist replied, all officers and NCOs. But camp regulation is that an individual trained on the system, in this case myself, needs to be present to access and operate the computers and headsets. Have members of the DevCom team viewed these playbacks? She nodded. Yes, ma'am. 1 or 2 of them are always present at the after-action assessment following each exercise. Have they come in independent of the after-action assessments? Only Major Ames. How often? Oh, a lot. Brodie and Taylor shared a look. Brodie asked her, for what purpose? Christensen Blair shrugged. Above my pay grade, sir. But I'd say the Major was a meticulous man. He wanted to take more time with the recordings than was typically afforded in the after-action reports, which are basically a real-time playback as you just saw, but live narrated by Sergeant First Class Miller or one of his subordinate NCOs. Taylor followed up, was this practice of his consistent throughout your time stationed here? The SPC thought a moment. No, ma'am. More in the last couple of months, like March, maybe late March. Brodie recalled that the first of Major Ames's 3 nighttime visits to the vault to visit with Bucky had occurred on April 3rd. Something had spurred that behavior. Something, maybe, that he'd seen in this room. Brodie turned to the captain. "We'll need a few minutes alone now with the specialist. Thank you, sir." The captain offered a creepy little smile and said, "If you need to interview Maybelle in private, that can be done anywhere, Mr. Brodie. If you are interested in continued access to this system, an officer or NCO must be present." Taylor said, "Sir, we may or may not need Specialist Christensen Blair to access the after-action review system. That will be determined by me and Mr. Brodie. In order for us to conduct a fair and thorough investigation, that determination is not and cannot be your business." That was the most tortured and long-winded fuck off Brodie had ever heard. He put a bow on it by adding, "Thank you for your time and attention, Captain Prickman." "It's Pickman." "Isn't that what I said?" Pickman opened his mouth to reply, thought better of it, then just nodded sharply. "You know where to find me," he said to Specialist Christensen Blair. "Whatever they need, Maybelle." "Of course, sir." Pickman looked at the agents one last time, then left the room and shut the door. Brodie said to Taylor, "He's a delight." "We can't all have your charisma." She asked the SPC, "Do you keep logs of when each recording is accessed?" "Yes, ma'am." "Can you pull up whatever recordings Major Ames requested to watch?" "Well, that might not be so simple. He watched a lot of them, and I can't remember precisely when that began. I have no logs that tie any individual playback to a given visitor either." She asked, "Is there something in particular you're looking for, ma'am? If you let me in a little, I might be a better help." Taylor smiled at her. "If only we knew what we were looking for, Specialist. Sometimes an investigation is like throwing darts." "While blindfolded," added Brodie, "and drunk." Taylor eyed the model village. "Do the Rangers or D-17s wear body cams?" "Yes, ma'am. They all do." "Do you have that footage?" "No, ma'am. The footage is classified." "Why is that?" "I don't know." "That seems odd." "You must have speculated." Christensen Blair hesitated, then said, "I have, ma'am. It's one thing if someone leaks stories about this place or gets access to these VR renders. Those can be denied. But the body cams, hundreds of hours of high-definition footage of training battles between Army Rangers and human-sized robots captured from 50 different angles. You'd have a hard time denying the existence of this program if that gets leaked." Brodie asked, "Who does have access to this footage?" "I don't know," she replied, "but I can tell you for a fact that Major Ames did not have access, because he came to me to try to view the footage. He kind of wouldn't let up. Didn't believe I didn't have a way to get it." She walked over to her computer and after a moment pulled up a text file with some notes. March 21st. That's the date he was after. I can pull up our VR recording of that exercise, if it's worth anything to you. "Yes," said Taylor. "Thank you." They put the awful headsets back on and watched the model village as it lit up in neon green and became populated by red and blue shapes. As before, the Tin Men began behind the sand berm and crested the top, and hundreds of rounds were exchanged between the opposing forces. This exercise seemed to be going even worse for the Rangers than the last one. They didn't get a single kill on the approach, and as the Tin Men entered the village, they systematically fanned out and took out their targets. 2 bots were taken out by grenades, but that was it. Within minutes, all the Rangers were gone. Brodie and Taylor looked at each other. They must have missed something very important to Roger Ames. The question was, would a couple of CID agents even know what might be noticeable to a computer scientist? Probably not. Taylor asked the SPC, "Can you play it back at half speed?" "Yes, ma'am." Taylor said to Brodie, "Let's take different vantage points." Brodie rounded the village model so that he was facing what would be the village's southwest corner, and at an approximately 45-degree angle from the sand berm where the D-17s emerged. Christensen Blair hit play, and this time the icons moved much slower. The red triangles slid across the open expanse as the Rangers fired from their positions. Slow-motion tracer fire streaked through the air like a laser light show, each round now discernible as a glowing dash of colored light piercing the air and vanishing on impact. As the Tin Men advanced slowly across the open desert, Brodie's eyes landed on one particular Ranger who appeared to be acting erratically. As the others held positions in windows and doorways, or fired rounds from mounted guns toward the advancing bots, one blue icon remained motionless against the wall of one of the buildings. The guy wasn't taking cover, or in a good position to score a kill. He was just frozen. Brodie kept his focus on the little blue avatar. After a minute, it entered a 2-story building. Brodie crouched to look through the tiny doorway. The Ranger stood there motionless. On the 2nd story, another Ranger was positioned in an open window, probably armed with a grenade launcher that he was waiting to fire once the Tin Men were in range. On the rooftop above, 2 Rangers operated a mounted machine gun that was firing into the open desert. The bots entered the village and fanned out, slowly and confidently, like a stalking pack of wolves. Brodie's Ranger of interest kept his position, motionless, in the center of the room on the 1st floor. Then the Ranger walked upstairs to the 2nd story. As he entered the upper room, the soldier positioned at the window fired a grenade round at the street below. A miss. He fired another through the window in the building across the narrow road, just as a D-17 crossed his field of view. A direct hit, and a hell of a shot. Brodie's Ranger stood in the center of the 2nd-story room a moment, then drifted toward the Ranger with the grenade launcher, who must have had his back turned as he looked for targets out the window. The Ranger stopped again, maybe 8 feet from the Ranger in the window. Below, a red triangle had entered the building and was quickly moving toward the stairway and up to the 2nd floor. Brodie stepped closer and peered into the little model building as the D-17 walked into the 2nd-story room. He expected a sudden burst of gunfire to follow, but the Tin Man did nothing. It watched a moment as the odd Ranger stood motionless, and the one by the window fired another grenade round into the road. Then the Tin Man continued up the stairs to the rooftop and quickly dispatched the 2 gunners up there. Brodie said, "Pause it, please." The scene froze. "Back it up a couple of seconds." "Yes, sir." The red triangle descended back to the 2nd floor. A grenade round arced back into the window where the Ranger was positioned. Brodie's Ranger of interest stood frozen. "There. Pause." The images paused. By now, Taylor had rounded the table to see Brodie's vantage point. "What's going on?" "I don't know. Something with these 3. The Ranger in the middle has been moving erratically, and the bot in the room here doesn't notice the Rangers or decides to let them be. It bypasses them entirely and goes to the roof. Taylor stared at the three little shapes. She asked the specialist, "Is there a way to see who these three are?" "Yes, ma'am. It's a display mode I can call up. One moment." 3 pieces of text blinked on above the shapes. The ranger in the window was Sergeant First Class Mike Miller. The other ranger who had been acting so strangely was PFC Tom Greer. And Brodie knew before he even looked that the red triangle, the Tin Man that was acting so inexplicably, was number 20. Bucky. Chapter 22. As the 2 agents exited the administrative building, Taylor said, "It keeps coming back to Bucky and Greer. But I don't understand it. We need the body cam footage." "No, we don't. We just need to grab Tom Greer by the nuts and get him to talk about what the hell happened in that room." "Are you grabbing his nuts before or after reading him his Article 31 rights?" Brodie noticed that the ranger who had been guarding the door was gone. Then he heard a noise blaring in the distance. A siren. They both ran toward the sound. Up ahead, 3 rangers with EMP rifles sprinted across the parade ground. They followed the rangers who were headed for the brig. The siren was blaring from pole-mounted speakers all around the camp's perimeter and grew louder as they approached. Brodie spotted an MP vehicle pulled up in front of the brig. Beside it stood Sergeant Mendez with his pistol drawn. He was looking down at something on the ground. The 3 rangers aimed their rifles at whatever it was and formed a perimeter around it. As the agents got closer, they realized it was a D-17 unit, lying face down in the dirt, its arms splayed in front of it. Brodie spotted a set of broken manacles around its wrists. "Bucky." "Sergeant," called Brodie as they jogged up. "What the hell happened?" Mendez turned to them. He looked distraught. "He's dead." Taylor asked, "Who's dead?" "Kemp," replied Mendez. Kemp had been the MP guarding Bucky. "This fucking thing." Mendez gestured with his pistol toward the inert bot, and Brodie saw now that Mendez's weapon had its own mini EMP barrel attachment. "I was doing my rounds. Saw it just walk out of the brig on its own." Bucky jerked one arm up, and all 3 rangers fired their rifles point blank into it. Shell casings ejected from the rifles, and the EMP barrels emitted brief, powerful punches of deep bass. Bucky's arm collapsed again, lifeless. Caroline Dixon jogged up to the rangers. "Move!" They made room for her, and she got on her knees and attempted to flip the heavy robot. 2 of the rangers shouldered their rifles and helped her turn it over. It landed, loose and lifeless, on its back. One arm splayed across its bucket head. Brodie noticed blood spattered across its titanium chest. Dixon straddled Bucky, grabbed the initiator key from its lower right abdomen, then twisted and pulled it out. She stood and shook the small orange device at the assembled men. "They are nothing without this. Nothing. Who the fuck turned it on?" Mendez said, "We believe it was Kemp, Miss Dixon." "Where is he?" "Dead." Dixon looked down at Bucky and its blood-covered chest. "Jesus Christ." Mendez was staring at her. "He must have been trying to move the unit, but we don't know why." She looked up at the senior MP. "I called the brig and asked him to bring Bucky to the lab for additional testing. I told him to get another hand and bring it over in a truck. He said the MP truck was broken down. I told him to borrow a vehicle, but he said, 'I'll just make the bastard walk.' I cautioned him not to do that. But I guess he didn't listen. Taylor asked, "How strongly did you caution him?" Dixon shot Taylor a look. "It's a standing order issued by the camp commander, Maggie. Regardless of how emphatic I was, he never should have activated the unit without authorization." Brodie approached the bot, then crouched and looked at its right hand. Between the thin gaps in the segments of its articulated fingers were strands of brown human hair. He asked Mendez, "Is the body still inside?" Mendez nodded. "Yes, sir. The coroner is on his way." Brodie and Taylor entered the brig and walked through the main room toward the holding cell. Another MP, a Corporal Nimitz, stood at the door. The man appeared shaken. Brodie said, "Morning, Corporal." "Good morning, sir." "Ma'am." Taylor said, "We are so sorry." "Thank you, ma'am." Nimitz stepped aside, and Brodie and Taylor entered the holding cell. It was a sparse room with a cot, a metal sink and toilet, and a single wooden chair. Kemp's body was on the ground, covered in a white sheet that was saturated in blood near the corpse's head. On the wall about 6 feet above the floor were a cracked depression in the concrete and a large bloodstain. Nimitz said, "We believe the thing broke its manacles and grabbed Specialist Kemp by his hair, and then thrust him into the wall." He took a deep breath and added, "partially shattering his skull." That sounded like Bucky, all right. Brodie looked at the blood-stained sheet covering Kemp's body. They'd so far been speculating whether and how Major Ames might have provoked the thing. But what could this poor MP have done? Unless the only sin that mattered to the Tin Men was being human and breakable. Brodie crouched and partly peeled back the sheet. The SPC's head was kicked in blood, and the upper left portion of his skull was essentially flattened by the impact against the wall. Brodie carefully replaced the sheet, and he and Taylor left the holding cell. They lingered in the brig's main room, out of earshot of anyone. Brodie said, "Your request to Dombrowski has grown more urgent." No shit. We're either dealing with a bad actor with the capacity to covertly reprogram these things, and that would be a very short list of people at this facility, or a faulty product that's likely to kill again. And if it's a system-wide issue, there's 59 more murder machines currently taking a nap. Taylor nodded. What about Caroline? What about her? Who knows what she told Kemp on that phone call? We're taking her word for it. Maybe she told him to activate Bucky and walk him over, knowing something like this might happen or would happen. It's possible. Anything is. We now have another body and no more answers. We have Greer and maybe Miller. Whatever happened in that training exercise, in that room, it was important to Ames. They heard a vehicle roar down the road and screech to a halt outside. They exited the brig to see General Morgan emerge from the passenger side of his Jeep, clouds of dust swirling around him. He wore camo, aviator sunglasses, and a sidearm. His driver turned off the Jeep and stepped out. It was Captain Pickman. Everyone saluted the general, who approached Sergeant Mendez. He removed his sunglasses, gently placed his hand on Mendez's shoulder, and said, "I'm so sorry, Hector." "Thank you, sir." The general put his sunglasses back on, then walked toward the lifeless robot. He stared down at Bucky and asked, "Who has the key?" Dixon said, "I do." He looked up at her, then extended his hand. "Give it to me." "Why?" "Because I'm asking for it." Caroline stared at the man. "I am not a member of the United States Army, General, so you need to do better than that." Morgan kept his eyes on her and his arm outstretched. "Captain." Captain Pickman strode up to Dixon with that weird, eager walk of his, and as he did so, one of the Rangers grabbed Dixon from behind and restrained her. "Hey, get your fucking hands off me!" Pickman put his hand over hers and wordlessly pried her fingers open. She tried to wrest herself out of the Ranger's hold as she hurled expletives, but it was futile. The key fell to the ground, and Pickman retrieved it. As he stepped away, the Ranger released his hold on Dixon, who offered a few more choice words and looked like she was ready to slug someone. Brodie said to General Morgan, "General, that is no way to treat a civilian." Morgan turned to him, as if just noticing he was there. "A civilian? She's the mother of these titanium golems, Mr. Brodie, conceived by her brilliance and her arrogance." He eyed Dixon. "Now 2 innocent men are dead. Not one more. I will not allow it." Dixon stared at the general and did not reply. "We agree, sir," said Brodie. "These weapons are a continued threat to everyone at this camp, and Ms. Taylor and I have lost confidence in the scientific personnel at Camp Hayden to adequately answer our questions about these devices' origins, design, purpose, and susceptibility to sabotage. Therefore, our commanding officer, Brigadier General Dombrowski, is coordinating with the Provost Marshal General and Major General Ramsey of Army Futures Command to take custody of all 60 units to be tested and evaluated by a neutral party at an off-site location. The order should be coming down shortly, if you have not already received it." General Morgan gave Brodie an odd look, incredulous, mildly amused, and extremely pissed off. "I have received no such orders, Mr. Brodie, and if I did, I'd question the sanity of whoever issued them. Do you think I'm going to allow these things to fall into some dark recess of the Army bureaucracy, where who the hell knows what will become of them, who will gain knowledge of their existence and capabilities? Absolutely not." His eyes moved to Taylor. "You want answers. So do I. You don't trust the science personnel at this facility, nor do I. Let's run our own tests and solve our own problems." He kept his eyes on the 2 agents as he called out, "Get me Sergeant Miller on the phone." Captain Pickman grabbed a satellite phone from inside the Jeep, dialed a number, and waited for Miller to pick up. Then he said, "I have General Morgan," and handed the general the phone. Morgan said, "Sergeant, meet me at the parade ground with a few trustworthy Rangers, a plasma cutter, and a grenade launcher, ASAP." He hung up the phone, then said to Sergeant Mendez, "Release Mr. Salzberg from his house arrest and bring him to the parade grounds. He should see this. Ms. Dixon, go retrieve your DevCom colleagues." "Eat a dick, General." "I already had breakfast, thank you." Brodie said to Morgan, "Sir, I need to use that phone." Morgan looked at Brodie. "You're getting a little ahead of your skis, Mr. Brodie. Futures Command wouldn't make a move without communicating with me first. Not to mention looping in DARPA. CID is far down the food chain." Taylor said, "You'd be surprised how quickly that changes, sir." Brodie asked Mendez, "Sergeant, do you have a phone handy?" Mendez looked nervously between Brodie and Morgan. "Yes, sir." Morgan said, "Stop being so dramatic, Brodie. You are not a prisoner here, and no one is denying you a phone call. In fact, you are free to go back to your quarters right now to call whoever you want. Or you can borrow a vehicle and leave the base for all I care. But you might see something interesting in the next few minutes if you stick around. You might even get some answers." Morgan looked at the blood-smeared robot lying in the dust. "Training time is over." Chapter 23. The wind had picked up and blew sheets of sand across the asphalt parade ground. Brodie looked up at the high flagpole in the center, where the flags of the United States and the 75th Ranger Regiment whipped against a blindingly blue sky. Brodie and Taylor stood on the eastern edge of the parade ground, and to their right stood Dixon, who had now been joined by the two surviving members of DEVCOM at Camp Hayden, Captain Spencer and Lieutenant Lehner. Standing to Brodie's left was the MP Corporal Nimitz, and the man Nimitz had just released from house arrest, the unlucky Eric Salzberg of Cinetech Systems. Salzberg was a beefy man in his 50s with a brown goatee and thinning hair. He squinted against the bright sun. The man wore jeans, boots, and a blue polo shirt, though until very recently he had probably been in his underwear. Brodie asked him, "Feel good to get out of the house?" Salzberg looked at him oddly. "What? You've been cooped up for days." "Right. I bet you can't even get Netflix out here." "I didn't check." He added, "I brought a book." "Good for you." Salzberg, who looked slightly amused, asked, "What organization are you two with again?" "Army CID," replied Taylor. "I'm not familiar with it." "You know NCIS?" asked Brodie. Salzberg nodded. "It's like that. But Army instead of Navy, and not all made up." "Interesting," said Salzberg, clearly lying. Taylor asked, "Did you have a hand in designing the D-17s?" The man did not appear comfortable with the question, though he replied, "No, not really. We ran manufacturing and assembly according to the specs provided by DARPA. They handled the software end. We did our own testing in Nevada, and I came here to conduct a field evaluation." Brodie asked, "How do you evaluate? Do they get like a letter grade, A through F?" Salzberg no longer looked amused. "We go in for a somewhat more sophisticated assessment at Cinetech Systems. Though I guess if we did use your grading, I'd have to give the D-17s an F for fucked up beyond all recognition." "Right." Brodie looked across the parade ground, where General Morgan was conferring with Captain Pickman and Sergeant First Class Miller. 6 Rangers armed with EMP rifles stood around them, as did Sergeant Hector Mendez and one of his subordinate MPs, whom Brodie had not seen before. Nearer to Brodie, Taylor, and the science team was Corporal Powell, the young ranger Brodie had first met during his interview with Bucky. It was not lost on Brodie that Corporal Powell was the only ranger with live ammo in his rifle, and also the only ranger in the vicinity of the CID agents and the scientific research team. Powell held his rifle low, with his fingers nowhere near the trigger, so things weren't feeling too hostile. Yet. Brodie eyed General Morgan, who was speaking animatedly to Pickman and Miller, and gesturing toward the center of the parade ground. The guy was losing it, perhaps using Kemp's death as an excuse to act on his basest instincts. Brodie had a bad feeling about where all this was going, and he hoped he was wrong. Brodie spotted another figure heading toward the parade ground from the south and making a beeline for the general. It was Colonel Howe. She didn't look happy. Trailing her was Major Klasky. Dixon said, "The band's all here." Brodie eyed Captain Spencer, who had been mostly silent. The man appeared worried. A covered truck drove to the center of the parade ground. Then 3 Rangers hopped out and unloaded the limp D-17 from the back of the truck and dropped it onto the asphalt. One of the guys got back in the truck and drove it off. General Morgan walked toward the robot, accompanied by Sergeant Miller, Captain Pickman, and 2 EMP-equipped Rangers. 2 more Rangers followed them, one wheeling a portable generator and the other carrying a boxy piece of equipment. Howe and Klasky quickened their pace as they approached. Everyone else followed suit, converging toward the center of the parade ground, and the lifeless Tin Man lying on its back. Brodie noticed that someone had cleaned Kemp's blood off Bucky's chest, which had the effect of giving the bot a mirror-like sheen beneath the high desert sun. Colonel Howe intercepted the general. "Sir, what are you doing?" "You'll see soon enough, Colonel. Sergeant Miller, get the plasma cutter." The ranger carrying the piece of equipment, a Corporal Dennehy, set it down. It was a large black rectangle about the size of a cooler. He plugged one end into the portable generator. On the other end was a hose with a nozzle and a thick wire with a metal clamp that resembled a jumper cable. General Morgan nodded. "Cut off its arms." "Yes, sir," said Miller. He turned to Corporal Dennehy and told him to fire it up. The corporal started the Jenny, then turned on the machine. Caroline Dixon was fuming. "You cannot do this, General." "Of course I can." Lieutenant Lehner, the robotics engineer, spoke up. "Sir, I can detach the arms in the lab in a way that is safe and non-destructive." "This is perfectly safe, Lieutenant. Everyone, take a few big steps back. Let's go." Corporal Dennehy put on a welding mask and picked up the metal clamp, which he affixed to the titanium plate on the upper portion of Bucky's left arm. Then he picked up the nozzle of the plasma cutter, which had a red push handle. Colonel Howe said in a low voice, "Sir, I need to speak with you in private." "We'll talk later," said Morgan. "How's lunch?" "No, sir," said the colonel. Brodie eyed the woman, whose buttoned-up demeanor looked ready to crack. He also stole a glance at Caroline Dixon, who was watching Colonel Howe with concern. Morgan ignored Howe and stepped away from the D-17 as Corporal Dennehy knelt next to the bot and pressed the red lever on the plasma cutter. A blue flame emitted from the nozzle. The man looked around from behind his welding mask, waiting until everyone was at a safe distance. Brodie, who decided he really wouldn't mind seeing this thing get its arms sliced off, took a few big steps backward. The corporal touched the flame to the titanium plate near Bucky's shoulder, sending up a stream of hot orange sparks. It was over in seconds, a clean cut, and Bucky's left arm lay on the asphalt next to the machine, curls of smoke rising from the edges of the cut. Dennehy moved the grounding clamp over to the other arm, and then sliced it off too. Brodie noticed Howe and Klasky standing off to the side, conferring urgently. Morgan stepped toward the bot. "Thank you, Corporal." He took the orange key out of his pocket and said, "Sergeant, make sure your men are at the ready." "Yes, sir." Miller glanced at his fellow Rangers, who fanned out around General Morgan and trained their EMP rifles on the inert robot. The general crouched, inserted the key, and twisted it. The bot snapped to life, swiveling its bucket head slightly and twitching its legs. Morgan stood up and said, "Number 20. Who am I?" Bucky fixed its sensors on the general and said in its monotone male voice, "You are Brigadier General Christopher Morgan, commander of Camp Hayden." "Where are you?" Bucky moved its head from side to side. "I am lying on the ground." "Be more specific." "I am lying on the parade ground in the center of Camp Hayden." "That's right," said Morgan. "Now get up." Bucky was motionless a moment. It looked side to side again. "My arms are not functioning." "That's because we cut them off. I don't want you killing any more people." The bot did not respond. "Get up. You can do so without your arms." Bucky lifted its torso into an upright seated position, then managed to rock to the side, turn its legs, and get onto its knees. It was surprising to Brodie how much additional time and effort it was taking this thing to stand up. It benefited from a human's anatomy, but faced some of its limitations as well. Bucky rose to its feet and towered over General Morgan. The general looked up. "Why did you kill Specialist Kemp?" Bucky tilted its head down. "I do not know." "Do you recall killing him?" "No." "I don't believe you." Bucky did not respond. "I said I don't believe you, you fucking abomination. What do you have to say to that?" "I have nothing to say to that. I am going to try to explain to you what death is," said Morgan, "because you can't possibly understand it. Specialist Daniel Kemp was born 20 years ago. You have only existed for a single year, give or take, so that amount of time might not be fathomable to you. 20 years ago, for instance, nightmares like you were the subject of speculative fiction, books and movies about horror and fear, and how we, through technology, might lose our own humanity and struggle to regain it. Do you understand any of what I am saying?" Bucky replied, "Daniel Kemp was 20 years old. I am 11 months old. People fear me. They feared me before I existed. Here's what else you need to understand. Kemp had lived a life full of love and fear, hope, laughter, pain. And he has parents who were about to receive the worst news of their life, that their son, who they held as a baby, who they sacrificed for, who they were so proud of, is dead. Not just dead, but murdered. Murdered by you. That means he was, and now he is not. That means he will never have another thought in his brain because you decimated it. He will never wake up to the sun. He will never sleep beneath the stars. He will never enjoy food, or the kiss of a lover, or a funny joke. He will never feel the air of this living world enter his lungs. I think Daniel Kemp's parents, and all of us here, deserve better than to hear you say you don't know why you killed him. There is something inside of you that made you kill. Something that the brilliant minds responsible for your very existence claim to not understand. How is that? Have you developed some independent will beyond their capacity to even detect? Are you lying to me, number 20? Morgan turned and glared at Dixon, Spencer, and Laner. Or are they lying to me? Taylor whispered to Brodie, "Scott, this is very bad." Morgan turned back to Bucky and said, "Look up at the sky. There's a raven." Bucky craned its head up at the sky as a black raven sailed over the desert. Morgan said, "It's a symbol of death. Did you know that?" "No," replied Bucky. "Well, it's fitting, because I am going to kill you right now, and you will never see anything ever again. Not that sky or that raven, not me, not Sergeant Miller or any of his men. You simulate killing them twice a week sometimes, but they are all still here, and momentarily you will not be. Do you understand?" Bucky looked down and trained its sensors on the general. "Yes." "Ask me a question." "I do not have any questions," said Bucky. "Don't you want to know how you are going to die?" "I know how I am going to die." Morgan grinned. "How could you know that?" "I have analyzed every weapon present in my vicinity, and there is only one that can destroy me." It swiveled its head toward the Rangers. "That M203 grenade launcher being held by Sergeant First Class Mike Miller." Brodie looked over at Miller, noticing for the first time that his M4 rifle had a mounted underbarrel grenade launcher attachment. Bucky continued, A single M433 high-explosive dual-purpose 40mm grenade will likely destroy me, but the sergeant must be 30 meters from me to ensure the explosive mechanism is armed upon impact. A couple of the Rangers laughed, and one of them said, "Thanks for the tip, asshole." Morgan stared silently at the robotic soldier, as if searching for something he wasn't finding. "Why don't you resist? Why don't you try to run away? Or kick me in the nuts or anything?" Bucky replied, "I have no directive to harm you. I have no directive to avoid destruction." "Did you have a directive to kill Kemp?" "No." "Then why did you?" "I do not know." The general was clearly frustrated. In fact, something truly pathological was going on here, as if this titanium weapon were a stand-in for all the killers of all the men Morgan had ever lost under his command, for all those he had never had a chance to confront. You rarely see the enemy, and when you do, you even more rarely come to understand him. That's not how war works. And it was not how the Tin Men worked either, apparently. General Morgan was talking to a wall of metal, searching for the ghost in the machine. But ghosts aren't real. And maybe all the general saw when he looked into the strip of black polycarbonate protecting this thing's optical sensors was his own reflection. Morgan said in almost a growl, "You heard it, Sergeant Miller. 30 meters. Chapter 24. Sergeant First Class Miller walked farther down the parade ground to give himself firing distance, as his fellow Rangers worked to get everyone to back away from the target. General Morgan and Captain Pickman turned and started toward Miller's position. Ignoring Corporal Powell's admonishments to move out of range, Brodie and Taylor instead approached Bucky. They stopped near the bot, which remained motionless. Brodie said to General Morgan, "Sir, we cannot allow this." Morgan stopped walking and turned to them. "With what authority, Mr. Brodie? I am eliminating a threat to the men and women under my command by disposing of a piece of faulty equipment that has caused the death of 2 members of the United States Army." Taylor said, "This unit and the other 59 at this facility constitute material evidence in our investigation of the deaths of Major Ames and now SPC Kemp. Destroying or attempting to destroy this equipment puts you in direct violation of Article 131B of the Uniform Code of Military Justice." General Morgan looked her in the eyes. "Then arrest me, Ms. Taylor." He turned his back on them and continued toward Miller. "Sergeant Miller, prepare to fire." "Yes, sir." Miller raised his M4 and clicked a switch to engage the underbarrel launcher. Then he flipped up the sight and adjusted his grip toward the forward trigger. "General Morgan," said Brodie, "I advise you under the provisions of Article 131— "Can it, Brodie?" said Captain Pickman. "You are speaking to a brigadier general and the camp commander. That's right, prick. And I wasn't speaking to you." Brodie walked past Captain Pickman as he unholstered his Sig Sauer and held it at his side. Taylor did the same, both of them following Morgan. Brodie said, "Halt and face me, sir. Now." Brodie was aware of disturbances all around him. People talking, getting agitated, unsure what to do. Morgan halted and turned back to him, then eyed Brodie's pistol. "Are you going to shoot me, Mr. Brodie?" Brodie said to Sergeant Mendez, "Sergeant, disarm the general and place him under home confinement." Mendez did not move. Taylor said to Mendez, "Sergeant Mendez, you were just issued a direct order by a chief warrant officer of the Criminal Investigation Division." Then Colonel Howe spoke up. "Sergeant Mendez, do as the agents instruct. General Morgan is hereby relieved of command under relief for cause." Morgan darted his eyes to Colonel Howe. Unless you have that in writing from my commanding officer, and I know you don't have shit, you are attempting a mutiny. He said to Sergeant Mendez, "Stand down, Hector." Mendez hesitated, unsure of what to do. Brodie stole a glance at Sergeant Miller, who lowered his M4 as he tried to read the situation. Brodie looked back at Bucky, standing motionless beneath the desert sun, like a high-noon gunslinger in some perverted western, without a weapon or arms, or even, apparently, the will to live. Sergeant Mendez then walked slowly to the general. "I am sorry, sir." "Don't be sorry," said Morgan. "Commit to this mutiny or stand your ground beside me. Either way, own your goddamn choice, Hector." Mendez appeared pained by that. He nodded slowly, then said, "I am disarming you now, sir." Mendez then recited the Article 31 rights as he removed the general's pistol from his holster and handed it to another MP. He gestured toward his car. "Let's go, General." Morgan did not move. He locked his large brown eyes on Scott Brodie. Then he said, "Sergeant Miller, what is the injury radius of your munition?" 130 meters, sir." "Then do your goddamn duty." Miller raised his M4 and aimed at Bucky, who remained still. Colonel Howe strode toward Miller. "Stand down, Sergeant." Miller hesitated a moment, then said, "Fuck it," and pulled the trigger. Brodie whipped his head around in time to catch sight of Bucky for an instant, before the grenade hit its center mass and blew the robot to pieces. Chapter 25. Charred and twisted shards of metal plating littered the asphalt. Nests of insulated wiring steamed and blistered from the heat, creating an acrid stench. Bucky's head, deformed beyond recognition from the blast, lay on its side, smoldering. No one moved. Even the Rangers, who should have been the most thrilled to see one of their robotic tormentors blown apart, looked shocked. Colonel Howe glared at the general. "There's no coming back from this, sir." Morgan stared back. "No, there isn't." Then Colonel Howe, taking on her new self-declared role as camp commander, said, "Sergeant Mendez, take General Morgan to his quarters and post a 24-hour guard." Mendez replied, "Yes, ma'am." He looked at Morgan, who glared back at him a moment, then turned and walked slowly off the parade ground toward Mendez's MP vehicle. Mendez quickly followed. Captain Pickman, who, as Sergeant Miller had put it, followed whichever way the wind was blowing, kept his mouth shut as he watched Mendez drive off with the general. The captain must have been sensing a distinct change in the weather. Howe turned to another MP, Corporal Nimitz. "Corporal, take Sergeant Miller to the brig." Nimitz hesitated. He looked at Sergeant Miller, who was still holding his M4 and grenade launcher, and was flanked by 4 other armed Rangers. The corporal replied, "Yes, ma'am." He walked slowly toward Miller. Miller said to Howe, "I obeyed a direct order issued by the camp commander." "It was an unlawful order," replied Howe, "and it was issued after I had relieved the general of command." Miller stared at the colonel. "I didn't go to officer candidate school, ma'am. But even I know a colonel can't remove a general without authorization from higher up the chain. As General Morgan said, this is a mutiny, and if you had any sense at all, you'd repeat what I just did 59 more times." Major Klasky said to Miller, "You're out of line, Sergeant." The Rangers around Miller looked extremely pissed off, and as Corporal Nimitz approached them, everyone was on edge. Then Miller handed his M4 and his sidearm to his fellow Rangers and said to them, "Staff Sergeant O'Connor is your platoon leader while I take a nap in the brig, boys. This will sort itself out." Turning to Nimitz, he said, "Let's take a walk, Corporal," and headed toward the brig, with Nimitz rushing to catch up. Colonel Howe and Major Klasky approached Brodie and Taylor. Howe said, "I apologize for the unprofessionalism and chaos displayed here today. The truth is, I've had my concerns about the General for a while, but I didn't think he'd go this far." Brodie looked again at the charred debris scattered across the parade ground. "We need to get the D-17s out of this facility to be examined by a neutral party." Colonel Howe said, "I agree," which surprised Brodie. "I'm going to my office now to put in a call to Major General Ramsey, the head of Army Futures Command, who will officially authorize my dismissal of General Morgan. I will also relay your wishes, and he or I will contact your superiors at CID to arrange a transfer of custody." "Thank you, ma'am," said Taylor. Brodie spotted Caroline Dixon walking across the parade grounds toward the remnants of Bucky. Colonel Howe said, "Ms. Dixon, what are you doing?" "Treasure hunting." She began kicking away debris with her boots. "The fragments are hot," said the colonel. "No shit, ma'am," said Dixon without looking up, as she continued spreading the debris around with her feet, looking for something salvageable. Well, if Brodie didn't already know these two had some sort of history, he could sense it now. Brodie said to Dixon, "Do not remove anything from the premises. This material needs to be boxed up and shipped out along with the rest of the units." Dixon stopped her sifting and looked at him. "Shipped where?" "Anywhere but here." "Don't do that. Not yet." "Why?" Dixon said to Howe and Klasky, "This is a private conversation." Colonel Howe looked across the parade ground, where Captain Pickman was speaking with the Rangers. She called out, "Captain, send the Rangers back to their barracks and then return to your quarters. The lockdown order has not been lifted." Pickman nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Even from 50 yards away, Brodie could see that the captain was irritated. Pickman exchanged a few final words with the Rangers, who then piled into their vehicles and drove off. Pickman took one more look at his two superior officers standing with Dixon and the CID agents, probably wondering why he wasn't being invited to the confab, then got into the general's jeep and drove off. Howe turned her attention to Captain Spencer, Lieutenant Lehner, and Eric Salzberg, who were standing off to the side in urgent conversation. "Gentlemen, the same goes for you. Mr. Salzberg, your home confinement is hereby lifted. I would request you remain here another 24 hours to address any questions that CID might have for you, but you are free to do as you wish." Salzberg nodded. "Thank you, Colonel. I'll inform my employer that I am now a voluntary guest at Camp Hayden, which will hopefully mitigate some of the fallout caused by your superior. Happy to be of help how I can." He clarified, "For 24 hours." Brodie said, "Thank you." The three men departed together toward their houses. Colonel Howe watched them go, then said to Dixon, "Now you have as much privacy as you're going to get." Dixon looked extremely annoyed at Colonel Howe, more so than was warranted in the moment. But, of course, these ladies were screwing, so that changed all the rules. Dixon said in a low voice, "The reason I had asked Kemp to bring me number 20 is that I was going through the D-17's code. We have copies of the software on our lab computers. And I found something. It's hard to explain in layman's terms." "Taylor's smart," said Brodie. "Explain it to her and she'll draw me pictures." Dixon gave him a deadpan look, not amused. "As I've said before, the code running these bots is simple, at least relative to the kinds of deep learning software being developed now for more advanced AI. The D-17s follow a set of rules, and if two rules contradict each other, well, there's a rule for that too. They have powerful CPUs so that they can process all these branching decision trees instantaneously. They were built to make tactical choices. who to shoot, when to shoot them, how best to outmaneuver and overtake the enemy. They cannot and do not do anything unexpected and inexplicable. At least they hadn't, until now. So, I was digging in the code, looking for something I missed. And I found a hidden program. "What does that mean?" asked Taylor. "How could it be hidden?" "Well, it's complicated. But the main point is that it is software that is siloed from the main algorithm. So this program, whatever it is, should have no bearing on the bot's behavior because nothing else in the source code points to it, or even suggests it's possible for this program to be executed. The program itself is encrypted using a very sophisticated key I can't yet crack. All I can read is the program's name." "What is the name?" asked Major Klasky. "Praetorian," replied Dixon. "Praetorian," repeated Taylor. Dixon nodded. "The only reference I have for that word is the Praetorian Guard, ancient Rome." Brodie considered that. The Praetorian Guard served as personal bodyguards for the Roman emperors. Were the Tin Men designed to be elite bodyguards? Or was some dormant code installed in them to allow them to serve that function at a future date? And if so, how did that relate to one of them killing Major Ames and Specialist Kemp? And what was Bucky doing inside that room with Miller and Greer during that one particular training exercise that Major Ames was so interested in? Ms. Dixon had opened another chamber in this mystery box, but it was as dark and impenetrable as the rest. There was also still the possibility that she was making all this up. Or if Praetorian was real, she herself was responsible for this rogue software and wanted to deflect blame before it was discovered by someone else. "So," said Howe, "what is the next step?" "I will continue to work on the encryption," said Dixon. "I have yet to exhaust my skills." Taylor asked, "Could such a day ever come?" Dixon looked at her. "I know you think I am arrogant, Maggie, but I am responsible for a lot of the code that drives these bots, and I find it personally alarming and, in fact, offensive that someone or some group has meddled with my work and gone to extreme lengths to keep it secret." She added, "I also need to go to the vault and see if I can find this encrypted program on any of the remaining units." Howe said to Major Klasky, "Accompany Ms. Dixon to the vault when she goes." "Yes, ma'am." Brodie asked Dixon, "Can we assume you do not plan to tell your lab colleagues about your discovery?" Dixon nodded. "I'm not sure who to trust." She made eye contact with Colonel Howe, though I suppose keeping this information from the camp commander would have been negligent. "You're right," said Howe. Brodie thought of something else and asked Howe, "Who has the body cam footage from the training exercises?" "I do," said Major Klasky. "I'm in charge of all aspects of the after-action review system." "There's footage we need to look at," said Brodie. Klasky nodded. "That shouldn't be a problem." The date in question is March 12th, or possibly the 13th. I can't remember which, but I assume there wasn't an exercise on both of those days. "They are rarely conducted back-to-back," said Klasky. "I'll look into it." "Thank you, Major," said Brodie. "In the meantime, we are headed back to our residence." He gestured to the wreckage on the parade grounds. "And we'd like that in a to-go box." "I'll see to it," said Klasky. "First, I need to see if anything is salvageable from the CPU," said Dixon. Klasky said, "If the agents don't object, I will maintain a log of anything you remove." "That's fine," said Brodie. Colonel Howe said to Brodie and Taylor, "I will summon you to my office after I have received the proper authorizations to transfer the D-17s. She added, "While the camp lockdown does not apply to you two, I would urge you to stay put for the time being. We are in a moment of uncertainty here." That was an understatement. Brodie said, I regret that tragedy has struck Camp Hayden once more. Let's all see to it that something like this never happens again." They all agreed that was a good idea and went their separate ways. Once they were out of earshot, Taylor said to Brodie, "You gave him the wrong date." "Klasky." "I know," said Brodie. "If there is anything incriminating in the March 21st footage, and Major Klasky has something to hide, he could wipe or censor that footage. Let him think we're barking up the wrong tree until we're in the room with him." Taylor nodded. "Everyone's a suspect. Except the hot scientist. Especially the hot scientist, who, by the way, is sleeping with the woman who just took control of this camp under a very dubious pretext. Do you think Caroline's bisexual? I think you have more important things to ponder, like whether we're in the middle of a mutiny." "Right," he said, "and Praetorian. What is it?" "It's software," said Taylor. "Hidden software. Maybe like malware. Or a virus. Maybe some coder at DARPA or DevCom or Cinetech got a very attractive offer from a Nigerian prince and clicked the wrong link, and now the Tin Men are going to steal everyone's personal info and ruin their credit." Maggie Taylor, who had learned long ago when to tune out her partner's stupid comments, said, "Viruses spread." "Right." Brodie pictured those 59 dormant titanium soldiers strapped into storage bays in their subterranean facility, all plugged into a hard-wired data link. Could malicious code spread through something like that? Probably. Brodie and Taylor headed west through the camp beneath the high midday sun. They passed the barracks, where the rangers from the parade ground were undoubtedly filling in their buddies on what had happened, including that their highly respected platoon sergeant had been thrown in the brig. How would all those heavily armed and highly trained men take that news? Probably not well. It was easy to see how things could quickly break down at Camp Hayden. In fact, they already had. Brodie checked his watch. 30 minutes past noon, and already an MP had been murdered. A brigadier general and a senior NCO had been arrested in a possible mutiny, and a homicidal piece of next-generation military hardware had been barbecued. What was next? Taylor asked, "What are you thinking, partner?" "That I'm glad you changed the code on our door and that we're both armed." She nodded. "I'm eager to get the rest of the bots out of here, but that won't solve our case. And I'm not sure it will neutralize the danger at Camp Hayden either." For some reason, Morgan's desperate question to Bucky popped back into Brodie's mind. Why don't you resist? It was for the same reason that Bucky allowed itself to get beamed in the head with a water bottle. No one had ordered it to resist. These things had no instinct for self-preservation. Right? Why don't you resist? There was something there in that question that was the key to this thing. But he couldn't quite place it. Not yet. Chapter 26. They entered the residential cul-de-sac, and Brodie walked past their house. Taylor asked, "Where are you going?" "Not home, where Captain Pickman's lying in wait with his Beretta trained on the door." "I think he'd use an M4 on you, full auto." "Good point. For now, we're better off not being where we say we're going to be, and we have some outstanding business to attend to." He headed toward the late Major Roger Ames's house, number 6, which still had yellow police tape across the front door. On the way, Brodie looked across the cul-de-sac at Brigadier General Morgan's house, where an MP vehicle was now parked. He wondered if the general's wife was happy to get so much quality time with her husband, which would become even more if he was relieved of command, and considerably less if he was sent to prison. It's not easy being an army wife. Brodie approached the door to house number 6 and ripped away the police tape. Taylor punched in the code that Captain Spencer had given them yesterday, and then opened the door. They entered a house identical to their own. Brodie walked through the living room, looking for personal items or effects that might clue them into anything about the deceased. But as Captain Spencer had indicated, Mendez and his people had already emptied everything out. Maybe he'd spot something they hadn't. Wouldn't be the first time. They entered one of the bedrooms, which was cleared other than furniture and a bedside lamp. There was a safe in the corner that was opened and empty. They went into the second bedroom, which was identical and identically barren. Taylor searched the closet, then got on her knees to inspect the floor. "What is it?" asked Brodie. "Loose baseboard." She pried at something, then after a minute came out with a clear plastic bin the size of a small shoebox. The bottom was packed with dark soil, and spilling out the top were about 24 mushrooms. "I guess you found his stash." They inspected the mushrooms, which were of varying sizes, all a creamy white color with circles of brownish gold in the center of each cap. "The question," said Taylor, "is whether this has anything to do with the case or is just a private hobby of the murder victim." "Right. Did this offer any clues to the Major's state of mind at the time he was killed? Had he been flying high when Bucky killed him, and did that have something to do with his death?" Brodie recalled that psilocybin had been found in his hair but not his blood, where the drug is cleared more quickly, making it unlikely Ames had ingested these in the hours before his demise. Taylor said, "Let's give this to the MPs, who can arrange to send it out for testing. Not that I think he was growing mushrooms for his omelets in a secret compartment behind the molding, but we should be thorough." "Good idea." He eyed the mushrooms. "You ever try these?" She nodded. "In college, a couple of times. One time was lovely, in the woods on an autumn day. The other time was for the Cherry Blossom Festival at the National Mall in D.C. Bad idea. The trees were spectacular, but that whole place is pulsing with malevolent energy." "I don't need to take hallucinogens to know that." "Sure," said Taylor. "You know it, but you don't feel it in your soul." "So these kind of tune you in?" "Sort of. They tune you into the world, and they tune you out of all the bullshit going on inside your head. It can cause a kind of ego death." She added, "Though I think you'd need to eat this whole grow box to kill your ego." "Cheap shot." She smiled, then looked at the mushrooms. "They can make you feel like you're part of everything. Like everything in the world is connected, and it's comforting. It sounds cheesy, but it's true. Also, the experiences kind of stay with you. Unlike alcohol or marijuana, it doesn't affect your memory, and the positive feelings can be long-lasting, well after it's out of your system." "What about the negative feelings?" She nodded. "Those too. There's a risk with this kind of thing, which is why I never touched them again after my bad trip. They're not going to harm your body in any appreciable way, but they can wreak havoc on your mind. Maybe Roger Ames, like PFC Tom Greer and many others at this godforsaken place, had been losing his grip on reality. He'd just picked a different poison." Brodie said, "Let's check the back." They left the bedroom. Taylor put the grow box back into the secret compartment behind the baseboard. Then they left the bedroom and stepped into the backyard, which, like theirs, featured a small patio with a few pieces of outdoor furniture, high wooden fences on both sides, and a spread of rock and succulent landscaping running to Camp Hayden's tall steel perimeter fence. Both agents looked around, not really knowing what they were searching for, and understanding that this stop in the investigation was mostly a bust. Yes, they'd uncovered the Major's funky fungi stash, but all that did was corroborate what the coroner had already found. Brodie walked through the small sandy yard toward the perimeter fence. In the distance, he saw the training village, and he wondered if the Major had ever stood here, watching from inside the wire as his toy soldiers overran the real ones. He turned to walk back and noticed a strange feeling underfoot, hard and hollow. He stomped his shoe and hit something that wasn't earth. He dropped to his knees and began to dig. Taylor joined him. They uncovered a piece of plywood sheathing about the size of a door, then dug around its edges until they had enough leverage to lift it up and flip it to the side. They looked into a trench about 8 feet by 4 feet, covered by a dark green tarp. Brodie ripped off the tarp to reveal 2 plastic heavy-duty storage trunks. He leaned down and flipped them open. Both trunks were filled with weapons. 3 M4s with EMP barrel attachments, 2 grenade launchers, 2 shoulder-fired RPGs, a few handguns, 2 body armor vests, and dozens of boxes of ammunition. "Holy shit," said Taylor. Brodie spotted some writing on the underside of the plywood that had covered the trench. In thick, black, handwritten letters, it read, "Si vis pacem, para bellum." Brodie recognized the ancient Latin phrase, and as he looked back at the pit full of weapons, Taylor translated it aloud. "If you want peace, prepare for war." Chapter 27. They stood in silence, looking down at Major Ames's weapons stash. Taylor said he didn't know who he could trust, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Or his brain was so cooked that he was having paranoid delusions. They weren't delusions, Scott. Look what happened to him. Brodie glanced again at the Latin phrase. Major Ames seemed to have had a flair for the dramatic, and, maybe, an affinity for ancient Rome. Praetorian. Whatever Praetorian was, Ames had either created it or discovered it. But what was it? And what the hell was he prepping for here? Brodie looked again at the weapons. How could Ames have amassed this kind of cash? How did he even access the armory? Maybe PFC Greer had helped with this, too. And maybe it was another sign of Camp Hayden's breakdown in morale and discipline that no one had noticed all this stuff go missing. The doorbell rang. Taylor began hastily closing the trunks. "Buy me a minute." Brodie brushed himself off, then walked back into the house and to the front door. He placed his hand on his Sig Sauer as he checked the peephole. It was Major Klasky. He let go of his weapon and opened the door. "Hello, Major." "I went to your house first. Then I spotted the torn police tape." "Good deduction." Klasky cleared his throat. "2 things. 1, I've located the body cam footage from March 12th. There was no exercise on the 13th. 2, Colonel Howe has conferred with Major General Ramsey and now wishes to speak with you and Ms. Taylor." "What's first?" "The Colonel is waiting. Maggie's in the bathroom. She'll be out shortly." Brodie stepped out the front door and shut it behind him. Klasky looked at the closed door. "The MPs cleaned this place out." "That's right. Did you find something they missed?" He nodded. "Tuna sandwich in the fridge. Smells off." "Do people find you funny?" "I never bother to ask." He added, "You know I can't share the details of our investigation, Major." "I know, but I'm curious." "I guess you'll have to stay that way." Klasky smiled. It wasn't exactly a sincere smile, but he was trying. This guy seemed all right. Less tightly wound than the Colonel, not a wacko like the General, and certainly less of an insecure dipshit than his subordinate, Captain Pickman. As they waited, Klasky scanned the houses. Brodie asked, "Which one's yours?" The Major jerked his thumb behind him. I'm in the other cluster. With the colonel. Klasky looked at him. That's right. Brodie noted that the major's hazel eyes were a little close together, his ears were a bit oversized, and he had a noticeable gap in his teeth. Altogether, it gave him a vaguely Alfred E. Newman-like appearance. Except there was a sharpness in his eyes, and despite his slightly dopey appearance, Brodie had a feeling this guy didn't miss much. Brodie asked, "Did you agree with Colonel Howe's actions this afternoon?" "It would be insubordinate of me to tell you I didn't. When speaking to a CID agent, your loyalty is to the truth." Klasky nodded. "Well said. So, here's the truth. Brigadier General Morgan should have never been placed in command of Camp Hayden, and Colonel Howe waited too long to do what she did. Why was he placed in command? You'll have to ask Major General Ramsey. I'm asking you." Klasky thought a moment. "Morgan is a smart and capable officer. He's headstrong, obviously, but that's not a problem. The problem is he came in here with an agenda, and it was a different agenda than the Army's, and they should have seen that from a mile off." "He wanted to kill the program," said Brodie. Klasky looked in his eyes, weighing his words. "He wanted the Rangers to kick some ass, lay waste to the Tin Men, and embarrass Future's command because he hated this whole program. But he underestimated what DARPA and DEVCOM had designed, and by the time he realized what he was really up against, he was dug in. So he's been pushing the men beyond the breaking point to bend reality back to what he thinks it should be." That tracked. General Morgan had been losing control even before one of the bots killed 2 people. And then, once Bucky went loco, the only supposed safeguard against these things, their predictability, was out the window, and Morgan's back was against the wall. Given all that, it wasn't too surprising that he'd done what he did. The Tin Men were a threat to his soldiers and to his pride. Taylor came out the door. It looked like she actually had used the bathroom, at least to wash all the sand off her hands and arms. "Hello, Major." Klasky repeated their 2-part itinerary to her, then led them toward the administrative building. As they walked down a dirt road running along the northern edge of camp, Brodie asked, "Were you with Future's command before this assignment?" "No," the man replied. "I rotated in. The command is new, so that's common." "Where were you before?" "Fort Carson," replied Klasky, without elaborating. Taylor asked, "What was your impression of Major Ames?" Klasky thought a moment. "Smart. Eccentric. Stubborn. He often came to me to give feedback and complain about the training exercises. He could have gone straight to Colonel Howe, but probably because we shared rank, he thought I was more approachable." "What were his issues?" asked Brodie. "He wanted to push things, give the D-17s more complex parameters for target acquisition, use unarmed Rangers as civilian stand-ins, see if we could get the bots to mount a simulated hostage rescue. Things that would have required massive code rewrites and led to unpredictable outcomes." He looked at Brodie and Taylor. "So, as you might imagine, when Dixon reported finding some secret program in the code, my first thought was that it was Ames's handiwork. It would fit his character and his motives." This was the 3rd individual with the same theory that Ames himself was tinkering with the D-17s. That didn't make it true, but it couldn't be dismissed either. "And if it was his doing," continued Klasky, "I'm not surprised he was able to cover his tracks so well. He was brilliant." "Reckless, too," said Taylor, "if your theory is correct." Klasky thought about that. "I'd use the word naive, Ms. Taylor. He thought the more we could make the machines like us, the less dangerous they'd become. I figured the opposite was true. I'm out of my depth when it comes to understanding the tech inside the Tin Men, but I do know people. Right. And part of what made people dangerous was their tendency toward irrational behavior, often to their own detriment. General Morgan's pride and vengefulness had cost him his command, at least temporarily. Major Ames's idealism, and perhaps arrogance, had cost him his life. Even the MP, Specialist Kemp, would still have been alive had he put in the minor effort to procure a vehicle rather than take the major risk of activating number 20 while alone with it in a confined space. And that raised a larger question. Were Bucky's actions the product of some internal logic? Or had some element of chaos, of human-like irrationality, been introduced into its central processor that caused it, like General Morgan, Major Ames, and Specialist Kemp, to take actions that led to its own destruction? Why don't you resist? Morgan's question again, which Brodie could not get out of his mind. He said to Major Klasky, General Morgan conducted a live-fire test on a piece of military hardware. This equipment had the capacity to avoid, or at least attempt to avoid, being destroyed. Yet, it didn't. That is an interesting insight. Klasky looked surprised. Are you defending what the general did? Depending on your point of view, he either carried out an extrajudicial execution of the murderer in your homicide investigation, or he destroyed the murder weapon. I'm aware, said Brodie. Klasky shook his head. The only insight we gained was to the limits of the general's impulse control. The bots are not programmed to protect themselves outside of the battle space, unless specifically ordered to do so. Taylor said the bots are also not programmed to bash a person's head into a concrete wall. Klasky had no reply to that. Chapter 28. Klasky, Brodie, and Taylor arrived at the administrative building, where a young male MP corporal named Hicks was at the guard station. The corporal saluted the three officers. They entered the building and walked into Colonel Howe's office, which was, as expected, tidy and Spartan. The colonel sat behind an uncluttered wooden desk. Behind her were some framed military photos, commendations, and several detailed maps of Camp Hayden and the surrounding federal lands. Howe gestured to a couple of seats across the desk. Please sit. The two agents sat. The colonel said to Klasky, Thank you, Major. You're dismissed. Yes, ma'am. He said to Brodie and Taylor, I will be in the after-action review room once you're done here. He left and shut the door. Howe cleared her throat and got down to business. I spoke with Major General Ramsey about the status of our operations at Camp Hayden, your investigation, and the tragic incident this morning with Specialist Kemp. The Major General was, as you can imagine, highly concerned and saddened by the loss of life. He is heavily invested in the work we are doing here, and it is his position that the training and testing we are conducting is, without question, the most important experimental research and training project in the entire U.S. military. I share his view. The field of autonomous robotics and artificial intelligence is the new space race, and we cannot lose. Brodie had the feeling that this preamble was leading to something they didn't want to hear. Howe continued, I cannot and I will not allow this entire operation to be delayed or aborted because of the paranoid fantasies and arrogant whims of one man, even if that man is a brigadier general. Taylor said, We understand your position on General Morgan. Did General Ramsey authorize your taking of command? Howe replied, He did. She let that hang in the air a moment, then continued, General Ramsey agrees that what Morgan did was extremely reckless, and potentially harmful to CID's investigation. But he also acknowledges the great stresses and hardships we are all operating under, and what he believes to be General Morgan's unwavering commitment to the larger goals of Army Futures Command. Therefore, Morgan will be subject to an internal review upon the completion of your investigation. She added, "That is, of course, unless your final report alleges criminal activity that leads to charges against General Morgan." The Major General respectfully requests that Morgan's discipline be handled from within the command, given the highly classified nature of the work we are doing here. Brodie said, "The Major General should stick to his job." Howe pursed her lips. "It was a request from a 2-star general, Mr. Brodie. Certainly not an order. Do with it what you will." Taylor said, "CID does not take rank or special requests into consideration when reporting its findings." Howe looked at her. "I'm sure you don't, Ms. Taylor. But there is a club that you and I will never be in, whose founding charter includes an unwritten and unspoken list of privileges." She smiled, which was a first, and said, "The Boys Club." Taylor had no response to that. Brodie, for his part, couldn't care less about the internal power struggles of Camp Hayden's officer corps and its implications for gender equality, so long as he could get the killer robots out of this nuthouse. "We can revisit this later. Is Major General Ramsey fielding our request to transfer custody of the D-17s? "No." "No?" "Your CO, Brigadier General Dombrowski, relayed your request to the Provost Marshal General, who then got in touch with Ramsey. No one at the highest echelons was enthusiastic about coordinating a relocation of this top-secret equipment. General Ramsey told me that if it could be done at all, it could not be done quickly." Brodie said, "And then you, of course, emphasized the urgency of this." Howe looked him in the eyes. "They are staying here. That was my recommendation, and the Major General was relieved to hear it. I took command to restore order, and I have. Time will tell, Colonel, but the price of failure is a hell of a lot higher with those things around, and it is not appropriate for us to rely so heavily on the expertise of someone deeply embedded within Camp Hayden's research program. Ms. Dixon is a brilliant computer scientist." Taylor said, "She's also one of the few people at this camp capable of writing and covertly installing a rogue piece of software." Howe stared at Maggie Taylor and did not reply. Brodie leaned forward. "Colonel, someone spiked the punch. Praetorian, wherever it is. Did it happen here? Or at Cimitech? Or at DevCom headquarters? Or DARPA? You've got a faulty product with too many cooks and an almost indecipherable chain of custody. So I don't give a rat's ass how brilliant Ms. Dixon is. She might be a saboteur and therefore investigating herself. And when that happens, the person doing the digging stalls as long as they can and miraculously never finds the answer. Add to the situation a very pissed-off Brigadier General who might not accept the legitimacy of your command, and a ranger platoon of speed freaks who would like nothing more than to rig the entire vault with C4 and blow their tormentors to hell. They've got plenty of reasons. All they need is the order, and I doubt they'll care who it's coming from, or that your seizure of command was legitimized by some 2-star general they've never seen or met 1,000 miles away in Austin." Howe did not respond. She wrapped her fingers on her polished wooden desk as she considered his words, or the best way to tell him to screw off. Then she said, "This is my call, and my judgment. Dixon is trustworthy. Having sex with a person can give you the false impression that you know them better than you do. Scott Brodie had been burned by that phenomenon once or twice. Maybe 3 times. Taylor took the risk and said, "We would hate to think you are conferring special favor on anyone at this facility." Howe shot her a look, and in that look was a question. Do they know? She said, "That is not my practice, and it never has been. I assure you, Ms. Taylor, that I take my job as seriously as you do yours." "Of course, ma'am." Howe kept her eyes on Taylor a moment, then cleared her throat and looked back at Brodie. "You are right about the General and the Rangers. They resent Morgan on one level, but they are also loyal to their senior commanding officer, and I fear what they might do on his behalf. So, per my orders, all Rangers have been confined to barracks and to their individual rooms. I also had the phone lines disconnected at all residences, barracks and houses. Sergeant Mendez has taken charge of the camp's armory and all other guard duties." "How many MPs are on base?" asked Taylor. 8, replied Howe. Then she must have remembered the late specialist Kemp and said, 7, actually. "There are 62 Rangers," said Brodie. "Not good odds, Colonel, and not a fair position to put the MPs in." "They can handle it." She retrieved 2 black walkies from her desk and slid them to the agents. "New comms protocol. Klasky, pick